Some matters are best recounted from the year 2007. I graduated in 2007 and was assigned to work in Tibet as a cadre. Reflecting upon it now, 2007 truly was a year fraught with challenges. After 4 tumultuous years at the military academy, I had finally endured to the end, only to find my mind frazzled from studying before graduation, muttering something about dedicating the first half of my life to the country and the latter half to family. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, I arrived in Tibet. Although I was placed in the Tibetan region, I counted myself fortunate to have avoided the arduous conditions of a place like Gangba Camp. Instead, I was deposited in Linji, often referred to as the Jiangnan of Tibet. Upon hearing this news, I secretly congratulated myself. Yet today, as I reminisce about those times, I find it difficult to discern whether it was indeed misfortune or fortune. Having digressed somewhat, let us return to the main narrative. At that time, I was assigned to a communication station at Gangba Camp. While on the bus, the officer in charge of assignments extolled the camp's virtues to no end. Upon arrival, however, my heart sank at the sight. What was touted as a high-tech unit was, in reality, a modest building nestled deep in the mountains, housing a few dilapidated radar communication facilities. Although I was not trained in communications, the rickety equipment appeared as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, suggesting it was hardly reliable. Upon entering, I noticed there were few personnel in the camp. To be more precise, apart from myself, the technical cadre, there were only 7 others, including a decrepit Tibetan mastiff that seemed perpetually morose, as if it were on the brink of joining its canine ancestors. As time passed, I came to understand that the people of this place were quite resigned to their fates. Except for the cook, who exhibited some sprightliness, the remaining veterans had grown old within Tibet, their spirits dulled and world-weary. Thus, aside from their work, they would retreat to the machinery room, engaging in their own pursuits, the nature of which I lacked the inclination to inquire about. Linji is China's second-largest timber-producing region, characterized by vast expanses of forest. The area we inhabited was so remote that even the local Tibetan residents were scarce, and wild animals frequently wandered nearby. Even the mountain patrols were rarely encountered. Venturing further, one would find the primal forests of the Yarlung-Tsangpo River Basin. It could be said that we were among the most deeply entrenched in this wilderness. The days spent idling seemed interminable, and the repetitive nature of my existence became increasingly irksome. Occasionally, I yearned to take a stroll to clear my mind, yet the cook would invariably prevent me from venturing out alone, claiming the forest was unsafe. I had resigned myself to the belief that I would never have the opportunity to explore that mysterious and perilous woodland. Unexpectedly, however, an opportunity arose in a most peculiar manner. It was the end of 2007, and the 3rd snowfall of that winter had just concluded. The entire forest appeared as if it had been painted, with deep, dense woods shrouded in a delicate mist that was as light as gossamer, creating a beauty that left one speechless. Although I had spent several years studying in the north and had witnessed larger snowfalls, none had ever captivated me as profoundly as the snowy landscape of Tibet. That morning, I rose early, grabbed the worn digital camera I had purchased during my school days, and stood atop the cement roof of the machine room, eagerly capturing the enchanting scenery. However, just as I'd climbed to the roof and was about to take some distant shots, I spotted a few individuals approaching along a dirt road that could only be traversed by off-road vehicles. I hurried down from the roof to gather everyone at the entrance to assess the situation. Encountering anyone with ill intentions would spell great trouble. Although the communication station was surrounded by 3-meter-high concrete walls topped with barbed wire, which gave it an imposing appearance, those of us residing within knew that the barbed wire was merely for show. The surrounding area was dense with trees, and an agile person could easily scale them, rendering the barriers ineffective. I quickly assessed our defensive capabilities. Originally, we had 6 personnel, but 2 had retired this year, leaving only 5, including myself. As for the old, ailing dog, I had never regarded it as a significant part of our defense. By the time we gathered our numbers, the newcomers had reached the entrance. Peering through the crack in the door, I saw they all wore modern military uniforms, led by a lieutenant colonel. However, their anxious expressions hinted that something serious had occurred. Upon realizing they were our own, I lowered my guard and prepared to let them in. Unexpectedly, Sergeant Li Zeng, who I referred to as Old Li, suddenly blocked my way. Old Li was typically a man of few words, but I had heard he had served in this station as a new recruit, so he was undoubtedly more knowledgeable about many matters than I, a mere technical officer who was even newer than the recruits. "Commander, what brings you to the station?" Old Li inquired, standing in front of me, while simultaneously pointing at the old dog. I was momentarily confused, but Xiao Zhou quickly grasped the situation and brought the lethargic Tibetan Mastiff over. Upon seeing the newcomers, the old dog suddenly barked fiercely. I quietly pondered. These individuals did not appear to be hostile agents, as the 2007 military uniforms were issued only to a few reputable units in Tibet, which made it unlikely. They were counterfeit. That it is worth noting that our dog, although sluggish, was exceptionally intelligent. Typically, when unfamiliar individuals approached, even if they were not in uniform, it could discern whether they were allies with just a glance. I had never witnessed it barking aggressively at someone merely due to their military attire. From my position, I could not see Old Li's face, but I noticed him gesturing for me to step back. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered and could only comply, moving beside the old dog. In ordinary circumstances, I would not fear the lion. Although its temperament cannot be described as amiable, its inherently lethargic nature meant that I seldom witnessed its wrath. However, at this moment, the lion exhibited none of its usual languor. A ferocious roar startled me, rendering me hesitant to approach. Only later did I learn that, while the lion may not be a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, its origins are steeped in a compelling narrative, though that is a tale for another time, one I shall recount in due course. Eventually, the lion quieted under the soothing presence of Xiao Zhou, and Old Li discerned the reason for the arrival of those individuals. They had come to seek assistance in locating a new recruit who had fled from the barracks the previous night. Had it merely been a case of a single soldier escaping, it might not have unfolded into such a harrowing saga. Alas, I had just assumed my role as an officer, still imbued with the naivete of youth. When someone said, "The leader requests your presence," I hastily acquiesced to join the search in the mountains, disregarding Old Li's subtle hints, pretending not to notice. In retrospect, it seems that this was a trial I was destined to face, one from which I could not evade. Seeing that I had agreed to assist those individuals, Old Li ceased his objections, recognizing that I was the sole officer at the station, and as my subordinate, he had little choice but to comply with my directives. In truth, my youthful exuberance led me to act impulsively. Although there was no real conflict between Old Li and myself, he had largely dictated the course of events since my arrival at the station. The soldiers beneath me showed me a semblance of respect for my rank, yet few genuinely regarded me as a leader. Thus, while our superficial relationship was tolerable, beneath the surface, there was a mutual discontent. Old Li, possessing a humble demeanor, treated me with far greater kindness than those soldiers, yet for reasons unknown to me, I harbored a lingering sense of unease. Consequently, when this situation arose, I made unilateral decisions without consulting him, and witnessing his troubled expression brought me a twinge of secret satisfaction. Old Li instructed the men to rest briefly. Then, under the pretense of gathering supplies, he gravely beckoned me to the back of the house. At that moment, I began to regret my impulsiveness, realizing that should this matter not be handled adeptly, Old Li's future cooperation could be jeopardized, complicating my own existence. Upon reaching the rear of the building, Old Li grasped my hand firmly and said, "Technician Luo, your actions earlier were too rash. Alas, it is my fault for not elucidating matters to you." His words left me momentarily speechless. I had anticipated an irate confrontation, yet his countenance was instead one of concern. After a brief pause, Old Li continued, "It is too late for second thoughts now. Technician Luo, please give Xiao Zhou the keys to the storage room so he can prepare the firearms. I will gather a few additional items. Hurry and fetch several coats, along with a backpack, and pack extra blankets." Zheng hails from Jiangxi, and when he speaks quickly, I find it difficult to comprehend him. Thus, I only grasped the gist of what was happening and, in a daze, relinquished the keys, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. As I witnessed Xiao Zhou hastily seize the keys from Old Li and dash towards the storeroom, a sudden realization struck me. There seemed to be matters beyond my understanding. It was only then that I vaguely sensed that this situation had transcended my initial expectations, and the issue at hand was likely far more complex than merely a deserter. Moreover, it was evident that Xiao Zhou and Old Li were privy to the underlying reasons. A surge of indignation welled up within me, feeling as though I was being marginalized by them. In a few strides, I entered the storeroom, seized the busy Xiao Zhou, and shouted, "Why are you taking the gun?" Startled by the sudden grasp, Xiao Zhou was taken aback, but, upon recognizing me, responded with exasperation, "Engineer Luo, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you." He tightened his grip on the handgun, glancing anxiously outside, and whispered, "Engineer Luo, you must understand, Under ordinary circumstances, we would never venture into the mountains, because there are ghosts in the mountains. Upon hearing Xiao Zhou's words, my temper flared, and I was on the verge of an outburst. I had long been aware of his superstitious tendencies stemming from his rural upbringing in Sichuan. However, for him to utter such things to me, a staunch advocate of atheism, felt like a blatant disregard for my presence. Just as I was about to explode, Oldly entered and, noticing my lack of preparedness, remarked, "Engineer Luo, take the gun. Zhou, let's get the other supplies ready." Xiao Zhou, clearly sensing my impending anger, mumbled something as he exited. I silently vowed to set this young man straight upon my return. Preparations were swiftly concluded. As we emerged, fully equipped, the expressions of those from other units were one of astonishment. After all, we were merely seeking a deserter, yet our preparations suggested an intention to endure several days in the mountains. Oldly offered no explanations, merely tossing additional supplies to the others and stating, "It's hard to locate someone in the mountains. It's always better to be overprepared." Being an impulsive individual, I had resolutely journeyed to Tibet without second thoughts. Having made my decision, I chose not to dwell on it further, and as the others dawdled with their backpacks, I trailed behind Oldly. Before our departure, Oldly took the languid Tibetan mastiff by the leash and imparted a few words to Xiao Zhou. Observing their interaction only intensified my displeasure, and I resolved to devise a plan to transfer away from this place upon my return. With a scheme forming in my mind, I hastily caught up to the lieutenant colonel. I had already learned that he was a division chief responsible for communications, and fostering a closer rapport with him could provide me with an opportunity to escape this wretched locale. In keeping with my impulsive nature, I approached with purpose, only to notice that the face of Director Wang was etched with anxiety and a hint of fear. In situations like this, one could easily find themselves losing their position. During my university days, I had studied a bit about reading faces. It was evident that he was the archetype of someone skilled in the art of political maneuvering, and losing his post would be a fate more grievous than death itself. After exchanging a few polite words, Chief Wang completely ignored my remarks and continued to follow the footprints on the ground. We walked for an hour, and the others had already begun to voice their grievances. Although Chief Wang was still anxious, he had no choice but to halt. Fortunately, I had recently graduated from school and had not yet lost my stamina, while Oldly exhibited remarkable endurance, showing no signs of fatigue despite the long trek. During our rest, the others naturally gathered around Chief Wang. I could easily surmise the subject of their conversation, most likely discussing the abandonment of the 2 bags. Oldly approached me cautiously, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the others, and whispered, "They're concealing something from us." I had sensed that something was amiss as well. Given the circumstances today, even if they required our assistance, they ought to have informed our superiors first. Yet, they had traversed over 20 kilometers from the military station beside the national road to reach us. When I first encountered them that morning at around 9, it was winter, and they could manage no more than 10 kilometers in. The remaining distance, according to their pace, should have taken nearly 3 hours to cover. This path was primarily a mountainous road, and considering their physical condition, it was remarkable that they had made it this far. My estimate of 3 hours was already quite lenient. In truth, they must have set off even earlier. However, certain matters had evidently gone uncommunicated to us. Noticing my expression, Oldly seemed to have something more to convey. He leaned closer and softly remarked, "Pay attention to those footprints." At that moment, I suddenly grasped the troubling aspect I had sensed all along. The footprints were spaced in an unusually uniform manner, suggestive of someone running. How could a deserter possess such stamina to have run several dozen kilometers into Tibet on a snowy night? This was exceedingly peculiar. While I had noticed the footprints, my attention had not been entirely focused on them. Although I found the situation strange, I hadn't delved deeper into it. However, throughout our journey, the oddity was not merely the footprints, but rather the lion. This fellow, who rarely moved, was extraordinarily animated today, practically dragging Oldly along as he dashed ahead. Regardless, Chief Wang ultimately reached a conclusion during their discussion and approached me, asking, "Xiao Luo, when pursuing a deserter, do we really need to carry these bags?" Chief Wang's initiative to speak brought a flicker of joy to my heart. However, upon turning to observe Oldly's expression, I quickly recalled his warning about their potential concealment of information. Though I harbored a desire to establish rapport with Chief Wang, my temperament often proved to be less than agreeable. The very thought of him withholding information from me stirred a displeasure within, prompting me to voice, "Are you concealing something from us?" I deliberately emphasized the words "you" and "us," intending to remind him that I was not aligned with their group. The expression on Director Wong's face shifted dramatically, as though he were on the verge of an outburst. However, I possess a peculiar temperament despite my usual languor. I am quite resistant to coercion. If he were to speak to me respectfully, I would readily listen. But should he attempt to exert his authority beyond my threshold of tolerance, I would not hesitate to dismiss him. His complexion changed several times in an instant. Although I felt a tinge of unease within, my exterior remained increasingly composed. Had I lacked this semblance of poise, I would have been thoroughly reprimanded by my teachers during my academic years. After a moment of stalemate, he softened and glanced at me and Old Lee, stating, "It is not a significant matter this individual escaped last night." Escaped during the night? I regarded Old Lee with skepticism, observing his furrowed brow, as if a thought had struck him. After a considerable pause, he turned to Director Wong and inquired, "Leader, he did not sneak away, did he?" Upon hearing Old Lee's question, I found myself at a loss, wondering if the timing truly held such importance. Yet, Director Wong suddenly recoiled as if startled. While Old Lee fixed his gaze upon him and chuckled, "I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense, leader." It is rare for me to witness Old Lee smile, and seeing him laugh led me to suspect that there might indeed be some hidden truth behind this matter, though I could not yet discern its nature. This exchange seemed to divert Director Wong from his original objective, leaving his subordinates to continue bearing the burden and trailing behind us. However, after pausing for a moment, the chill began to seep into my bones, and continuing onward brought a sense of discomfort, as if my strength was rapidly depleting. This was partly due to our ascent into the mountains, where the altitude resulted in diminishing air pressure and, consequently, a lack of oxygen. The burden on the subordinates was palpable despite having rotated the load several times. They appeared exhausted, barely able to stand upright. Since Old Lee posed his question, Director Wong's demeanor had remained notably sullen, diminishing my interest in approaching him for conversation. I am not one to warm my face against another's cold shoulder. Especially when I am filled with questions and uncertainties, I would not relent until I grasped the situation fully. Thus, my concern shifted toward Old Lee, who walked ahead of me, having drawn a distance of approximately 100 or 200 meters from the others. That it is worth noting that Lingji is awash in dense, primordial coniferous forests. While one might still catch glimpses of each other from such a distance, our voices would be inaudible to the others. That I understood that Old Lee's brisk pace indicated he had something of importance to share. Just as I had anticipated, once we were out of sight of the others, he handed me an object. The item was none other than a tube of the universal ointment we used during the summer to treat ordinary insect bites. Receiving the ointment, I whispered in confusion, "What is this for? In the dead of winter, what use do we have for this?" Old Lee's complexion was far from good. After glancing behind to confirm that our conversation went unheard, he said, "Apply this to your ear. And regarding those individuals behind us, you must neither fully trust them nor completely dismiss what they say." His serious demeanor instilled in me a sense of foreboding, as if events were spiraling into a darker reality. After handing me the bottle, Old Lee slowed his pace, clearly providing me with an opportunity to apply the ointment. Despite growing increasingly perplexed, I resolutely applied the salve to my ear, the sensation being one I wished to forget, intensely stimulating, to say the least. Once I had finished applying the ointment, I matched my pace with Old Lee and the others. Among us, the old dog lion appeared to be the most spirited, brimming with vitality, leading me to suspect whether he was merely experiencing a fleeting surge before the end. After walking for the entire morning, we drew closer to the true primordial forest. In comparison, our communication station could only be regarded as a mere thin veneer of the forest's exterior. Here, there were no paths, only the trails forged by unknown creatures weaving through the underbrush allowed us to navigate. The trees around us were towering and formidable. From a distance, they resembled the ordinary pines we were accustomed to, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that these ancient pines were the ancestors of the mere 10 or 20-meter trees found outside. As we approached noon, we encountered a colossal tree obstructing our path. Had it not been for Lion urging us onward, we likely would have lost track of the deserter long ago. However, this tree was truly immense, with an estimated diameter of nearly 2 meters, its age in this forest unknown. When it fell, it cleared a substantial area around it, allowing us to bask in the sunlight. In Tibet, the presence of sunlight mitigates the chill, and it was clear that Chief Wong and his companions had reached their limits. We took this opportunity to rest. Lion found a spot behind a tree and settled down. As a Tibetan Mastiff, He could withstand several days without food without significant issue. I too felt fatigue setting, and having eaten little that morning, hunger gnawed at me. Fortunately, Oldley had prepared a substantial supply of compressed and self-heating food. Seizing this rare chance to rest, I tore open a bag of biscuits and began to nibble tea. On my surprise, Chief Wong and his companions did not reach for their supplies. Instead, they sat there, gasping for breath. One would expect them to be hungrier than us, given their earlier departure. Casting a glance at Oldley, I found him deep in thought, though his expression suggested he was contemplating anything but pleasant matters. At that moment, I suddenly felt a shiver run through me, an overwhelming wave of fear causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. This sudden dread had plagued my mind throughout our journey. Although everyone had more or less acclimatized to Tibet by this time, after trekking for half a day, even I, typically boasts commendable physical fitness, found myself utterly dizzy and disoriented, losing the ability to discern matters as I usually would. For instance, none of my companions seemed to feel hunger ordinarily. I would have immediately sought clarity upon sensing something amiss. Regrettably, I was too preoccupied with resting to contemplate anything in detail. After a 30-minute respite, feeling my strength somewhat restored, we prepared to delve deeper. Unexpectedly, upon reaching a fallen tree, the trail of footprints we had been following vanished. It was midday, and the thin layer of snow beside the tree had nearly melted away. This was not the most pressing concern. What truly baffled us was that even the Tibetan Mastiff appeared perplexed for the first time. The scent had completely dissipated. If the footprints had vanished, one could theorize, but why had the scent disappeared? No matter the circumstances, a person's unique odor could not vanish entirely. Moreover, the fugitive had been running. It was inconceivable that he would not have been sweating, making the absence of scent even more inexplicable. Oldley was equally confounded. He circled the fallen tree with a mastiff, but discovered no useful clues, as if the fugitive had simply climbed the tree and vanished. It was inconvenient for him to ascend while holding the dog, so I took it upon myself to climb the tree. The snow atop had not completely melted, and it was evident that no one had traversed this way. After walking a few steps along the trunk, the snow on the withered branches fell continuously with my movement, soon covering me entirely. As I ventured further, the branches became too dense to navigate, and I turned to retrace my steps. Just as I pivoted, a fleeting glimpse caught my eye, an area of ground devoid of snow. In that moment, I beheld something I fervently wished I had not. With a frantic rush, I approached and clearly saw a scattering of shredded cotton shoes and socks upon the bare ground, smeared with copious amounts of blood. Could it be that the fugitive had become a breakfast for the mountain's beasts? Suppressing my unease, I scrutinized the remnants on the ground, yet my mind momentarily blanked. After several seconds, the roar of the mastiff jolted me back to reality, and I shouted urgently towards Oldley, "Oldley, over here, over here!" However, it seemed Oldley was entirely oblivious to my call, and something peculiar appeared to be occurring on his end. Struggling to contain my rising panic, I scrambled along the tree trunk and soon spotted a black bear not far away. Fixated on my companions, T appeared hesitant to attack, seemingly intimidated by the number of people. Under normal circumstances, such weather would find bears in hibernation, yet here it was, emerging in the icy wilderness. "Logitech!" Oldley exclaimed in terror as I emerged from the thicket of branches. I had yet to comprehend the reason for his sudden dread when the black bear charged towards me with alarming speed, propelled by the winds. Damn it, it seemed to have targeted me, the lone individual. I hurriedly turned and fled. After just a few steps, I could already hear the sound of that dark figure racing through the underbrush at an alarming speed. Upon witnessing this, Oldley immediately unleashed the chain of his lion, urging it to pursue me. Typically, in the mountains, one would feel secure with a Tibetan Mastiff by their side, for its ferocity far exceeds that of the domestic pets found in the mainland. In my panic, I took a haphazard route and found myself in front of a fallen tree. As I climbed halfway up, a thunderous roar erupted behind me. In an instant, I felt as though I had been struck by a vehicle, and a tremendous force followed, causing my hands to lose grip on the branches, leading to my abrupt fall. During the moment I plummeted from the tree, I faintly heard the crack of a gunshot before darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness, unaware of what transpired next. When I eventually regained my senses, it was already night. Oldley and the others had not pressed forward, but had instead set up camp beneath the fallen tree. Not far off, I discerned the sound of their voices, however. Having just awakened, my head was spinning, and I lacked the strength to comprehend their conversation. I vaguely caught snippets of someone shouting about some urgent task to be completed that night. Gradually, as my dizziness intensified, those once indistinct voices faded into an ethereal murmur, leaving only the incessant buzzing in my head. In the forests of Tibet, the nights are frigid enough to be deadly. Although I was wrapped in a blanket, I could still feel the penetrating cold. Thus, despite my foggy mind, I instinctively moved, seeking a way to warm my body slightly. As I stirred, a hand was placed upon me. Sensing someone nearby, my mind began to clear a little. In the dim light of the fire, I beheld old Lee's face, etched with concern. Upon realizing I was awake, he said nothing, merely handed me a biscuit and a tube of ointment before rising to depart. Though my thoughts were still muddled, I grasped that old Lee wished for me to apply more ointment. Following the previous method, I rubbed the ointment into my ears, and upon doing so, a shiver coursed through me, sharpening my awareness. It was then that I took stock of my surroundings. The others were asleep on the opposite side of the fire, utterly exhausted, as evidenced by their snoring. Old Lee was absent, likely standing guard, for the lion that was his constant companion was nowhere to be seen. Having slept for much of the day, I now found myself unable to drift back into slumber, despite my lingering dizziness. Lying on the ground, I gazed up at the star-studded sky. Reflecting on the day's events instilled me with an inexplicable sensation. Particularly those suddenly vanished footprints left me perplexed, alongside the remnants of shattered shoes and bloodstains. Had that deserter become the bear's breakfast? Yet, inexplicably, I harbored a premonition that the deserter was still alive. Perhaps there were events unfolding that remained unknown to me. Moreover, upon awakening, I seemed to have overheard old Lee and the others in a heated dispute, though my ears had been too unresponsive to discern the specifics of their exchange. Lost in thought, my mind began to fog, and I felt a heavy drowsiness wash over me, urging me towards slumber. In a daze, I perceived the sound of footsteps approaching. I assumed it was old Lee returning, and my taut nerves relaxed slightly. However, just as I began to unwind and drift towards sleep, the footsteps halted beside me. I could see that moment. I was teetering on the brink of slumber, oblivious to the possibility of any eerie occurrences, and I doubted old Lee had anything of great import to share. As I languidly pondered, I suddenly sensed someone leaning down, their mouth drawing near to my ear. The warmth of their breath brushed against my earlobe, growing increasingly intrusive. In the midst of the icy wilderness, having someone exhale warmth into your ear is far from pleasurable. I instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade their mouth, but seemed as if they were addicted to the act. In less than 2 seconds, I turned my head, only to find that humid breath pursuing me once more, accompanied by something akin to drool that dripped onto my face. A jolt of realization struck me, reminding me of the tales I had heard about black bears attacking at night. Having already endured a bear's paw by day, I now harbored a profound dread of that shadowy creature. The thought of the black bear snapped me to attention. Though I recalled that its tongue was said to be barbed, should I be licked by this beast, my face would be rendered unrecognizable. Fortunately, it seemed to be merely toying with me, devoid of any intent to attack. Though I was gripped by anxiety, I made every effort to steady my breathing. I could not afford to provoke it. If it were to strike with its paw, I feared I would meet my end that very night. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through my mind as I sought to evade the wretched black bear. While I kept my eyes shut in deep contemplation, I suddenly felt a tongue slowly inching toward my ear. This was far from a pleasant sensation with a moment's negligence. The bear's lick could sever my ear from my head. In that chaotic and perilous instant, I found my thoughts consumed by the realization that I had yet to marry. How could I possibly perish here? Just as my mind spiraled into disarray, a chilling object unexpectedly brushed against my right ear. My mind erupted in a cacophony, and in that instant, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, every hair on my body standing on end. Without a moment's thought, I lunged forward and swiftly flipped over, tossing the blanket that covered me in the direction of the bear. I had no awareness of what I had collided with. My sole focus was on casting the blanket to momentarily shroud the bear, thereby granting me a chance to escape. Even I was astonished at my own agility. Nearly instantaneously, as I flung the blanket toward the bear, I found myself scaling the fallen giant tree. Barely settled on the tree, before I could fully comprehend the situation, I spotted a pair of dark eyes peering at me through the dense branches. Old Lee, who had been hiding above. Just as I was about to speak to him, he swiftly covered my mouth. The situation unfolded unexpectedly. I had yet to comprehend his intentions. Before I could resist, a deep growl resonated from beneath the tree, but it was neither the sound of a Tibetan mastiff nor that of a bear. Instead, it resembled the voice of a human, Old Lee's face turned ashen, and in a frantic rush, he dragged me towards the dense foliage. Once I was nestled among the branches, he patted my shoulder and pointed downwards, urging me to look. The moonlight was rather splendid at that moment, illuminating the figures below. Following his gesture, I noticed the blanket being lifted from something beneath. As the object emerged from under the blanket, my mind erupted with shock. Had Old Lee not held on to me, I would have surely tumbled to the ground in terror. Even the prospect of encountering a bear could not compare to the dread I felt at that moment. For emerging from beneath the blanket was none other than Section Chief Wang. His face was pale, and deep growls emanated from his throat, as if he were desperately seeking my whereabouts. The blanket was rudely tossed aside by him. I crouched among the branches, trembling uncontrollably. Section Chief Wang's current state bore no resemblance to that of a normal human being. Old Lee cautiously climbed to the other side of the tree, somehow procuring a handful of dry grass, which he handed to me, whispering, "In a moment, I will distract him, you take." This opportunity to ignite it in the fire. The pile of grass was indistinct in the moonlight, yet its scent was all too familiar. It was a common wild grass found around our camp. Staring at the grass in my hands, confusion overwhelmed me, and I asked Old Lee, "What has happened to him?" Old Lee shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Since morning, it seemed as though all events had been under Old Lee's control. I had unconsciously adjusted my actions according to his demeanor. Yet, at this critical juncture, he merely offered me a dismissive, "I do not know." My mind surged with anger clearly. We were in the same boat, yet he continued to withhold information that in my previous disposition, I would have erupted in anger, but a glance at Section Chief Wang, who was frantically searching for me below, forced me to suppress my fury for the sake of survival. Furthermore, if we were to turn against one another now, it would only spell disaster for us both. I softly acknowledged my understanding with a hum, clutching the dry grass tightly and shifting my body aside. Old Lee seemed to sense my dissatisfaction after a brief hesitation. He sighed softly and then leapt down from the tree. As he landed, he stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Instantly, Section Chief Wang, who had been thrashing about, halted, his eerily enchanting eyes fixated on Old Lee. I had witnessed various gazes throughout my life, yet that particular look was unlike any I had encountered before. It was a pair of entirely black eyes, devoid of any white, leaving only an abyss of darkness. The moment I beheld those eyes, I found myself paralyzed, unable to move a muscle, that I could not fathom the feelings of Old Lee. Though those eyes did not gaze upon me directly, their mere presence sent shivers coursing through my entire being. At that instant, Old Lee uttered a sharp command, "Run." Instantly, Chief Wang's gaze shifted to follow his footsteps, and I, barely regaining my senses, leapt from the tree, sprinting towards the nearly extinguished bonfire. Perhaps it was Chief Wang's primal roar that roused the others from their stupor, for as I dashed forward, I noticed several figures stirring beneath their blankets. Without a second thought, I leaped to the side of the bonfire and hurled the handful of dry grass I had into its depths. The feeble flames, already waning, were momentarily snuffed out under the weight of the grass, and I bent low, intending to blow life back into the fire. Suddenly, that chilling roar from Chief Wang echoed behind me, a sound reminiscent of a wild beast. Before I could react, a tremendous force propelled me forward, nearly sending me tumbling into the inferno. At that moment, fear dissipated entirely. I harnessed that momentum to lunge forward and rolled over, only to catch sight of my assailant. To my astonishment, it was Liu, the taciturn aide who stood beside Chief Wang. His eyes were wide with intensity, devoid of any white, and upon failing to knock me down, he let out another ferocious roar and charged at me once more. Startled by his terrifying visage, I hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, he seized my left hand. Though Liu was not particularly strong, having faltered first during daylight excursions, his grip was like that of an iron vice, and despite my utmost efforts, I found myself unable to break free. That I could hardly comprehend where he had summoned such strength, managing to drag mimic larger than head towards him. In a frenzy, I grasped a wooden stick intended for firewood and swung it toward his head. Remarkably, though his strength had surged, his reflexes had dulled, and the blow connected solidly. Fortunately, pinned to the ground, I was unable to exert my full strength. The strike only caused him to sway slightly, his head tilting to one side. Yet, in that moment, his grip on my hand slackened just enough for me to wrench it free. A dark bruise blossomed on my left hand, and before I could catch my breath, the familiar sound of footsteps and that menacing roar returned. A chill gripped my heart. If I could barely contend with one such as Liu, how could I possibly face another? I realized with dread that I might not escape this night unscathed. Yet, even as I understood the gravity of my predicament, a primal instinct surged within me, igniting a fierce defiance that I seized the wooden stick with renewed resolve, determined to strike out if they were still human. Surely this blow would shatter their leg. What I had never anticipated was that the seemingly certain strike would miss entirely, and the person behind me had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, emitting faint snores. Upon turning around, I discovered that Officer Liu was in a similar state, lying on the ground as if in a deep slumber. Could it be that both of them were sleepwalking just moments ago? I could not dwell on such thoughts, seeing that the immediate danger had passed. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The perilous situation earlier had masked my own pain, but now, in the quietude, the areas bruised by the bear's assault, coupled with the injuries sustained from my fall, made every bone in my body feel as though it had been shattered, a sharp pain surging over me like a tidal wave, threatening to render me unconscious. After a brief respite, I felt a semblance of strength returning, yet my mind was still troubled by concern for old Lee, who had led away Section Chief Wang. I struggled to rise, uncertain of his fate. At that moment, I detected a faint aroma of medicinal herbs in the air. The hay I had thrown into the fire was finally beginning to smolder and emit wisps of smoke. What was most bizarre was that beside the bonfire lay two individuals, one in front of the other, snoring oddly. I staggered towards them. One of them was Officer Liu, seemingly lost in a dream, softly muttering something. Cautiously, I pried open his eyelids, and in the luminous moonlight, I clearly saw that his once terrifying eyes were absent. He appeared just like any ordinary person. The air was permeated with the peculiar fragrance of burning herbs. Old Lee was still missing, and the lion was nowhere to be found. Alone by the bonfire, my mind was a whirlwind, struggling to piece together the events, yet I felt an unsettling sense that I was overlooking something significant. Throughout the day, I had sensed an underlying disquiet, as if I had grasped a thread of an elusive clue, but whenever I attempted to contemplate it more deeply, it slipped from my mind. Whether it was Section Chief Wang or the ever-present old Lee, both left me with an air of inscrutability, not to mention the suddenly vanished deserter and the herbs ablaze in the fire. Lost in thought, I succumbed to a heavy slumber, which carried me into the following morning. A cacophony of noises jolted me awake from an inexplicable dream. Even in winter, the mornings in Tibet dawned exceptionally early. I looked around, and the light had brightened considerably. I quickly regained my senses, hearing Old Lee arguing with Section Chief Wang. It seemed Old Lee was opposed to their continued pursuit of the deserter, while Section Chief Wang insisted they must find him at all costs. As I attempted to move, a wave of intense pain coursed through me, prompting a muffled groan. Yet, it seemed the others were oblivious to my discomfort, with only Old Lee casting a glance in my direction. The others appeared utterly unaware of my presence, continuing their debate with Old Lee. Observing their demeanor, I dared not connect their behavior last night with their current state. This situation was rife with too many uncertainties, compelling me to remain vigilant. After a brief struggle, I rose and made my way towards them. It seemed that Old Lee had reached a compromise. Director Wang and his colleagues no longer pressed the issue and merely stepped aside to gather their belongings. Old Lee wore a troubled expression. One can hardly maintain a cheerful demeanor in the face of such events. As I approached, he lowered his head, continuing to pack while softly imploring, "You must not disclose anything about last night to them." I understood this without needing his words. Seeing me nod, Old Lee appeared somewhat reassured. However, a multitude of questions swirled in my mind, yet I found myself at a loss for how to articulate them. Old Lee seemed to sense my unease. He hesitated, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refrained from revealing the answers I sought. At long last, as he concluded his packing, he paused and softly remarked, "I am at a loss for words. I cannot explain it, Technician Luo. Once we locate that object, you'll understand. At that time, I will share everything I know with you." I promised it. It was only then that I realized Old Lee indeed possessed knowledge of certain matters. However, I was excluded from this secret, and for reasons unknown, this exclusion ignited within me a desire to retreat. "Let us withdraw after all. This does not concern us," I suggested. Upon hearing my words, Old Lee flinched slightly. Though I could not discern his expression, I heard him emit a couple of bitter laughs. "It is too late. Had we refused yesterday, we would be unscathed. But, as you witnessed last night," Old Lee lamented. Indeed, I had witnessed the peculiar behavior of Director Wang and his team, and I had nearly fallen victim to their machinations. The mere recollection of the previous night sent shivers down my spine. leaving me a loss for words. Old Lee sighed and continued, "Such occurrences have transpired before, 5 years ago, but let us not dwell on that. When we arrive, I will divulge everything I know." "Why not disclose it now?" I queried coldly. "What exactly do you know?" Old Lee had already slung his pack over his shoulder. He turned to glance at the others still packing, shook his head, and then asked, "Technician Luo, do you believe in ghosts?" After gathering my belongings, it was already past 10 in the morning. Old Lee and the others had hastened their preparations and had already partaken of breakfast. The group awaited me at the base of the giant tree. The sight of Director Wong and his associates sent a chill through me. Who could predict whether these individuals would again become frenzied and attempt to harm me? Resting my hand on the pistol on my waist offered a modicum of reassurance, although I was acutely aware that this was merely self-deception. Even if they were to lose their minds, they were still, in a sense, my own. Could I truly bring myself to fire upon my own? Trailing at the rear of the group, like a hesitant shadow, I replayed the events of the previous night in my mind. Collective somnambulism might explain some of the bizarre occurrences, yet how could one account for their eyes' black pupils devoid of whites? Furthermore, even in a state of sleepwalking, one could not wander in such a manner. Could it truly be the work of ghosts? A multitude of questions plagues my mind, rendering me utterly perplexed. This incident has been rife with uncertainties from the very beginning, whether it concerns the footprints of that rookie or the demeanor of Section Chief Wong and his colleagues. Everything seems to suggest that only a supernatural explanation could suffice. Otherwise, why would Old Lee inquire whether I believe in the existence of ghosts in this world? Shaking my head vigorously, I relinquished my quest for clues. Surely, these events must possess their own rationale. They cannot be attributed to malevolent spirits. I firmly believe that every phenomenon has a scientific explanation, and the absence of an explanation merely indicates the lack of someone to elucidate it. As our group proceeded, they moved at a slightly slower pace than the previous day. After a strenuous trek over a ridge, we encountered a lion halfway up the mountain. This creature appeared quite content, feasting on half a rabbit. Upon noticing us, it merely cast a fleeting glance in our direction. Section Chief Wong and his companions had scarcely consumed anything since yesterday, and I had not heard them express hunger, as if they were entirely oblivious to the sensation. Yet, upon witnessing the lion gnawing on its bloody prey, these men suddenly exhibited an unusual fixation, staring intently at the rabbit, utterly motionless. The lion, known for its swift consumption, devoured the remaining rabbit with ease under the watchful eyes of Wong and his companions, who finally seemed to regain a semblance of normalcy. After a brief respite, Old Lee beckoned the lion back and led it to the front of our procession. I found myself in the middle, with Wong and his group trailing behind. According to my estimations, they should have been utterly exhausted by now, however. Despite lagging behind, they exhibited no signs of fatigue, instead appearing almost overly exhilarated. After traversing a ridge adorned with pine trees, a snow-capped mountain emerged from the mist. This was Shambhala Mountain, the highest peak in the vicinity. Upon seeing Shambhala Mountain, I observed Old Lee's complexion turn ashen, and even his hand, which held the leash of the dog, trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, Wong and his colleagues seemed to have fallen into an unusual silence. I am not an avid mountaineer and have little interest in the arduous and often thankless task of climbing. Naturally, I have never been particularly enamored with mountains. Yet, Shambhala Mountain was an exception. This peak, standing at a mere 4,354 meters, exuded an aura of enigmatic allure, claiming numerous lives within its domain each year. Upon my arrival, I had once climbed a smaller hill behind the communication station with Xiao Zhou, where I had glimpsed the snow-capped mountain occasionally manifesting through the clouds. It was my first encounter with a snow mountain, and in my youthful romanticism, I nearly penned a poem to articulate my exhilaration. However, before I could compose my verses, Xiao Zhou swiftly urged me down the mountain, regaling me with tales of the legends surrounding it. According to him, a mountain deity resided on Shambhala Mountain, and any soul daring to gaze directly upon it in sunlight would incur the deity's curse. I lauded Xiao Zhou, proclaiming him a pioneer of cultural communication and a model of military-civilian unity. Yet, the more I praised him, the more my underlying sentiment reflected a mocking tone, dismissing him as merely a superstitious fool, unworthy of greatness. However, upon suddenly gazing at the mountain alongside Old Lee's expression, an icy chill enveloped my back. Could it be that this mountain harbors some peculiar mystery? Or could it be that Director Wong and his companions are, in fact, cursed by the mountain deity of Shambhala Mountain? As the chill crept over me, the temperature seemed to drop further, and a multitude of goosebumps erupted across my skin. Oldly lifted his gaze to the sky and, with a hint of concern, stated, "It's going to snow. We must ascend the mountain quickly. I know of a place to stay." The lion once again took the lead at tea times. I even questioned whether this fellow was a hybrid of a Tibetan mastiff and a hunting dog, for throughout our journey, he had exhibited the traits of a hunting dog, while clearly possessing the visage of a Tibetan mastiff. Lost in thought, I found that Director Wong and his companions had somehow surpassed me, positioning themselves in the middle of the group. The moment I realized I'd fallen to the back, a more intense chill surged through me. I was immediately struck by a shiver, finding it difficult to speak as my teeth chattered incessantly and my tongue felt paralyzed. Alarmed, I wondered if I had truly fallen victim to some curse. Once a skeptic of the supernatural, I found my beliefs wavering after encountering so many unsettling events. Old Lee, noticing my peculiar state, must have seen the alarming pallor on my face. He hurried to my side, grasping my arm with urgency, and inquired, "Technician Luo, what is wrong?" By this point, I was so cold that I felt utterly powerless, my lips turning a shade of purple. Observing this, Old Lee quickly produced his thermos and offered me a generous sip of hot water. As the warmth coursed through me, the chill dissipated significantly. After a considerable while, I finally regained my composure and remarked, "I was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of cold. I nearly froze to death." Old Lee gazed at me with concern, contemplated for a moment, and then retrieved a small package from his coat, placing it in my hand. The package, though light, emitted a faint rustling sound, likely containing some medicinal herbs. The exact nature of its contents would only become clear later, once we ventured further into the mountain. Handing me the package, Old Lee adjusted his clothing and reassured me, "With this, you should be fine. Technician Luo, we will be able to find shelter tonight. There is a place just ahead." Although I had somewhat regained my strength, I was still quite cold. Hearing about a place to stay, I eagerly nodded in agreement, my teeth clenched. Old Lee guided me back to the front of the group. The altitude of our communication station was merely around 3,002 or 3 meters. Here, we were at least 5,000 meters high, likely even higher, as I was quickly exhausted. The combination of altitude sickness and the aches coursing through my body made each step a monumental challenge out of course. Oldie was no longer at ease either. After all, we were nearly 2,000 meters above the altitude we were accustomed to. If he continued to move with such vigor, I would begin to suspect he too had fallen under a curse, no longer a normal human. Based on the current circumstances, I have come to the firm conclusion that Chief Wong and his companions are indeed cursed. Otherwise, as individuals accustomed to living at low altitudes, they could never keep pace with us at this elevation, which both Lao Li and I find unbearable. I even suspect that had they not needed the lion to guide them, they would have abandoned us to seek out that deserter on their own. The mountain ahead, once we traverse it, we shall reach our destination, Lao Li stated. Lao Li's lips appeared to be tinged with a shade of purple from the cold. Following the direction of his finger, I was astonished to spot a section of crumbling concrete steps midway up the mountainside, which seemed to have succumbed to the ravages of time, its condition a testament to years of neglect. My stamina was nearing its limit, and upon hearing Lao Li mention a place to rest, I summoned my courage and exerted every ounce of strength to forge ahead at the front of the group. As I approached the half-broken steps, a profound sense of desolation washed over me. The steps appeared far older up close than from a distance, their surfaces marred by countless imprints of wind, sand, and snow. The lowest few steps crumbled underfoot, threatening to tumble down the mountainside. In other locales, ancient and dilapidated steps would hardly be remarkable. However, in this remote and desolate expanse at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, the sudden appearance of such a structure evoked an eerie sensation. It exuded an unmistakable air of dissonance. There were few remnants of the steps left, and as our group ascended, we encountered a similarly decrepit concrete platform, roughly the size of a sedan. On the opposite side of this platform, there lay another set of concrete steps, albeit in significantly better condition, appearing to ascend into the mist above, with much of it preserved intact. What lay beyond that misty horizon remained a complete mystery. The mere existence of man-made constructs in such an isolated area was bewildering enough. I was equally astonished, yet the lack of oxygen dulled my cognitive faculties, rendering my thoughts sluggish, and I struggled to comprehend the situation. It was only when Chief Wong and his companions reached the forefront that I sensed something was amiss, prompting me to hastily grasp Lao Li's arm and inquire, What is this place? This time, Lao Li answered with unusual directness. This is the earliest communication station. A communication station. In no time, I realized Lao Li spoke the truth, for I discerned the distinctive inscriptions crafted from white porcelain shards, characteristic of earlier military constructions. August 22nd, 1985. Wang Weizhong. This inscription marked the date of the road's construction, followed by the name of the builder, a name that struck a familiar chord within me, though my mind was clouded, and I could not recall who he was. It appeared that Lao Li had been here before. As soon as he stepped onto this path, he fell silent. Even the lion, typically so lively, had grown quiet, no longer darting about, but instead closely trailing after Lao Li with utmost fidelity. I suddenly recalled someone once stating that the Tibetan Mastiff possesses an extraordinary memory. Once it encounters an individual, it retains that memory for a lifetime. The same principle applies to a place. If that is the case, does it imply that the lion has previously ventured into this territory and suffered setback, thus rendering it so timid and cautious? Observing the lion's demeanor, as if it were facing a formidable adversary, a chill crept down my spine, as though some unseen entity amidst the mist were watching our every move. I could not resist approaching Old Li and inquired, "Have you been here before?" Old Li nodded, placing the iron chain meant for the lion into my hands, and said, "Rajast, I have indeed been here, and the lion has too. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not stray too far from the lion." Noticing the unusual pallor on Old Li's face, my unease deepened. The communication station was rife with various legends about ghosts and spirits, which I had previously dismissed as mere amusing tales, yet now I found myself ensnared in such a narrative, and laughter eluded me completely. After several more minutes of silent walking, we finally reached the end of the concrete steps, where a solitary two-story building stood amidst the mountain shadow, its surrounding concrete walls having crumbled significantly. Thus, we easily climbed into the building. Standing on the ground floor, I gazed at the dark, hollow windows and the rusted iron door tightly shut, and a chilling notion suddenly surged through my mind. Old Li's condition seemed to deteriorate further. He appeared to harbor unsettling memories of this place. Without searching, he directly found a window and leapt inside, while the lion also exhibited abnormal behavior, closely following Old Li as if it required protection from him rather than the other way around. The Tibetan Mastiff, a breed known for its audacity, has been documented as one of the few dog breeds brave enough to confront lions and tigers directly, and they are among the most loyal to their masters. Yet, the lion's demeanor now was quite the opposite. This only reinforced my suspicion that Old Li must have experienced something extraordinary here. I could scarcely fathom the terrifying events they might have encountered if my assumptions held true. With such thoughts, my already profound unease intensified. I lacked even the courage to enter this forsaken communication station. Had Old Li not called for me several times, I would have preferred to spend the night outside, even if it meant succumbing to the cold. Although this was an abandoned communication station, stepping inside still revealed traces of military life. The concrete walls and room layout bore a striking resemblance to the place I had inhabited for nearly half a year. However, the long neglect had imbued the walls with an atmosphere of desolation. The conversations among Chief Wang and his companions dwindled as they entered the room, finding spots to lie down and promptly falling asleep. Old Li, however, busied himself, not only retrieving their blankets to cover them, but also venturing to the back of the house to gather firewood and kindle a small fire. It seemed Old Li had forgotten that it was barely past 6 in the afternoon, with daylight still illuminating the surroundings. It was rather premature to start a fire. Before long, the sounds of their snoring filled the air. The thought of last night's events sent shivers down my spine at the sight of them asleep, fearing they might once again descend into madness. Fortunately, Old Li retrieved some herbs from his bag and tossed them into the flames. As the smoke gradually ascended, a subtle aroma of herbs began to permeate the air, bringing a modicum of tranquility to my heart. Lao Li squatted by the fire, his complexion improving slightly in the flickering glow, no longer resembling the ghastly visage he bore during the day. Observing his face, an inexplicable sensation washed over me. Tonight, he would unveil certain revelations, truths I had long remained oblivious to. Indeed, after we had consumed our meal, Lao Li let out a long sigh, wrapping his arms around the lion's neck, and softly murmured, "Logistics officer, this place is a haunted house. A true haunted house." Although I had mentally prepared myself, the sight of Lao Li's face, shifting between shadows and light in the fire's illumination, sent a shiver down my spine, compelling me to silently accept his assertion. As Lao Li intermittently prodded the fire with a wooden stick while gently caressing the lion's fluffy head, he seemed to be ensnared in a reverie. It was only when the herbs had completely burned away that he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "That was 5 years ago." Hearing him begin to speak, I set down my compressed rations and watched him intently. It appeared he was recalling something frightful as a sheen of cold sweat broke upon his brow. At that time, it was the second year since I had been promoted to a first-class sergeant, and our communication station had only been established for 4 years. I vividly remembered the day when we received notification from our superiors that several Japanese travelers had gone missing in the vicinity of our station. At this point in his narrative, Lao finally steadied himself. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and continued, "We sent 6 individuals to search for those missing Japanese. And we ventured here." The smoke he exhaled dispersed into the atmosphere, and the tension thickened, prompting a sense of unease within me. To lighten the mood, I feigned a carefree smile and asked, "Surely, you weren't the only one who returned?" Lally shook his head, responding, "It wasn't that terrifying. We all made it back." But, he sighed, adding, "I scarcely know how to articulate what transpired, logistics officer. I have encountered spirits, not ghosts, as Master Banshin insists they are not ghosts." I couldn't suppress a wry smile. When had Master Banshin emerged into the conversation? Yet, witnessing Lao Li's solemn demeanor, I reminded myself that to ensure a safe return, it was prudent to listen attentively, for his words undoubtedly pertained to the strange occurrences we had encountered. Perhaps my sardonic smile had unsettled Lao Li. His expression grew despondent once more. This was the first time I had seen the usually composed and seasoned Lao Li in such a state of dismay. He lowered his gaze and continued, "Master Banshin warned me never to return to this place. But alas, logistics officer, you may find this hard to believe. I have frequently dreamed of this location over the years, truly. I was aware of Lao Li's troubled sleep. I had often seen him smoking alone outside at night in recent months, but I had not realized it stemmed from this haunting memory. What had he encountered here that could frighten such a hardened man into waking nightmares? I saw those Japanese. No, I cannot even call them Japanese anymore. I do not know whether they are still human." Lao Li exclaimed, terror etched across his face. I was about to say, "They are not human." Before I could utter a word, Old Li pointed to the iron door and remarked, "That door is sealed by us." At that time, they were outside. Following his gesture, I felt a sudden chill. Upon his words, I scrutinized the door more closely and noticed something unsettling. It was covered with an array of marks, seemingly the result of relentless impacts. Although the iron doors of the military at that time were not as advanced as today's security doors, they were still constructed of 3mm thick iron. The sheer number of marks left by those individuals illustrated the terrifying nature of the situation. Old Li paused momentarily to collect his thoughts before continuing, "There were 6 of us in this room. When those Japanese saw us, they went berserk, desperately trying to break in, as if they intended to devour us. Realizing the imminent danger, we quickly locked the main door. They couldn't enter, and then, outside, a fierce struggle ensued. Technician Luo, they were truly not human. They consumed people. Right outside this door, they devoured humans." When I heard Old Li speak of the Japanese consuming people, I suddenly recalled the appearance of Section Chief Wang and his companions. Had they not also harbored the desire to consume me last night? This thought sent shivers down my spine. Although I prided myself on having a fair amount of courage, the realization that I had nearly been devoured sent waves of fear coursing through me. Noticing my anxious gaze fixed on Section Chief Wang and his group, Old Li seemingly discerned my thoughts and tossed some heavily pressed herbs into the fire. Once the smoke began to rise again, he spoke softly, "As for Section Chief Wang, they are not like that. At least, for now, they retain their human forms. Master Banshin once told us that those who still possess human shapes could be controlled through these herbs. The Japanese at that time were no longer recognizable as human." As the peculiar scent of the herbs wafted through the air, I felt a measure of reassurance. However, Old Li's countenance grew grave. While drawing on his cigarette, he nervously poked at the fire, saying, "Technician Luo, they had no faces. Those Japanese had entirely lost their faces, leaving only mouths. The notion of faceless ghosts is indeed a part of the folklore surrounding our Japanese comrades. Yet I never imagined those fellows would transform into such a horrifying visage in Tibet." I was filled with both fear and a morbid curiosity. Momentarily at a loss for words, Old Li fell silent as well. After a while, I lifted my gaze to Old Li and inquired, "So how did you manage to escape?" His expression darkened, and after a pause, he cast the cigarette butt into the flames and sighed. "It was Master Banshin who saved us, along with the lion's mother. They were our saviors." As I listened to Old Li recount the harrowing tale from 5 years ago in a low voice, despite his eventual escape, I was gripped by terror. My hair standing on end, hardly daring to breathe. It turned out that Old Li and his 5 companions had been tasked with searching for 5 missing Japanese friends in the mountains. Had it been any other mission, they might have approached it with dedication, but given their familiarity with the history of World War II, one could hardly blame them for wishing to shirk the responsibility of searching for these so-called Japanese friends. Among the group led by Old Li, only one veteran had ever ventured into the mountains. He was aware of an abandoned concrete house nestled within, and after some deliberation, they resolved to rest there for a few days before returning to their duties, thus providing an account to their superiors. Departing from their base, Old Lee and his companions trekked through the mountains for a day and a half, arriving at their destination with surprising ease. However, they were utterly unprepared for the shocking discovery that the concrete house had already been occupied, and by none other than those Japanese men. It appeared they had only resided there for a single day before mysteriously disappearing. At this point, Old Lee shook his head and let out a wry smile. According to him, a disagreement ensued among them regarding whether to remain in the house and pass the time before reporting back, or to send a portion of the group to search for the Japanese. This search was significant as it pertained to the diplomatic relations between the two nations. Successfully locating them could yield accolades and opportunities for some to rise in status. After a heated argument, they ultimately decided to split into two factions. 3 would venture out to search, while the remaining 3 would stay in the house. At this juncture, it is evident that Old Lee was among those who opted to remain. As the narrative unfolded, Old Lee's expression grew increasingly grave, and I could surmise that something dire was about to transpire, although the precise nature of the calamity that befell those who ventured out remained elusive. The few who stayed behind prepared the house for the night, adhering to the guidelines for camping in the wilderness, even reinforcing the windows to guard against ferocious creatures such as black bears. Fortunately, they possessed this foresight. Otherwise, Old Lee might not have survived to recount this tale. But that is a story for another time. As Old Lee and his companions made ready for the night, they were taken aback when, just as darkness fell and they were settling in for a restful slumber, a cacophony of terrified cries erupted from outside. Old Lee cautiously opened the door a crack and beheld the trio who had ventured out, their faces pale and filled with horror, scrambling back in a state of panic. Barely able to articulate their distress, Old Lee hurriedly opened the door to let them in. Once inside, the 3 men gasped for breath, their faces ashen, unable to utter a single coherent word. Initially, Old Lee speculated that they had encountered a pack of wolves, considering their agility and the firearms they carried, which should have afforded them protection from ordinary beasts. Moreover, one of them bore severe injuries, evident from the wounds that appeared to be the result of an animal attack. However, the Linji region had never been known for wolf-related troubles, leaving Old Lee perplexed as to the misfortune that had befallen them. After regaining their composure, they delivered a chilling revelation. The assailants were not wolves at all, but those so-called Japanese acquaintances. The tale of those Japanese individuals resorting to cannibalism, as recounted by Old Lee, had already led me to form a preliminary understanding. Now, hearing him elaborate further solidified my suspicions. Yet I remained perplexed about how Master Banshin became entangled in this debacle. Old Lee's voice grew increasingly somber, and with each word, my sense of dread intensified. The unfortunate souls who ventured out to seek assistance returned, battered and bruised, with one nearly disemboweled. Although Old Lee and his companions managed to secure the door in time, they were nonetheless terrified by the relentless pounding of the creatures outside. Unable to contain himself, Old Lee disregarded the admonitions of his comrades and fired a shot, wounding one of the assailants. His intention had merely been to frighten them away. However, upon hearing the gunfire, the wounded creature bled profusely, inciting the others to a frenzied assault. They pounced upon their injured comrade, tearing him open and consuming him voraciously. Old Lee and his companions stood frozen in horror, rendered speechless by the gruesome spectacle. In the aftermath, the impulsive Old Lee received a slap from the squad leader, justified by the assertion that no one would believe a story of Japanese cannibalism, and the fact that Old Lee had shot someone was an undeniable reality that warranted punishment. Such is the nature of reality. I sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Old Lee, who now appeared somewhat relieved. Yet, even I, merely an audience to his tale, felt a pang of injustice on his behalf. Whether he was truly at peace remained uncertain. My sympathy for Old Lee was tempered by the realization of his earlier concealment of the truth from me. Despite our shared predicament, I harbored lingering doubts about what he had yet to disclose. Their decision to fire upon the creatures was fraught with uncertainty, and those among them who were more superstitious had been thoroughly terrified, trembling, and uttering fervent prayers to the heavens. After the monsters had feasted upon the corpse, they seemed to settle down, possibly sated. In recent years, my classmates had developed a fondness for a game called Resident Evil, and it struck me that the individuals Old Lee described bore a striking resemblance to the infected zombies from that game. Nevertheless, Resident Evil lacks the concept of faceless zombies. Moreover, I remained intrigued by the question of how Master Banshin managed to rescue Old Lee and his companions, and according to Old Lee, those faceless beings were ultimately saved as well. The notion of individuals without faces is already difficult to fathom, let alone the idea of retrieving lost faces. Contemplating this, my initial fear began to wane, replaced instead by a burgeoning curiosity about these events. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, Old Lee suddenly inquired, "Luo, do you believe in ghosts?" He seemed to have posed this question before, Yet how could I respond? Although I had begun to question the existence of such entities. My skepticism was merely that suspicion, and many matters do not lend themselves to opinions formed solely from doubt. After he inquired about my thoughts, without waiting for a response, he muttered to himself, I originally did not believe, but now I am convinced. I had no desire to engage in a discussion on this matter. And he seemed to comprehend my reluctance. With a wry smile, Lowly retrieved a package from his backpack and placed it before us. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and I could barely discern a few other small packages within his bag. The contents of those packages were beyond my capacity to ponder. After all, I had traversed a considerable distance to arrive here, and while I had been in good form previously, being in close proximity to the snow line had taken its toll. Enduring the lengthy discourse from Lowly was no small feat once he had organized his belongings. A sudden thought struck him. In a flurry, he hastily gathered his items and dashed towards the back of the house. Although I was on the verge of slumber, Lowly's urgent demeanor jolted me awake, prompting me to spring up and follow closely behind him. He rushed into a small room at the back, which appeared to have once served as a kitchen. In the center of the kitchen lay a rather incongruous stone. Noticing my presence, he beckoned me to help him move the stone. Observing his growing anxiety, I gritted my teeth and, together, we heaved the heavy stone, which must have weighed nearly 300 pounds. As soon as we shifted the stone, a cacophony erupted in my mind. For a pungent smell of blood wafted up from beneath it. The moment the stone was displaced, the overwhelming scent of blood surged forth, accompanied by an ominous sense of danger, and Lowly's expression turned gravely serious. What could possibly lie beneath such a heavy stone that would emit such a strong odor of blood? My thoughts spiraled into chaos as I watched Lowly shine his flashlight into the cavity revealed by the stone. Under the cold, white light, wisps of mist curled up from the opening. After a brief moment, as the mist slightly dissipated, I caught sight of what lay within. If my mind had been in turmoil before, now it was devoid of any coherent thoughts, save for a singular, resounding buzz of confusion. What was this? I questioned Lowly. Is this blood? He shook his head, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. I do not know. However, Master Banjin once mentioned that this place is connected to the blood pool of hell. Should this area turn red, all living creatures surrounding the pool would be doomed. A weight settled in my heart. If Lowly was not deceiving me, then tonight we might encounter unimaginable peril. In an almost imperceptible exchange of glances, Lowly and I reached a silent understanding, and together we lifted the stone, sealing the opening once more. After securing the entrance, Lowly promptly stepped outside to prepare his rifle, while I hastily readied my handgun. In the face of an impending crisis, we instinctively began arming ourselves. And within my heart, I silently vowed that no matter what transpired, should those faceless monsters approach, I would ensure each one met their end with a bullet. Director Wong and a few others awoke for reasons unknown. Fortunately, aside from appearing somewhat listless, they had not transformed into those terrifying figures devoid of white in their eyes. Old Lee readied his rifle and retrieved a package to toss to me. Upon opening it, I discovered it contained a pouch of sulfur powder. After handing me the sulfur, he presented another package of unfamiliar herbal powder and, with a serious gaze, advised, Logistician, if things turn dire, you should flee. The implication was clear. If any danger arose, I was to abandon him and Director Wong, escaping on my own. Yet, could I truly forsake them in such a manner? Though I am but an ordinary individual, incapable of performing extraordinary feats, the thought of retreating in a moment of crisis was utterly inconceivable. After all, I am a man. What do you mean? I refuse to leave any of you behind. Despite the confusion swirling within me, my resolve to stay firm only intensified. This is my nature. While I may be laid back at times, when stirred to action, I exhibit a fearless tenacity. Noticing my unwavering stance, Old Lee shook his head, slinging the rifle over his back with bullets chambered. The lion had slipped out unnoticed, and I fixed my gaze on Old Lee, adopting a countenance of defiance against death. Even though my legs trembled with fear, I summoned the courage befitting a man. Unexpectedly, Old Lee, having gathered his belongings, stated, I meant them. You needn't concern yourself with those individuals. I am going outside to provide cover for you. Outside? The temperature came to mind. It was well below freezing. Perhaps -10 degrees Celsius or more. Though he donned a coat, even clad in fur, venturing out in such conditions would likely lead to frostbite or worse. However, I found myself powerless to stop him. Given the circumstances, if we all remained here and something unforeseen occurred, we would lack even a single ally. Should he venture out? We would have someone to rely on if problems arose, and despite being a technician, Old Lee was adept with firearms and outdoor skills, making his departure a prudent choice. Having deliberated extensively, Old Lee strode purposefully out the door, while Director Wong and his companions remained ensconced in their blankets. Truth be told, my disdain for these bureaucrats had only grown. They lived in comfort, expecting us to cater to them even in such dire straits. behaving as if they were the lords of the establishment. With my decision made, I resolved to disregard them should any trouble arise. I would undoubtedly abandon these individuals without a second thought. As Old Lee pushed open the door and stepped outside, I secured my handgun in its holster. Mindful that such weapons can be perilous should it misfire, the consequences could be dire. Upon seeing Old Lee depart, it seemed Director Wong and the others regained their senses. Hastily surrounding me with inquiries, "Where did Old Lee go? What are you planning?" Irritated, I cast a cold glance at them and replied, "He went out to stand watch. This place is unsafe." Upon hearing this explanation, they appeared somewhat reassured, yet not a single individual displayed even the slightest concern for Old Lee. Witnessing their indifference intensified my agitation, and I felt an overwhelming desire to distance myself from their company. After gathering my belongings, I retreated to the back room. There, my gaze fell upon the stone blocking the entrance, and my restlessness escalated. I paced the room, unable to grasp any semblance of clarity. As the clock inched closer to 7 in the evening, the skies of Tibet had yet to succumb to darkness, yet the light was gradually fading, for reasons unknown. The kitchen had been sealed tightly, rendering the space exceptionally dim. This thought compelled me to seek a brighter atmosphere for my surroundings. After all, prolonged exposure to such a dark and confined environment could lead to a sense of despondency. Resolving to act, I switched on my flashlight and began searching for the location of the previously existing window. To my astonishment, when the beam illuminated the largest wall, I discovered a sizable skull depicted in the stark white light. This skull measured approximately 30 centimeters in size, its artistry crude and haphazard. Clearly the product of a careless hand. Yet beneath the skull, faint inscriptions were barely discernible, imbuing the presence of such imagery with an unusual aura. Driven by curiosity, I boldly approached the mural and the accompanying text. Fortunately, due to my penchant for quality, my flashlight was of high-grade LED, casting a cool white light that rendered the images and words surprisingly clear. The inscriptions appeared somewhat hasty, seemingly scrawled in a rush, and bore a dark crimson hue. I surmised they were likely composed using the red spring water from the hole. The content of the message was straightforward, comprising just 3 sentences. The first warned against moving the stone, the second cautioned against drinking the water, and the third urged immediate departure from the location. Only the final sentence was punctuated, and the letters appeared to have been hastily overwritten, perhaps to enhance their legibility. As I pondered the message, a thought struck me. According to Old Lee, the water from this spring was not always red. If it resembled the color of blood, it would seem unnecessary to issue such a warning, as surely no one would be foolish enough to drink from it. If this hypothesis held true, what substance had the individual used to inscribe these words? Blood? Human blood? The mere contemplation sent a shiver down my spine. What circumstances could compel someone to leave such a message in blood? In the corner of the mural, I noticed a name, Wang Weiqing. The name felt increasingly familiar. Suddenly, I recalled that this Wang Weiqing was indeed the name inscribed on the cement road. My mind, for once, was unusually agile. I seemed to have encountered this name at our main station, specifically within the historical museum. At that moment, Section Chief Wang, perhaps unable to locate me outside, entered the room with his head bowed. Noticing my gaze fixed on the wall, he curiously inquired, "Xiao Luo, what are you looking at?" Suddenly recalling that Chief Wang seemed to oversee station affairs, I thought he might possess some insight, so I casually asked, "Are you familiar with a person named Wang Weiqing?" Startled by the mention of this name, Chief Wang paused, momentarily at a loss. I had to remind him. I recall seeing this name in the station's history museum at the main station, though I cannot quite remember the details. Upon hearing the mention of the history museum, Chief Wang abruptly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I know. It's the 717 incident. He was driving. All 13 individuals in the vehicle perished in a ravine. This happened many years ago. What prompted your inquiry about it?" When he spoke of Wang Weiqing's demise, a chill coursed through me, and I managed a bitter smile as I replied, "He, along with those 13 individuals, likely met their end here." Chief Wang stood there, momentarily stunned by my words. After a long pause, he grasped my arm and shouted, "Don't speak such nonsense. I've seen photographs from the accident scene." I could understand his current emotions. Even if they were oblivious before, they must now sense that something was amiss. Moreover, inexplicably, I felt an unsettling aura in this place, leaving me to wonder if they experienced a similar sensation. However, judging by his demeanor, he must have begun to realize the gravity of the situation. After soothing him for a while, once Chief Wang had calmed down slightly, I pointed to the painting on the wall and revealed, "I suspect this is something he left behind in blood before his death." Chief Wang stood there, lost in thought. After a considerable time, as if mustering great resolve, he finally spoke, "Engineer Luo, please pretend you did not hear what I am about to say." I sensed he was about to divulge something significant, something that could impact his future. Chief Wang took a deep breath and looked at me, articulating each word carefully, "Xiao Luo, I don't know whether you believe in the supernatural, but I must share something with you." 3 years ago, a grave incident occurred. A child's heart was consumed. Hearing the severity of his words, I found myself stifling a laugh. Compared to the extraordinary events we were currently facing, this seemed rather trivial. Moreover, in today's society, such perversions are not entirely implausible. Noticing my incredulous expression, he suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "Do you think it was the work of organ traffickers?" No. The child's heart simply vanished. A living person collapsed suddenly, and by the time he reached the hospital, he was already deceased. Upon autopsy, it was discovered that his heart was missing from his chest cavity, without a single external wound. After Director Wong concluded his account, he stood there, staring intently at me, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at me for a while before finally sighing and saying, "This is a true story. The higher-ups have prohibited us from disseminating this information. However, I have a good relationship with the child's father and am privy to certain details." The forensic doctor was utterly shocked at the time, repeatedly muttering phrases to appease the deity. Later, his father informed me that the child had met his fate after retrieving an offering for the deity from the mountains. I know that the deity is worshipped in the primitive religion of Tibet. Subsequently, it is said that Master Padmasambhava incorporated most of these deities into the Vajrayana tradition. Yet, in certain regions, particularly in Linji, they continue to revere these deities, who are rumored to still possess considerable efficacy. As he finished speaking, Director Wong's demeanor grew even more despondent. He rubbed his hands together anxiously, lamenting, "We must have inadvertently trespassed into the domain of these supernatural beings. What shall we do? What shall we do?" He remains unaware of the transformation that overtakes him each night, and I am reluctant to divulge this information to him. Given the current circumstances, it is prudent to avoid escalating matters. Should he become unhinged due to this incident, my chances of survival would undoubtedly diminish significantly. After lingering there for a while, my thoughts remained disordered. The bizarre occurrences surrounding Director Wong and the apparent secrets held by Old Li left me perplexed. To this day, I have yet to uncover a single clue that could connect all these events. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there must be some underlying link among them. Shifting my perspective, I consider the possibility that all these events are indeed related to the so-called deities. This leads me to conclude that a new recruit inadvertently angered one of the mountain's deities. Unfortunately, this deity appears to possess a rather irritable temperament, having not only dealt with the offending recruit but also extending its wrath to us. This interpretation seems the most plausible at present. Following this line of reasoning, once a deity is provoked, it requires offerings to placate its fury, typically consisting of a live cow or sheep, and must be performed by a Bonpo shaman to be effective. Viewed in this light, it appears that we are indeed trapped in an inescapable predicament. The more I ponder this, the more I sense something amiss. The situation Old Li encountered years ago was tenfold more perilous than our current plight. Yet they ultimately resolved it. Furthermore, the abbot should be a monk rather than a Bonpo shaman. As I contemplated these matters, I found myself before the fire and suddenly heard a sharp crack beneath my feet, as if I had stepped on something fragile. The sound jolted me from my reverie. Looking down, I saw a shattered insect carcass illuminated by the firelight. It appeared relatively large, though I could not discern its exact nature. Switching on my flashlight, I noticed the ground covered in greenish slime, and upon closer inspection, I recognized the insect's form, reminiscent of a creature I had occasionally caught while fishing in my youth. It resembled something called a dragonfly, though I had never heard of such a creature venturing ashore. As I pondered in confusion, a sharp sound suddenly broke the silence, followed by the scolding voice of Officer Liu. "What kind of place is this? How can there be insects crawling about in the dead of winter?" Upon hearing this, my mind finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. How could there possibly be insects at such a frigid temperature, which was well below -10°C outside? I turned my head to see that Section Chief Wong had also realized the gravity of the issue, his face a mask of terror as he looked at me. Yet, what could he do? At this moment, I was not much stronger than them. Despite possessing a handgun, it would prove futile against such creatures. I cast a glance at Section Chief Wong, noting his utter panic, and felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility of organizing our group. Grabbing him, I pointed toward the windowsill, thrust a flashlight into his hands, and instructed, "Go check if those insects are still outside." The moment I asked him to investigate, his complexion turned ashen, and the others began to sense the gravity of the situation. Their attitude clearly indicated that they would heed nothing he said. Wong understood his precarious position and glared resentfully at the others as he accepted the flashlight. As he took it, I chose to disregard their dynamics. Before those insects truly approached, I needed to find a terrain that could offer us a chance at survival. Outside, more and more insects began to appear, and at Wong's urging, the others had no choice but to position themselves by the door and windows, continuously swatting at the encroaching creatures. Time was slipping away, so I moved to the back of the room, where a pile of firewood lay stacked. Old Li must have fetched it from inside, These logs, accumulated over countless years, provided me with a revelation: fire should serve to deter those monstrous insects. However, the question remained: where could I ignite a fire to effectively thwart them? This place was constructed in a hollow, with sheer cliffs behind, dilapidated walls in front, and a 3-story building at its center. The staircase leading to the second floor had been sealed off, and I was uncertain whether those aberrant insects could scale walls. Thus, the options for a defensible location were painfully limited. More crucially, I needed to select a spot that not only allowed for defense but also enabled a potential escape in times of crisis. Despite having wallowed in despair for half a year, I had not completely forgotten what I learned at military school. It was not merely about defense. One must balance offense and defense. Yet, at this moment, I sensed that I would have no opportunity for offense against these insects. My primary concern was merely to preserve my own life. As I navigated past the stack of firewood, I stumbled over an object on the ground, nearly falling flat. Rising and shining the flashlight, I discovered that the object I had tripped over was, astonishingly, a frozen corpse. In truth, I was no stranger to corpses. When I was very young, an explosion involving detonating devices occurred near my home. I must have still been in elementary school at the time, and after the blast, I rushed over to witness the chaos. The aftermath of the explosion was indeed horrific, yet it failed to stir any fear in the small, audacious child I was then. This is a topic I often boast about. Yet at this moment, upon the sudden discovery of a corpse, my initial courage has evaporated. The instant I beheld that hand, I nearly cried out in alarm. It took me a couple of seconds to regain my composure, although my heart raced fiercely. I managed to crawl to the side and picked up the flashlight lying on the ground. When the beam of light illuminated the face of the corpse, I was once again startled to the point of almost dropping the flashlight, for the visage before me was unmistakably that of the faceless being spoken of by old Lee. The very creature that old Lee described as a monster lay lifeless here. My mind whirled with countless thoughts in that fleeting moment. How did this individual come to be here? Old Lee is typically meticulous in his tasks and should not have overlooked searching this area. Yet, the ice surrounding the corpse appeared to be solidified, suggesting it had been here for quite some time. Old Lee had no reason to have missed it. If he was aware of this entity's presence, why did he not inform me? Or perhaps I overlooked something crucial. After much contemplation, I still found no answers. The crunching sound of insects being crushed outside grew increasingly pronounced, and time would not permit me to linger here any longer. Regardless of how this individual arrived, my foremost objective was to find a safe location rather than waste precious moments here. Just as I intended to leave, I caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a trace behind the corpse. This mark resembled the remnants left by some amphibious creature emerging from the water. Strangely, how could such a mark exist at this temperature? At present, the cold was so intense that even a drop of urine would freeze instantly. Doubt crept into my mind, prompting a closer inspection of the body. To my dismay, I discovered 4 bullet holes in its back. I initially wondered if Old Lee had fired the shots, but reconsidering, it seemed unlikely. Old Lee wielded a military rifle renowned for its thunderous report. If he had discharged it, we would certainly have heard it within the confines of the house. Upon further examination, the bullet wounds were not the narrow scars typically left by military ammunition, but rather large, gaping injuries inflicted by slower, lower-velocity bullets. This indicated that, aside from us, another group had been present, armed and dangerous. The realization sent a wave of unease through me. If this were the case, it meant we were not only facing inherent dangers but also the potential threat of another armed human adversary. Before I could fully process this, a strange sound interrupted my thoughts. In the light of the flashlight, I traced the source of the mark to a disturbed concrete manhole cover on the ground. To my horror, several grotesque insects seemed to be feasting on the liquid that had formed the trace. I had already surmised that the watery marks were likely the bodily fluids oozing from the gunshot wounds of the faceless monster, and now, these creatures were unmistakably signaling their intent. They were hungry for flesh. With my scalp tingling, I took a deep breath as an increasing number of grotesque insects crawled out from beneath the cement cover. Some of those that emerged later had even begun to approach the corpse, following the traces left behind. Chief Wang rushed over, and upon seeing me, he practically sprinted towards me as if I were a beacon of hope, exclaiming, "There are too many. Too many." I managed a bitter smile. There were indeed countless creatures ahead, and the ones behind us could hardly be deemed fewer. At that moment, the vile insects had reached the corpse, and their strange sounds grew increasingly louder. I directed my flashlight toward them, and Chief Wang followed the beam with his gaze. We both inhaled sharply in horror, for several of the grotesque insects had already begun to feast upon the lifeless body. We exchanged a glance, then simultaneously dashed in the direction from which Chief Wang had come. Given the dire circumstances, our only option was to flee. To my dismay, As we reached the initial room where we had taken refuge, the remaining few had already succumbed to despair, desperately dragging their belongings toward us. Upon seeing our panicked return, a glimmer of hopelessness flickered in everyone's eyes. We huddled together, bewildered and frantic, surrounded by those terrifying insects. Truly caught between a rock and a hard place, unless we could somehow ascend to the heavens, we were destined to become mere sustenance for these grotesque creatures. Suddenly, an idea struck me. What about the sealed second floor? Surely, it would not be barricaded too securely, and perhaps we could muster a chance to escape upward. In that fleeting moment, I made my decision. The others, already paralyzed by fear, seemed relieved to have someone willing to lead, and they followed me without dissent. Only Chief Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately trailed behind us. As we traversed the area, we crushed numerous of those grotesque insects underfoot. At last, I caught sight of the staircase leading to the side of the building. If we could just get through there, we could reach the upper floors. Behind us, the insects continued to swarm, instilling a sense of dread in all of us. Finally reaching the stairway, I charged ahead, but after only a few steps, I collided violently with an obstruction, causing my head to spin and sending me crashing into the back of Officer Liu, nearly toppling him over as well. Regaining a semblance of awareness, I shone my flashlight at the barrier I had struck. The sight sent a chill through my veins, for we found ourselves confronted by a solid brick wall sealing off the entire corridor. Undeterred, I attempted to break through the infernal wall, but the construction was sturdily built, impervious to my efforts. After several futile attempts, all I achieved was to exacerbate my pain without any progress. Seeing my struggle, Chief Wang shouted from the stairway, "They are coming. Shaluo, can you do it?" At the sound of his voice, an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within me, and I roared in response, "Damn it. Why don't you try breaking it down yourself?" Although I am a mere birdman in my daily life, I rarely engage in conversation. When Chief Wang heard my words, he was momentarily taken aback, seemingly incensed. However, at that moment, I had neither the time nor the energy to concern myself with him. Upon realizing that I had failed to breach the wall, my mind began to race. In my moment of desperation, I suddenly caught sight of several bags containing blankets. It occurred to me that there might still be a few more blankets inside. I thought that if all else failed, I could ignite the blankets to block the hallway, which might buy us some time. As for what would happen once the blankets were consumed, I was too preoccupied to ponder that further. In this dire situation, I was reminded of an old adage, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. At worst, it would merely lead to death. At least I possessed a handgun, which could provide a swift end in a crucial moment. Should Chief Wang and his companions discover my current intentions, I would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. They hesitated for a moment, but soon reacted, ripping apart the blankets with fervor. The quality of military blankets proved robust, and it took considerable effort for a few of them to tear them into smaller strips. I rushed to the front to ignite the cotton, but to my dismay, igniting them brought forth an even greater crisis. As soon as I set the blankets ablaze, an acute sense of alarm surged within me. Since I first encountered those peculiar insects, I had harbored an unsettling feeling, and it was only at this moment that I realized the source of my discomfort. It was the noise made when I crushed them underfoot. No matter the type of insect, it should not produce such a brittle sound akin to shattering glass. The presence of that sound could only indicate two possibilities. Either the insects had desiccated into husks, or their exoskeletons had frozen during their approach. What would occur when a swarm of frozen insects encountered a fire? By the time I comprehended the gravity of the situation, they were already surging madly toward the flames. Illuminated by the flashlight and firelight, at least 100 bizarre insects crawled toward us from multiple directions. If they were to close in, we would undoubtedly become mere insect detritus, returning to nature. Damn it, I was resolved to fight back. Just as I contemplated leaping forth to carve a path to safety, the nearest insects moved even swifter than us, leaping directly into the fire. Yet before they could land, I heard several cracking sounds. They shattered midair into fragments. The fallen carcasses nearly extinguished the already feeble flames. My heart sank as I glanced anxiously at the others beside me. As expected, they were so terrified that they could scarcely speak, their hands trembling with diminished strength as they tore at the blankets. Seeing this, a surge of anger coursed through me, and I shouted, "Damn it! Are you trying to get us all killed? Move faster!" No sooner had I spoken than Chief One emitted a strangled cry, pointing at a certain spot, unable to retract his finger. Following his gaze, I was so startled that my own actions came to an abrupt halt. A massive swarm of bizarre insects came rushing toward us from the direction of the cement cover, thick and relentless. The closest insects, continuously producing that strange brittle sound, shattered into pieces, and the flames appeared ready to be extinguished at any moment. My mind was a chaotic whirlwind, and even the inexplicable courage that had always sustained me seemed to vanish into thin air at that moment. Though I was on the brink of collapse, fate had yet to deal me a decisive blow. for in my moment of terror, I inadvertently stumbled and fell, tripped by a fellow unfortunate soul whose legs were weakened by fear. This fall was of little consequence, but mere feet away from me. A grotesque creature was careening toward my face with alarming glee. Gazing upon it in the flickering firelight sent a shiver down my spine, and instinctively, I began to hurl anything within reach. Alas, there was little to grasp. I flung 2 scraps of cloth, but they failed to impede the monstrous advance. In my frantic state, I seized a handful of objects and cast them away. However, my throw was in vain, for nothing struck its mark and instead fell directly into the flames. At that moment, the nearest creature had already crawled to my feet, and in the firelight, I could discern the frost-like white markings upon its body. My mind was blank, and I could only react instinctively, kicking at the abominations while retreating. And before I knew it, I had inexplicably returned to the crowd. In a frenzy, I grasped a leg, desperate to regain my footing, only to realize, upon a moment of clarity, that it belonged to Chief Wang, who was staring in shock at the scene beyond the fire. Following his gaze, I witnessed an astonishing sight. The horde of grotesque creatures was retreating, and their speed seemed even swifter than when they had approached. What force had driven them back? Before I could ponder for long, the acrid scent of sulfur wafted through the air, reminding me of the pouch of sulfur powder that Old Lee had entrusted to me before our departure. It dawned on me that when I fell, that very pouch had tumbled to the ground, and in my frantic attempts to fend off the creatures, I had inadvertently thrown it. The scent released by the sulfur in the fire was, indeed, the key to their retreat. This realization steadied my trembling heart, for it offered a glimmer of hope. Yet, even with the knowledge that they detested the odor of sulfur, what good would it do? Our remaining supply was far too scant to ensure our escape. Moreover, it seemed that the creatures would not perish from this substance. They merely appeared to be repulsed by its scent. To my astonishment, I was not the only one to have considered sulfur powder as a potential deterrent. The others, too, had grasped the situation, and as soon as the creatures withdrew, they lunged wildly toward the half-full pouch of sulfur. A bitter taste filled my mouth. The uncertainty of our plight had driven them to such madness. If we encountered further peril, I could scarcely fathom what transformation this group might undergo. I made an effort to calm myself, ceasing to dwell on their affairs. Instead, my resolve grew ever stronger. Should I encounter a genuine crisis, I would undoubtedly cast aside thoughts of these individuals at the first opportunity. I am no saint. Nor is this a scripted drama. I am merely an ordinary person. Their fates hold no significance for me. At that moment, as the majority of the sulfur powder had already been seized by them, the acrid scent of sulfur in the air began to diminish. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Indeed, the eerie sound of countless insects crawling once again filled the atmosphere, sending shivers down my spine. Glancing at those individuals, I found none willing to discard their possessions into the fire. Although I felt a surge of anger rising within me, the sight of their faces quelled my fury. Losing my temper with them would ultimately be to my detriment. Stepping back a few paces, I cast a glance at the corridor behind me and suddenly noticed a rusted drainage pipe nearby. Perhaps that could serve as a means of ascent. While I had mentally resolved to climb it, I was acutely aware that in the present circumstances, should I attempt to ascend alone, they would likely pull me down before I could reach the top. Furthermore, even assuming they had not sunk to such depths of depravity, the moment a few individuals crowded onto the pipe, I could not guarantee that this aged conduit could bear the weight of so many. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I realized only a brief moment had passed. I then bellowed, "Line up according to age. We must find a way to the second floor." Initially, I held little hope that anyone would comply, yet to my astonishment, my shout startled them briefly before they hastily organized themselves into a line before me. In retrospect, I understood their psychological state at that moment. They needed a leader. And unbeknownst to me, I had become that figure in their eyes after Old Lee's departure. Not having considered this earlier, I felt a sense of relief at their unexpected compliance and quickly directed them to ascend in succession, with the ever-determined Chief Wang taking the lead. Normally lacking energy, they exhibited remarkable agility in this moment. Despite their cries of alarm, they managed to climb up safely. Naturally, I brought up the rear, and as they reached the top, I could see the monstrous insects re-emerging at the doorway. Without further deliberation, I hastened to follow them up the iron pipe. However, I had not anticipated that the pipe had loosened after several had climbed it. With my backpack on my back, as I ascended, the pipe finally succumbed to the weight, producing a sharp crack. Upon hearing the noise, my heart sank. Indeed, the entire pipe began to give way beneath me. My footing faltered, and instinctively, I reached out, only to find nothing within my grasp. My body lost its balance, and in a misstep, I slipped and fell to the ground. As soon as I touched down, a sharp sound pierced the air. In mere moments, a creature had already made its way into my vicinity. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. Behind me, the relentless scuttling of countless insects began to echo ominously. In a panic, I reached for a nearby iron pipe, only to inadvertently pull it down with excessive force, nearly causing it to crash upon me. Stunned, I realized that the second floor was at least 3.5 meters high, and lacking any skills in specialized climbing. How could I possibly ascend? Was it truly the fate of me, Luo, to meet my end here? Or should I attempt to dash back through the swarm of insects? However, as I turned, my mind was instantly overwhelmed. There were at least 200 or 300 grotesque creatures leisurely advancing toward me. If I charged through, I would surely become their next meal. In that moment of utter despair, my mind was devoid of any desperate thoughts, and I could only watch as those insects drew nearer. Just as my hope dwindled, a burst of flame landed at my feet, and a faint scent of sulfur began to permeate the air. To my astonishment, they had come to my rescue. A tumult of emotion surged within me, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, a backpack strap descended from above. After a struggle, I managed to climb up. But my companions and I were utterly exhausted. Before we could catch our breath, I received unsettling news. The earliest arrival, Chief Wang, had gone missing. Chief Wang missing? I was taken aback. How could this be? The second floor was not expansive, perhaps a mere 100 square meters at most. How could a living person simply vanish? Yet, Chief Wang was indeed unaccounted for. After confirming that the bizarre insects were incapable of scaling walls, I took the lead with a flashlight, beginning a search throughout the entire floor. However, aside from a few locked rooms, the other spaces were entirely vacant, offering no hiding spots. The locked rooms were secured with antiquated padlocks, making it impossible for him to have locked himself in after exiting. Yet, how could a robust individual simply disappear? After a thorough search, my confusion deepened. We had entered through a window on the second floor, and the stairway to the third was obstructed by debris, showing no signs of passage. All other windows were tightly sealed, as if they had never been opened. As we approached the corridor on the opposite side, Lu, one of my colleagues, could no longer contain his curiosity and queried, "Luo, what on earth is happening? What was happening? How could I possibly explain? Should I tell them that we had offended the mountain deity and that it sought retribution?" Squatting on the steps, I lit a cigarette, contemplating how to elucidate the situation. Once they had finished their own smokes, I feigned seriousness and began. The matter is as follows. Before I could complete my explanation, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a face in the window on the other side. Chief Wang missing? I was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? The second floor of this building was scarcely large enough, totaling perhaps a mere 100 square meters. How could a living person simply vanish? A chilling sensation enveloped me as I struggled to comprehend the situation. I was haunted by the unsettling notion that a face seemed to be smiling at us. Suppressing my growing unease, I gestured for my companions to remain silent and boldly ventured forth with a flashlight in hand. Before I could reach my destination, an unfamiliar odor struck my senses. Until that moment, I had been oblivious to a lingering scent of sulfur in the air. But now it was overshadowed by a more potent aroma that invaded my nostrils. It was a faint, rancid smell reminiscent of decaying grease. As I pondered this perplexity, my colleague Lu suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Turning around, I saw him removing a padlock with his hands. It appeared that the lock was not secured. Could it be that Director Wang was inside that room? Before I could fully process this revelation, Lu had already pushed the door open. As the door swung ajar, a more intense odor surged forth, and I instinctively pulled Lu back, positioning myself protectively in front of him, admonishing, "Be cautious." After a moment of silence, during which nothing emerged, I steeled myself and entered, flashlight in hand. To my astonishment, the room was not empty as the others had been. It remained preserved in the state it had been decades ago. Scattered remnants of simple living, books strewn across the floor, and an unkempt bed gave the impression that someone had inhabited this space just the day before, were it not for the thick layer of dust that had accumulated. However, I noticed a disturbing detail. The window was wide open. Could it be that Director Wang had jumped from here? Chapter 014. The appearance of Section Chief Wang. I was contemplating whether to approach when, unexpectedly, Clerk Lu took the initiative and stepped towards the open window. Peering out, he remarked, "He can't be thinking of jumping down from here, can he?" After the fright I received from the earlier encounter, I was on high alert. Thus, when Lu opened the window, an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. Everyone had crowded into the room, their minds clouded with a combination of shock and fatigue. The air at this altitude, exceeding 5,000 meters, was so thin that even a robust individual struggled to catch their breath. It was a feat just to sit down and regain composure, leaving no one concerned with Lu's antics. I, too, was utterly exhausted and sank onto the bed against the wall. As I settled in, my gaze fell upon a striking blue plastic-covered notebook prominently placed on the bedside, seemingly positioned to catch the eye. In those days, such an item was a rarity, especially in this desolate wilderness. I mused silently, reaching for it instinctively. The age of the notebook rendered it fragile and yellowed. With utmost care, I opened its cover, revealing neatly inscribed letters on the first page. Wang Weiqing, Tibet. Wang Weiqing. That name sounded familiar. Wasn't he inscribed on the shards of porcelain we had encountered on the way? How could his notebook be here? The War History Museum also bore his name. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I was abruptly drawn back to reality by Lu's astonished exclamation. I glanced up to see him wiping something off his face, his head craned upwards. Following his gaze, my mind erupted in shock, suspended above the window. Directly over Lu's head was the gruesome visage of Section Chief Wang, his mouth drooling crimson saliva, his eyes rolled back as he stared lifelessly at Lu. To my horror, he even managed a ghastly grin in my direction. Lu, seemingly paralyzed by fear, continued to wipe the saliva from his face, utterly oblivious to the danger looming above him. In a surge of panic, I grabbed a small folding chair from beside the bed and hurled it at Wang's head, striking him squarely. He emitted a strangled cry and recoiled. The chair fell to the ground, and Lu turned back to me in confusion. "Lu, come here quickly," I shouted in terror. "What for?" he asked nonchalantly. "Just hurry," I urged, attempting to rise from the bed to pull him away, but my limbs felt weak and unresponsive, only amplifying my fear. Juan, Section Chief," I stammered, upon hearing me mention Wang. The three others who had been feigning sleep opened their eyes and turned their attention to me. I gestured for them to look at Lu's face. But Xiao Zhou remained indifferent, while the other two seemed genuinely concerned for Lu and approached him. Clearly, they had not seen Wang and felt no fear. Their movements still agile. "Pull him over." I trembled as I spoke. The two men looked at me in confusion, unable to comprehend my terror. "Section Chief Wang," I cried out again, as Wang's head reappeared, his mouth dripping with red saliva, ominously hanging above the window, as if he were attempting to crawl inside. I let out a cry, suddenly fueled by an unknown strength, and rushed forward to drag them toward the center of the room. "What are you doing, Chief Wang?" Xiao Zhou finally lost his composure and asked. "Outside. "Chief Wang, come help me." Xiao Zhou finally reacted and hurriedly assisted in dragging Officer Lu away. I immediately turned and rushed to close the window. At the window, Chief Wang was incessantly trying to squeeze in. I ignored my fear, picked up a small folding chair, and struck him hard on the head. He recoiled slightly, and I swiftly shut the window and bolted it shut. Before I could turn around, Chief Wang pressed against the window again, his ominous gaze penetrating through the glass. Drool slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth and seeping into the window. Just moments ago, my survival instinct had ignited my courage, but now, with the immediate danger momentarily past, the sight of Chief Wang rendered me weak and immobile, unable to escape even an inch from the window. Chief Wang attempted to squeeze in again, but this old-fashioned window had security features, preventing him from entering despite several attempts. He began to crawl back and forth on the window. In that moment, I caught a clear glimpse of what he carried on his back. I collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly speechless. On Chief Wang's back was the faceless, the very creature Old Li had described, the man-eating faceless. Below us swarmed with countless insects. And here was the faceless that devoured the living. It was over. I truly believed I would perish here. I thought in despair. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. It was Officer Lu's voice, and I lacked the strength to turn my head, bewildered by his absurd laughter. Old Lu. Officer Lu. Xiao Zhou and the others called for him. I suspected he had been so overwhelmed by fear that he had lost his sanity. But at that moment, I could hardly care for my own safety, let alone his fate. Something felt off. Xiao Zhou's voice broke through. Officer Lu's face looked strange. I remained fixated on Chief Wang's every move, the faceless occasionally flickering in my vision. The red drool trickling from his mouth had begun to seep into the room. They remained oblivious to Chief Wang's incessant crawling by the window, still concerned about Officer Lu's appearance. Indeed, something was amiss. It seemed as if someone was scrutinizing Officer Lu's face with great caution. Officer Lu continued to laugh incessantly, his tone monotonous and unvarying. "Chief Wang," Xiao Zhou shouted. "Chief Wang." Officer Lu's face is swollen. Swollen? What? His face is swollen. I leaped up, a sense of foreboding washing over me. "Quickly, you all must time up. Hurry, or we will suffer an even worse fate." As I jumped up, they naturally turned their gaze toward me. Upon witnessing Chief Wang's actions, everyone, except for Officer Lu, became pale and frozen in shock. Yet Officer Lu slowly began to approach the window step by step. Tie him up. Tie him up," I stammered, trembling as I reached for the backpack straps. Fortunately, Xiao Zhou snapped back to reality and seized Officer Lu. The official Lu appeared unexpectedly feeble, and with minimal effort, Xiao Zhou and I managed to bind him securely. After completing this task, my undergarments were thoroughly drenched in cold sweat, and I found myself utterly drained, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Xiao Zhou was not faring much better, His complexion had turned ashen, and he remained silent. The other two individuals stood frozen, at a loss as to how to react for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to catch my breath. My mind began to clear slightly, allowing me to swiftly assess the situation. Outside, Director Wang continued his relentless ascent and descent, while inside, Lu's demeanor was suspicious. Both the interior and exterior felt perilous. Taking a moment to survey my surroundings, I noted that the room appeared to have undergone special fortification. There were no gaps, not even a sliver, apart from the windows, and the door had been reinforced as well. This room was decidedly enigmatic. Could its owner be an extraordinary individual? Reflecting on the owner, I recalled the notebook that I had only seen bearing a name. Wang Weicheng. Could he possibly be the proprietor of this room? Would an ordinary communications technician reside in such a place? Chapter 015. Wang Weicheng's Journal in an Ordinary Communication Station. It is inconceivable for an unremarkable individual to receive such privileges. Thus, the proprietor of this room must be anything but ordinary. This thought led me to recall the conspicuous notebook. Perhaps therein lie some answers. The pages of the notebook were fragile and yellowed, crumbling at the slightest pressure. I adjusted the brightness of the spotlight on my head and cautiously perused its contents. March 22nd, sunny. Since my confinement in this room, I have been reduced to merely observing the sun's ascent and descent to gauge the passage of time. I cannot ascertain whether today is indeed the 22nd, though it seems likely. I wonder how the others who are imprisoned fare. My mind remains agile, my thoughts lucid, and I do not feel restless. Could it be that I might escape this ordeal? It seems I can hear the sound of old Chin and the others banging at the door. I am uncertain if their situation is more dire than mine. Perhaps they have forgotten that this is a room specially reinforced by the military. Even if they were to strike their heads against it, the door would sustain no damage. Alas, why should I concern myself with others when my own survival is uncertain? I shall turn to the scriptures for solace. The handwriting in this journal is neat and precise. I have studied graphology, and despite the passage of 1 or 2 decades since these entries were penned, the script reveals the writer's psychological state. He is remarkably lucid and methodical. Aside from an overwhelming sense of despair that permeates the content, I discern nothing amiss. Moreover, it seems he was indeed detained by the military. Enough of such thoughts. I shall continue reading. April 1st, sunny. The weather is fair. Yet I wonder if I can still recall these events with clarity. My mind has begun to blur, often short-circuiting. My entire face feels as if it is expanding infinitely. There are no mirrors in this room, rendering my appearance a mystery. Old Chin and the others wail like specters, day and night. I can only rely on the scriptures to seek a semblance of peace. The handwriting has grown restless, my strokes hesitant and feeble. Clearly, Wang Weicheng's mental state mirrors this turmoil. However, from the entries between the 22nd and April 1st, he has yet to clarify the reason for their imprisonment. They do not seem like criminals. Rather, they resemble isolated victims of a plague. April 5th. I feel an overwhelming urge to burst forth and commit murder. To slay old Chin and those wretched wailers. Wait, why have their screams diminished in intensity over the past few days? They must be dead. Death is preferable. This entry lacks any mention of the weather, and the handwriting has devolved into a scrawl, with merely 2 sentences occupying an entire page. It appears that Wang Weicheng's psyche has unraveled. April 7th, sunny. The water is scarcely palatable, so I resorted to soaking some dried grass of unknown origin found in the room. To my surprise, I felt significantly better today. The frantic feelings have subsided considerably, and my thoughts have regained a modicum of clarity. My eyes seem to have swollen entirely, reduced to mere slits, making it arduous to see. My nose feels similarly swollen, obstructing my ability to breathe, forcing me to rely solely on my mouth for air. Old Chin and the others have fallen silent. They have either fully recovered and been taken away, or they lack the strength and opportunity to utter another sound. Yet, I suspect it is the latter. Life and death are dictated by fate. While I am still able to consciously read, I shall return to my sacred texts. I have also made a note of the weather, my handwriting slightly more legible, yet the evident lack of confidence persists. Nevertheless, it is a significant improvement compared to the entries from the 5th, indicating that Wang Weicheng's condition has somewhat improved. This is quite perplexing. He appeared to be utterly in despair before. How could he possibly recover in such a short span of time? The old Chin and the others, frequently mentioned in his writings, must have been imprisoned alongside him, albeit in separate quarters. Reflecting on this, contrasting it with the tightly secured doors we encountered on our ascent, sent a shiver down my spine. April 8th, sunny. Today, I continue to consume the dried grass steeped in water, my mental state still holding up well. Is this merely a fleeting glimmer of vitality? For several days now, there has been no sign of old Chin or any other living beings. Has this vast, desolate snowy mountain been reduced to just me, a conscious entity aware of its impending demise? My condition relentlessly deteriorates, my eyes barely able to open, my nose rendered useless, leaving me to gasp for air through a gaping mouth, drool soaking my garments. Although the fleeting moments of lucidity allow me to retain some semblance of thought. Unlike the previous days of turmoil, old Sheen and the others are gone, and in just a few days, or perhaps even a heartbeat, it may be my turn. I shall return to the scriptures. April 10th, observing the conditions of recent days, I believe I may have discovered the antidote. Alas, I have deteriorated to a terminal stage. Merely maintaining a flicker of rational thought amidst the chaos is a considerable feat now. I pen the remedy for salvation. I fervently hope such events do not recur, and should they tragically unfold, I wish for a kindred spirit to encounter this desperate account and find a way to rescue themselves and others. As I was contemplating this, a shadow suddenly lunged at me, seizing my notebook and attempting to stuff it into its mouth, reducing it to mere dust in an instant. In a fit of rage, I screamed, raising my eyes to see Lou, the officer, relentlessly shoving the pulverized remnants of my notebook into his mouth. Blinded by fury, I grasped his throat, cursing vehemently. "You wretched fool, spit it out now?" It felt as though I were choking someone else, as Lou displayed no reaction. He continued to cram the fragments into his mouth, while gazing at me with a vacant grin. At that moment, I could have easily killed him. It was evident from Wang Weijing's diary that he had discovered a means to counteract the faceless affliction derived from his own harrowing experiences. In that critical moment, Lou, in his folly, had reduced it to irretrievable fragments, dust that even the most skilled artisan could not recreate. If only he had been a second or two slower, I would have glimpsed the remedy. Frustrated, I tightened my grip on Lou's throat, turning to berate Xiao Zhou and the others. "Are you all dead? After so many years as soldiers, you can't even watch over something so trivial? You might as well be dead." Xiao Zhou and the others were utterly bewildered by my rage. And as I paused to catch my breath, they seized the moment. They finally regained their senses, and it dawned on some that Officer Lou was being choked. Unable to breathe, someone hurried over to intervene. "Get away. Do not interfere. I intend to strangle him." The arrival of others only fueled my fury further. I tightened my grip on Officer Lou's neck. His limbs flailed helplessly, devoid of color. "Logistics officer. Someone is about to die." Some attempted to drag Lou away, while another person seized me from behind and forcefully pried my hands apart. My frustration surged. I genuinely wished to end his life. What would it matter to eliminate just one? Damn, I was on the brink of finding a solution. As I spoke, I lunged forward once more. Xiao Zhou and the others quickly held me back, insisting there were words to be exchanged. "There are things we can discuss, logistics officer." "Discuss? What nonsense?" I struggled, cursing. "If you had only acted a moment sooner, had you paid closer attention to him, we could have halted this. A mere second of restraint from you could have revealed the antidote." "Antidote?" Xiao Zhou and the others exchanged perplexed glances, failing to grasp my meaning. "What antidote?" "The life-saving antidote. Perhaps it could save Section Chief Wang. We were so close. Now, everything is lost." Surrendering my struggle, I slumped onto the ground, despairingly uttering my thoughts. Upon hearing this, they fell silent for a moment, before Xiao Zhou erupted. "Let us kill that bastard." No one held back. Officer Lou was left battered and motionless on the floor. I gazed at them coldly, not wishing to utter a single word. What right did they have to strike Officer Lou? He was clearly restrained by us moments ago. Had they merely kept a watchful eye on him, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps we would all be amicably preparing to descend the mountain and return home now. After the beating, the room was filled with heavy breaths. After all, at such high altitudes, assaulting someone was an exhausting endeavor. I found myself at a loss. In this situation, we were left with only a dead end. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of fearing death. Rather, how we would meet our demise became paramount. The entries in Wang Weijing's journal instilled a profound terror within me. I feared that Section Chief Wang, who roamed the windows outside, might suddenly strike. And that would be my end. I would surely suffer as old Qin and the others did in the journal, wailing day and night, inflicting harm upon myself, only to be tormented to death in the end, with no one to retrieve my body. It was possible that even as our bones decayed, no one would ever know we perished here. Chapter 016. The slaying of the faceless. The brilliance of the searchlight atop my head dimmed slightly. I turned my gaze around, surveying my perilous surroundings. The atmosphere of this room felt increasingly treacherous. A wave of intense panic surged within me. If Comrade Lu's face continued to swell, would he not resemble the faceless creature on the back of Section Chief Wang? If his two companions were to follow suit, I would be utterly doomed. Trembling, I stood and approached the barely conscious Comrade Lu. The sight of his grotesquely swollen visage intensified my dread. Individuals from governmental agencies typically possessed delicate and fair features, yet his skin had abruptly darkened and roughened. I could even sense his pores expanding ominously. If this continued, He would undoubtedly transform into the next section Chief Wang or a faceless entity. In that case, we would all be lost. At that moment, a foul stench of decaying grease, which I had detected upon entering, assailed my nostrils, causing me to startle. Comrade Lu suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of black, devoid of any scara. This manifestation mirrored that of Section Chief Wang from that fateful night. And I was overtaken by terror. Fearing that Comrade Lu might attack me, I hastily leapt back. To my surprise, Comrade Lu showed no interest in me. He stood rigidly in a peculiar manner, as if awaiting some command. My heart raced with a mix of fear and bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. I sought to secure him with ropes once more, yet he remained immobile, his feet planted firmly. The stench of decaying grease grew increasingly potent, churning my stomach in revulsion. As I glanced at Lu, the intensity of the odor seemed to invigorate him, and he began to sway excitedly, gradually inching toward the window. This was dire. It appeared that Section Chief Wang was invoking Comrade Lu with this scent. With no time to spare, I lunged at Comrade Lu, pressing my elbow against his neck. Under normal circumstances, such pressure would render a person immobile, but Lu's strength surged unexpectedly, and he writhed, attempting to overturn me. I struggled to maintain my grip on his neck while tightening the ropes that bound him, but it was futile. I needed additional ropes to secure him fully. "Bring me more ropes," I shouted, disregarding my grievances with Xiao Zhou and the others. It was only then that they finally comprehended the urgency of the situation. Hastily tossing ropes at my feet before recoiling in disgust, pinching their noses. In that chaotic moment, I lacked the energy or inclination to chastise them. The ropes lay tangled at my feet, and I silently grasped one, exerting immense effort to firmly bind Comrade Lu. Once Lu was secured, I straightened up, yearning for a cigarette, as the overpowering stench was unbearable. To my dismay, I searched every pocket but found no cigarettes. Instead, my hand grazed the almost forgotten gun at my waist. With the firearm in my possession, a sense of calm washed over me. Armed, I felt emboldened. If escape proved impossible, I could at least spare myself considerable torment with a single bullet. The commotion caused by Comrade Lu had left me utterly exhausted. Upon grasping the pistol, a surge of courage coursed through me. Without further contemplation, I promptly seated myself beside Officer Lu, inhaling deeply. As I gasped for breath, an unsettling sensation crept upon me, as if a warm entity was pressed against my waist, slowly nudging me forward. Startled, I turned to investigate, only to discover that it was Officer Lu, bound like a dumpling, writhing like a worm, his eyes fixed intently on the window. Following his gaze, I beheld Section Chief Wang, who was standing outside, his attention unwaveringly directed at Lu. In a jolt of panic, I sprang to my feet. Casting a fearful glance at Lu, I attempted to retreat, yet he exhibited no response, continuing to struggle with great effort. The situation was dire. As long as Chief Wang lingered outside, no matter how we restrained him, Lu would relentlessly seek contact with Wang. However, Wang was under the control of the faceless entity. The only resolution lay in eliminating the being on his back. Yet, the prospect of vanquishing it was daunting. Nevertheless, I had no alternative. I swiftly composed myself, scanning the room for any usable items. After a thorough examination, I discerned that aside from the 3 individuals who were still gasping for air and the tangled mass of ropes at my feet, there was little else of utility. I had lost hope in those individuals. The only resource left was the ropes. Long ago, I had witnessed a Tibetan hunter fashion a snare with rope. If any strand ensnared the prey, the remaining strands would tighten instantly, binding it effectively. Out of sheer boredom, I had even practiced this technique. Perhaps it was worth a daring attempt. Resolutely, I picked up the backpack strap they had thrown to me and moved to a corner, somewhat clumsily beginning to tie the snare. Once the snare was fashioned, I rummaged around and discovered a painted iron rod in the corner, ideal for use as a handle. With the snare complete, I gripped the handle tightly and approached Lu, nudging him closer to the window with my foot. Glancing up at Chief Wang, I noted that he remained fixated on Lu, and as Lu inched nearer, Wang seemed increasingly agitated. My heart raced. "Steady yourself." With a sudden surge, I yanked open the window, pushing it outward, then leaped aside, clutching the snare handle tightly, waiting for Wang to lean in. As I flung open the window, Wang was caught off guard and collided with it directly. However, he merely paused briefly before swiftly scuttling about the window, utterly disregarding Lu inside. I had anticipated he would lean in, presenting me the opportunity to ensnare his head, yet his rapid movements thwarted my attempts to capture him. I stood motionless, fixated on Wang as he climbed, awaiting the fleeting moment when he would dart past the center of the window, for only then could I strike. Given his crawling frequency, he passed through the center numerous times. Several times I lunged, only for him to elude me effortlessly, continuing his frantic ascent. In a frenzy, I relentlessly thrust the snare toward the window, relying solely on luck. Suddenly, I felt a weight in my hand. The rope had tightened. Success. As I fixed my gaze, I found that the head of Director Wong was ensnared. He struggled incessantly, his faceless hands now released, flailing wildly while blood-tinged saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. A chill gripped my limbs, and I dared not loosen my grasp, urgently calling for assistance. The arrival of Xiao Shou and the others seemed to further incite Director Wong's fury. He leaned forward, his hand nearly grasping my face. Alarmed, I instinctively drew my weapon and fired wildly in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. My hands trembled, and I lost count of how many shots I had fired before. With a resounding thud, Director Wong collapsed into the room. He fell at my feet, and I quaked, utterly devoid of strength to evade him. This was it. He would surely bite me. Trembling, I aimed my gun at Director Wong, resolute that if he posed any threat to me, regardless of his identity, I would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, after a prolonged silence, Director Wong remained utterly still, summoning my courage. I leaned down for a closer look. The faceless figure lay supine, its neck shattered and head grotesquely slumped to one side. From the severed neck protruded 2 or 3 appendages resembling arthropod limbs, devoid of blood, exuding a viscous substance that oozed forth, releasing an overwhelmingly potent stench of decay. Beneath this horrific sight lay Director Wong himself. My mind buzzed, and my scalp prickled with fear, not from the sight of the severed neck, but from the grotesque entities emerging from the faceless form, an unimaginable horror. I had never encountered such phenomena within a corpse. Furthermore, despite its tattered appearance, the clothing of the faceless figure faintly suggested it was an old military uniform, implying that this individual had once been a soldier. The thought sent a jolt through my heart, and vague connections began to form in my mind, though certainty eluded me. I glanced at the other 3. They were too preoccupied with their own terror to notice me. Cautiously, I squatted down, fighting against the overwhelming nausea and fear, and began to search the faceless figure's clothing. Its garments, decayed beyond recognition, fell to pieces under my touch. Upon removing the outer layers, I discovered a book, a mundane, hand-copied Tibetan Buddhist scripture tucked at its waist. Suppressing my inner excitement, I noticed that they remained oblivious to my actions, and I carefully retrieved the scripture, hastily concealing it within my clothing. Attempting to appear nonchalant, I moved to a corner and sat down. After a while, once everyone had regained their composure, I suggested they assist in removing the faceless figure from Director Wong. Chapter 17. The animal body on Director Wong's back. I had established a semblance of authority in their hearts, rendering my commands somewhat credible, even if they were reluctant to comply. They shuffled over to Director Wong's side. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly retrieved the sacred text I had concealed within my garments. The scripture was inscribed on traditional wolfberry paper, a choice that was hardly surprising. This type of paper is known for its resistance to pests and water, and its durability has made it a favored medium among many Tibetan monks for transcribing scriptures and recording notes for posterity. As I opened the cover and casually flipped through the pages, I was immediately confronted by a dense array of Tibetan characters. My heart sank. I could not decipher a single word, despite having devoted considerable effort to conceal it for so long. I absent-mindedly turned the pages when suddenly, 3 blue-black ink characters leapt into view at the top right corner of the title page. Wang Weiqing. Wang Weiqing. A surge of elation coursed through me. The room belonged to him, the notebook was his, and the scripture was also his. Perhaps he had inscribed a prescription within its pages. I hastily examined the text. But alas, aside from the 3 characters on the title page, there were no other Chinese characters to be found throughout the entire volume. Nonetheless, I had gleaned some valuable information. I now knew that the faceless entity before me was none other than the owner of this room, Wang Weiqing. Speaking of Wang Weiqing, I realized I had not heard any commotion from Xiao Zhou and the others for quite some time. When I glanced up, I found them standing beside Director Wong, pinching their noses, glancing up and down, having accomplished nothing for all this time. I had long since ceased to expect them to be of any assistance. I hid the scripture back in my garments and silently approached. Finding a rag, I wrapped it around my hand and crouched down, preparing to push the faceless body from Director Wong's back. It was merely a corpse. I figured it wouldn't require much effort. Thus, I exerted a push, anticipating that the faceless entity would tumble off Wang's back. To my surprise, it remained steadfastly in place. Could it be that I was too exhausted and lacking strength? I pushed again, this time with greater force, nearly toppling Director Wong, yet the faceless body clung tightly to his back. I was taken aback. What could this mean? Someone come here, I commanded, holding Director Wong in place. You pull the body off his back. Without looking up, I issued the order. No one responded. I lifted my gaze to observe the 3 of them, who were wrinkling their noses in disgust. Their expressions a mixture of shock and fear as they regarded the faceless entity. Did they think I was immune to the putrid odor emanating from it? Was I not human? Did I not feel revulsion or fear? You. I pointed at Xiao Zhou. Help me. Reluctantly, he approached. I firmly grasped Director Wang's shoulder and urged Xiao Zhou to pull on the faceless entity's shoulder. The head of the body drooped to one side, and a viscous substance continued to ooze from the broken neck. Xiao Zhou, seemingly paralyzed by terror, did not heed my instructions, opting instead to tug at the feet of the faceless body. As he began to pull, the body remained unmoved. I increased my grip, and Xiao Zhou appeared to muster more strength as well. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound. After a faint sound reminiscent of flesh being torn apart, the faceless entity finally shifted downward slightly. Immediately following this, the previously silent Chief Wang suddenly let out a howl akin to a slaughtered pig. His limbs flailed wildly as he struggled desperately, filled with pain. Startled by this unexpected cry, I stumbled backward in fear. Before I could regain my composure and rise, Chief Wang painfully called out to me, "Luo, technician." I dared not breathe, trembling uncontrollably, hesitant to approach or respond, uncertain whether he was alive or a ghost. The searchlights all converged on Chief Wang, myself included. I watched as he exerted great effort to turn his body, but with the slightest movement, he unleashed another piercing scream. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across my skin. After the wailing subsided, he weakly cried out again, "Luo, technician." My legs quaked, my teeth chattered, and I remained silent, unable to utter a word. Moments later, I heard him say, I am Chief Wang." Each word seemed to be uttered with immense agony. Upon hearing him declare his identity, I felt a slight sense of relief. At least it indicated he was still conscious, not something else entirely. I made an effort to steady my voice, trembling as I asked, "Chief Wang? I am Luo, the technician." Hearing my response seemed to bring him some joy, though he still could not turn over. He spoke softly yet retained an air of authority. Something has grown on my back. Please tear it off for me." Something has grown? Could it be that the faceless entity had attached itself to him? Compelled by curiosity, I stepped closer to inspect his back. There, just below his neck, I noticed a black, arthropod-like appendage oozing thin, needle-like blood. Looking at the faceless entity, I saw a similar protrusion at its neck, but it was oozing a viscous substance instead of blood. Could it be? I dared not ponder further, glancing at Xiao Zhou and the others, who looked at me with fear, awaiting my decision. After all, this was a matter of life and death. I gritted my teeth, striving to quell my trembling, and then ordered, "Two of you, hold down Chief Wang. The others must pull the faceless entity off with all your might." I cautiously approached Chief Wang, and they followed suit. I crouched down, turning my face aside, gritting my teeth as I firmly pressed down on Chief Wang's left shoulder, while Xiao Zhou held his right. The other two, equally apprehensive, dared not touch the head of the faceless entity, each gripping a leg tightly. "I've secured him. You all pull together," I instructed. The strength of 4 men proved formidable. As soon as my words fell, they pulled back with all their might, and the faceless entity immediately rolled aside. With the burden lifted from his back, Chief Wang began to roll on the ground, howling in agony. I quickly retreated to the corner, watching in terror as he rolled from one side of the room to the other, then towards the faceless entity, colliding with Clerk Lu. Lu, struck by the impact, seemed to awaken as well, joining in the wailing. I dared not make a sound, my palms clammy with sweat as I trembled, reaching for the pistol at my waist. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until finally, Section Chief Wang lay still, motionless, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did I dare to take a deep breath. However, scarcely had I inhaled twice when I heard Secretary Lu's desperate cries for help, pleading, "Who bound me? Help! Help!" He struggled helplessly against his restraints. I was utterly petrified by the surreal scene before me, my senses dulled. I gripped my pistol tightly and approached Lu, bending down to scrutinize his eyes under the beam of the spotlight. The contrast of black and white revealed a profound inner turmoil. He appeared to be a normal person, so I reached out and untied the ropes that bound him. Subsequently, I made my way back to Section Chief Wang, who remained motionless on the ground, still lying with his back facing upward. Scattered across his back were 7 or 8 grotesque appendages resembling those of some wild creature, oozing a thin stream of blood akin to needles. His clothing was pierced, exposing the unusually crimson muscles beneath. After surveying Wang, I turned my gaze to the faceless figure. It lay supine on the ground, seemingly devoid of vitality. Its features were so distorted that I could not discern its facial characteristics, leaving only an enormous, gaping mouth devoid of any color. The skin appeared desiccated, as if it had been wind-dried. The wounds on its body no longer exuded oil, and the pungent odor had diminished somewhat, though numbed by the horror. I lacked the courage to turn it over and inspect whether its back bore the same ghastly condition as Wang's. After witnessing this, I sat down in a daze, yearning for a cigarette. Just as I searched my person in vain, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the corridor, shaking the very foundations of the room. Chapter 018, The Japanese expedition team, the cacophony of voices and the sound of boots striking the ground filled the air, soon followed by the thunderous banging on the door. The resounding thuds of the iron gate hitting the ground echoed ominously. Could it be that after the faceless terror, we were to encounter terrorists again? There was no time for contemplation. The banging was about to reach our room. I swiftly turned, took my position, drew my handgun, and disengaged the safety, aiming it at the doorframe. In mere seconds, before I could alert the others to be on guard, the door was violently pushed down, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the room, and blinding light flooded in, making it difficult for my eyes to adjust. A group of individuals surged into the space. "Who goes there? Don't move, or I will fire," I shouted, trembling with fear, my hand quaking as I directed the gun toward the intruders. Upon sighting the weapon, they halted immediately. My body trembled uncontrollably. The risk of accidentally discharging my firearm was palpable. The leader of the group, a man gesturing animatedly, shouted at me, but unfortunately, I could not comprehend his words. It appeared he was the ringleader. I aimed my gun at him again, striving to maintain a semblance of calm, though it was evident to all that my hand was shaking violently. "Get out. Leave." The man showed no intention of retreating, perhaps fearing that such an action would provoke me further. This time, his voice softened, and he muttered a long string of words that I could not decipher. Initially, I had no intention of firing, but after his incessant chatter, my patience had worn thin. The faceless terror had already depleted much of my rationality. "Leave." I began to aim my weapon at the incessantly chattering individual. Seeing that I was genuinely prepared to pull the trigger, he shouted, Don't. Friends." Friends, he retreated as he spoke, and I distinctly grasped those two words, understanding his plea. He urged me not to shoot, claiming they were allies. "Leave." I replied coldly, uttering only that word as I began to push them out of the room with my gun. Friends? While they were attempting to breach the premises downstairs with explosives, they dared to assert that they were my friends. I would be a fool to believe such a claim. The group began to slowly back away, exchanging glances, seemingly plotting to seize my weapon and neutralize the threat I posed. Though anxiety coursed through me, I was no fool. I observed their every move closely. Should they dare to make a move, I would not hesitate to fire. Just as the stalemate lingered, suddenly, a woman hurriedly pushed through the group, rushing into the room. She anxiously called out to me, speaking what seemed to be Tibetan, but alas, I could not comprehend. "Don't shoot. They are friends," she implored. Noticing my lack of response, she switched to standard Mandarin, covered in dust and with a look of desperation. She feared that I might inadvertently cause an accidental discharge of my firearm. "They are from the Japanese medical expedition team," she continued. As the standoff persisted, I endeavored to calm myself. However, I remained skeptical of the woman's claims. Could a mere medical expedition team possess explosive devices? The sounds alone indicated that they were undoubtedly military grade. Humph. I let out a cold laugh, clearly expressing my disbelief. "I am Chinese, a Tibetan, trust me," the woman hurriedly explained. Upon hearing she was Tibetan, I felt a slight sense of relief and glanced at her. Though she was dirty and disheveled, it was evident she possessed the distinctive features of a Tibetan: thick eyebrows, large eyes, and high cheekbones. I coldly inquired, "Then why did you smash the door without a word? What was that explosion downstairs?" Realizing my question indicated a turning point, the woman quickly responded, "It's like this. They didn't mean to. Please put down your gun and let them in." "No, they cannot enter. Who knows who you are?" As I spoke, Xiaozhou approached and stood beside me, trembling visibly. The tension escalated once again as I impatiently awaited her explanation. "My name is Sailing Yangzum," she said, glancing at me before looking back at Xiaozhou. "You can call me Yangzum. I am the lead translator for them," she said, pointing to the Japanese individuals behind her. "They are members of a Japanese medical expedition who lost their way at night and inadvertently entered this building, downstairs." Her voice trembled as she continued. "There are many strange insects swarming the entire floor below. Out of curiosity, they used a flamethrower to eliminate those insects and intended to come upstairs, but unfortunately, the staircase was entirely blocked, which compelled them to resort to explosives." "And the door? How do you explain the door?" I aimed my gun at the person who had previously shouted at me. "They were unaware that you were here, thinking every room was filled with those strange insects." After saying this, Sailing Yangzum nervously watched me, awaiting my response. I considered her words, finding no apparent flaws. They seemed sincere. Consequently, I lowered my gun and turned to find a place to sit, signaling my tacit approval for their entrance. They immediately surged inside. Sailing Yangzum uttered something in Japanese, and the group dispersed, casually taking seats around the room. To my amusement, the fool who had gestured at me earlier, switching between English and Chinese, headed towards the area where the faceless corpse was displayed, seemingly prepared to sit down. I watched with Schadenfreude, anticipating his terror. Indeed, As soon as he approached, he let out a loud scream. However, rather than fleeing in fear, he crouched down and continued to scream, reaching out to examine the faceless body, all the while pounding his chest and wailing. This was quite peculiar. What did this signify? Before I could ponder further, the remaining 4 Japanese individuals and Sailing Yangzum gathered around, and soon the rest joined in the chest pounding and wailing. Could it be that they recognized Wang Weicheng? Yangzum. I raised my voice, questioning her. What are they making such a ruckus about? It sounds as if they are mourning their dead. We have patients here who need to rest. Sailing Yangzum glanced at me without responding, continuing to fixate on the faceless corpse. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me as I witnessed a woman showing interest in a corpse, and I averted my face, choosing to ignore them entirely. After a while, when I no longer heard the anguished cries of that group, I turned my face back to observe them. They were engrossed in a hushed discussion, speaking entirely in Japanese, a language I could not comprehend. After a prolonged murmuring, Sailing Yang and the Japanese man who had urged me not to fire approached me. I remained seated on the ground, immobile, ignoring their presence. The Japanese man, straining to communicate in halting Chinese, inquired, "Sir, what is your esteemed surname?" I glanced up at him lazily and replied, "Luo. Luo Jun." The young Japanese man mustered a faint smile, extending his hand in an attempt to shake mine. I feigned ignorance, turning to Sailing Yang and asked, "What does this little Japanese want?" I never concealed my disdain for the Japanese. Perhaps the term little Japanese was too abrasive, as Sailing Yang smiled awkwardly before translating my words to him. The young man murmured a few phrases in response. Sailing Yang informed me that this individual was Yamamoto Mizuho, the leader of the expedition team, and they had discovered a crystal black scorpion within the faceless corpse. Seeking my assistance. Crystal black scorpion? I was taken aback, struggling to grasp their meaning. As I spoke, my mind raced. Could it be that within the faceless head and on the back of Section Chief Wang, there existed appendages resembling those of the black arthropod they referred to as the crystal black scorpion? Upon this revelation, it indeed struck me that they bore a resemblance to scorpion legs. The thought of Section Chief Wang's condition alongside the faceless entity sent a chill down my spine. Yamamoto conferred with Sailing Yang for a moment before she turned to me with an even more radiant smile, saying, "Mr. Luo? Yamamoto wishes to know if you have ever encountered a living host of the crystal black scorpion or seen any living specimens in the vicinity." I had no desire to engage with them. None of the Japanese were free of ulterior motives. Although I was undeniably curious about the so-called crystal black scorpion, I had no intention of consulting these individuals, let alone discussing matters amicably. "I do not know," I curtly replied. The two resumed their murmuring, after which Sailing Yang smiled at me even more brightly, stating, "Mr. Luo? Yamamoto says that if you know where to find a living crystal black scorpion and are willing to share that information, he is prepared to make a trade." Revealing the secrets surrounding the crystal black scorpion. Chapter 19. Behind secrets lie more secrets. I have never been particularly curious about secrets unless they bear significant relevance to my own affairs. The so-called crystal black scorpion, aside from instilling profound fear within me, seemed to have no connection to my life. Thus, I coldly retorted without raising my head, "Secrets? What secrets? Do they concern me?" My demeanor was one of complete non-cooperation, and as I spoke, I casually toyed with my firearm, aiming to dissuade any rash actions on their part. After all, my gun is unforgiving. Perhaps my aura of menace was a tad overwhelming, for both Yang and the Japanese man fell silent, refraining from further bothering me. After a while, a figure squatted before me. It was Yamamoto, who, in stilted Mandarin, uttered, "Luo Jun, you harbor unfounded hostility towards us. Am I expected to roll out the red carpet for a little Japanese?" I thought to myself, then raised my gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a square face, a small mustache, thick eyebrows, and eyes as deep as an abyss, obscuring any hint of emotion, clad in a dull yellow uniform, with leather boots on his feet. As I assessed him, I internally noted, his appearance is unremarkable, save for his excessively profound eyes which reveal a sinister nature. However, those leather boots appeared to be of decent quality. No one can withstand such thorough examination, and Yamamoto, clearly uncomfortable under my gaze, awkwardly attempted to project sincerity. "Luo Jun, I shall first reveal to you the secret of the crystal black scorpion as a gesture of my goodwill. Please, do not harbor enmity towards us. We can be of great cooperation." His peculiar accent and halting Mandarin were quite jarring to my ears. I lifted my gaze to Yang and said, "If he has something to convey, you may tell me directly." Yang translated my words for Yamamoto, and they resumed their whispered conversation. Eventually, Yang informed me that the crystal black scorpion is a parasitic creature capable of infiltrating the human brain, gradually consuming it and transforming individuals into mindless, soulless husks under its control. While this organism is terrifying, it bears astonishing scientific value, as its secretions possess the ability to treat strokes and halt the spread of cancer cells. However, most importantly, only living crystal black scorpions hold any utility. In conclusion, Zhuoma Yangjin added, "This is a boon for all humanity, not just for Japan. It appeared that if I chose not to cooperate with them, I would be disregarding the suffering of all humankind." Very well. I holstered my weapon, casting a serious glance at Zhuoma Yangjin and then at Yamamoto. I stated emphatically, "I have seen both the living crystal black scorpion and what you refer to as a toast." Both of them could not suppress their expressions of delight, eagerly awaiting my next words. The thought of the only living crystal black scorpion that once existed in this world, which had caused the Japanese such heartache, being shattered into pieces by my bullet filled me with glee. Struggling to contain my laughter, I instead adopted a facade of sorrow and gazed mournfully at the decapitated figure, saying, "That is the one. No need to look." Their faces must have been utterly ghastly at that moment. In a moment of feigned anguish, I clasped my head with both hands, obscuring my face, while secretly indulging in a smirk. I paid little heed to any purported medicinal value. This creature was so terrifying that its use in medicine might well transform a person into a faceless entity. Moreover, should I truly place my trust in the assertions of the Japanese? Yet, despite my inward amusement, I remained perplexed as to why they incessantly inquired if I had encountered other living crystal black scorpions. Their tone suggested that such malevolent beings were not singular in existence. Even if they possessed some therapeutic merit, it appeared that they could only manifest such wickedness upon invading the human mind. Saving lives could equate to endangering them, could it not? Furthermore, their uniforms struck me as vaguely familiar, though I could not recall where I had seen them before. After much contemplation, I failed to clarify my thoughts. Amidst my frustration, the insufferable Japanese individual approached me yet again, inquiring, "Luo Jun, would you mind if we were to take the corpse of the crystal black scorpion's host?" Of course, his words did not flow as smoothly. Take the corpse? Initially, I thought I had misheard. Was it not only the living crystal black scorpions that held any value? The body had long been reduced to a state of grotesque disarray, its head shattered and neck severed. How could they possibly wish to transport such a repulsive specimen back to Japan? My mind raced through countless thoughts, yet none provided a reasonable explanation. It was evident that the Japanese harbored ulterior motives, although I understand your urgent need for it in your research. You must recognize that our Chinese culture has always emphasized the importance of burying the deceased for peace. He, like myself, was a soldier in military attire, morally and emotionally. I have no justification to allow my compatriot to remain in a foreign land after death, deprived of tranquility. I gazed earnestly at Yamamoto as I spoke. After I finished, Zhuoma Yangjin translated my words, addressing Yamamoto with equal sincerity. After a brief interval, Yamamoto, with a somber expression, shook his head and instructed Zhuoma Yangjin to convey his respect for our customs and my decision. Some time later, he sent Yangjin to ask me, "Might we implore you, considering the distance we travel to Tibet, and for the sake of countless cancer patients in desperate need of treatment, to permit us to extract the crystal black scorpion from the corpse?" Such lofty rhetoric left me at a loss for how to refuse. I remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Instantly, their faces brightened with joy, and they whispered in celebration, gathering around the faceless figure, seemingly oblivious to the overpowering stench it emitted. What astonished me further was their production of sharp instruments resembling surgical knives, which appeared to be pre-prepared. They cautiously began to incise the decayed scalp and peel back the skin, seemingly intent on extracting a complete crystal black scorpion. A wave of nausea washed over me, compelling me to turn away, unwilling to witness the spectacle any longer. Though repulsed by their actions, a vague sense of unease lingered in my mind, prompting me to glance back at their proceedings. Their earlier exuberance suggested that the matter was far more complex than they had portrayed. Moreover, I have finally recalled where I encountered individuals clad in similar attire. The faceless one devoured by the insects below was dressed in the same manner. If they are indeed affiliated with that unfortunate faceless entity, it implies that they have at least visited this place, and at least one member has had a direct confrontation with the so-called crystal black scorpion. However, their recent inquiries were tinged with a tone of ignorance regarding a companion succumbing to infection. It appears that the situation is far more complex than mere medical research. Chapter 20. The little devils want to join us in pursuing the deserter. The Japanese were meticulously extracting the crystal black scorpions from Wang Weiqing's lifeless body. I could distinctly hear the sharp blades scraping against his scalp and back. This night felt interminably long. Listening to those sounds, memories of past encounters replayed in my mind, rendering sleep utterly elusive. At long last, dawn arrived, and the Japanese had finally removed the shattered remnants of the crystal black scorpions, leaving Wang Weiqing's corpse in a state of utter desecration. Throughout the ordeal, I refrained from casting a glance at them, fearing that a mere look would ignite an uncontrollable urge to eliminate them all with a single shot. These Japanese had toiled throughout the night, yet showed no signs of fatigue. As daylight broke, they regarded me with predatory eyes, as if anticipating that I might attempt a hasty escape. I had no desire to engage them in conversation. Instead, I ignored their presence, stepping over the sprawled bodies on the ground to reach Section Chief Wang's side. I sought to ascertain whether he had awakened and whether we would continue our pursuit of the deserter or retreat homeward. Such decisions rested solely with him. He remained face down, his tattered clothing revealing less crimson muscle than the previous night. Section Chief Wang, I tentatively called out in a whisper. After a prolonged silence, I wondered in alarm if he had passed away. Hastily, I reached out to turn his face, preparing to check for signs of life. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on me as I was about to place my hand beneath his nose. Luo? He spoke first, his voice exceedingly weak. I was taken aback by his unexpected response, yet I did not rush to reply. I first examined his eyes for any irregularities, then scrutinized his face for swelling, and finally glanced at his mouth, which appeared free of blood or saliva. Well, perhaps he was indeed normal. Then I inquired, Section Chief Wang, how do you feel? He weakly shook his head, indicating he was fine. Since he was unharmed, I decided to be direct and asked him what our next course of action would be. Frustratingly, Section Chief Wang admitted that he was uncertain, as he still felt excruciating pain in his back, yet could not pursue the deserter. As a leader, if he had no plan, what could a mere technical officer like me propose? Moreover, even if tasked with making decisions, I had no idea how to handle him or Officer Liu. Speaking of Officer Liu, I nearly forgot to check on his condition. As I approached his direction, I passed in front of the Japanese, who were whispering among themselves, but I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Fortunately, Officer Liu's condition was better than that of Section Chief Wang. Upon seeing me, he even greeted me. Engineer Luo. I meticulously checked for any signs of abnormality and, confirming that apart from his considerable weakness, everything else seemed normal, I felt utterly fatigued. I retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits to replenish my energy. Just as I opened my backpack, Droma Yangjing approached me again. Though she endeavored to smile, it did little to conceal the fatigue etched across her face. Mr. Luo, Yamamoto-kun said he could help extract the scorpion stinger from that gentleman's back, she informed me. Oh, then please do, I replied, utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to ponder why they had suddenly become so benevolent. However, Droma Yangjing appeared quite hesitant, lingering in front of me unwilling to depart. What is the matter? Eventually, I retrieved a biscuit, unwrapping it while casually inquiring. Just now, Yamamoto-kun expressed interest in your discussion regarding the deserter's peculiar condition from a medical perspective. It was evident that Droma Yangjing was striving to employ gentle phrasing. Should they assist in removing the scorpion's leg from that gentleman's back? Yamamoto-kun hoped you would acquiesce to their request for collaboration in locating the deserter. My nerves tensed once more. Why was this Japanese individual so intrigued by a Chinese deserter? What did medical perspective entail? Let us not forget, this was a matter of China's internal affairs. I emphasized the term internal affairs repeatedly. Moreover, the insufferable Japanese were leveraging Director Wang's injury to negotiate with me, which I found exceedingly distasteful. Upon hearing me elevate this matter to the realm of international diplomacy, Droma Yangjing appeared momentarily taken aback. I felt displeased with her lack of stance in translating for the Japanese, thus I regarded her coldly, awaiting her excuse to respond. After a brief pause, Droma Yangjing seemingly resolved to say, because you mentioned that the deserter's footprints were consistently neat during his escape, and you have pursued him thus far, coupled with the fact that others have been infected by the crystal black scorpion, I have every reason to believe that the deserter too has succumbed to the invasion of the crystal black scorpion. She referred to me, not as we or they, which seemed rather peculiar. You believe? I elongated my tone in inquiry. No, I misspoke. It was Yamamoto-kun and his companions who suggested that. I know nothing. Droma Yangjing hastily clarified, her demeanor exceedingly uncomfortable. Since she was evidently intent on concealing something, I lacked the inclination to pursue the matter further. Instead, directing her to consult Director Wang. He is now conscious. I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. You should ask him. Droma Yangjing did not seek out Director Wang. Instead, she directly stated, if you do not agree to Yamamoto-kun and his group assisting in the search for the deserter, then Yamamoto-kun wishes you to understand his reluctance to intervene, as experts in Japan are urgently pressuring them to bring the crystal black scorpion back to their homeland. A blatant threat, yet sadly, I was not swayed by such tactics. I snorted dismissively, choosing silence as I focused on my biscuit. It was, however, Director Wang who took up the conversation. All right, let them retrieve the object from my back first. The pain is excruciating. It feels akin to something growing painfully into my flesh, he lamented, unable to suppress his groans. It seemed that now he was free from the influence of the faceless entity and had regained his self-awareness, hence the unbearable pain. Zhuoma Yanjin promptly approached and reiterated those words to Director Wang, who, unable to withstand the pain, quickly acquiesced. Only then did Zhuoma Yanjin return to report to the Japanese. Subsequently, Yamamoto and a diminutive yet sturdy individual approached Director Wang bearing the tools used to extract the crystal black scorpion from the previous night. I observed their every action with a cold gaze, simultaneously detesting the opportunism of the Japanese and lamenting the lack of resolve in Captain Wang. Was it not merely pain? A moment of endurance would suffice until we reached the base, upon returning to the battalion. Would we not find capable hands within our esteemed military district to tend to our wounds? As Yamamoto busied himself, he engaged Captain Wang in a clumsy attempt at camaraderie, utilizing his rudimentary Chinese. With each scorpion stinger extracted, the increasingly anguished cries of Captain Wang pierced my ears. I yearned to stride over and deliver a sharp slap to silence him. His lamentations were tarnishing the dignity of the Chinese soldiers before that pack of little devils. Finally, Captain Wang ceased his wailing, granting me a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, this peace was short-lived, as Xiao Luo's voice had regained its strength. No longer as frail as before, I approached slowly, inquiring, "What is it?" I had resolved. A deserter cannot be overlooked. Yamamoto asserted that if we could locate the deserter, there was hope for full recovery of my injuries. Should I descend the mountain now, I would be left with severe aftereffects. Captain Wang, though breathless, spoke with unwavering determination, insisting that I remain with him and join Yamamoto and the others in the continued search for the deserter. The others were to return to the base. Surely, he could venture forth alone, but why must he drag me along? Moreover, for a faceless corpse, those monsters had shown such cruelty in skinning and dismembering. What horrors would they inflict on a living deserter, should the black scorpion truly have invaded his mind? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. No, I shall not go. I cast a glance at Captain Wang, turned on my heel, and walked away, utterly disregarding him. Chapter 021. Accompanying the enemy stop. Director Wang's commanding voice echoed behind me, a military order indeed. I was skeptical of how he could muster such strength to speak, given his earlier frailty. Turning my head, I cast a disdainful glance in his direction, yet I remained silent and simply turned to sit down elsewhere. I, as a lieutenant colonel, command you to accompany me in the search for that deserter. Director Wang struggled to approach me, his expression predominantly pleading, lacking the authoritative tone one would expect. I regarded him with curiosity, finally realizing, he genuinely seeks my company, yet hesitates to soften his tone for fear of losing face in front of the bureaucratic hierarchy. Damn it, I had endured enough turmoil and had no intention of courting death. Whether he lived or died was of no concern to me. With a cold snort, I continued to ignore him. You still haven't found Oldley. When a hard approach failed, Director Wang attempted a softer tactic to persuade me. Naturally, Oldley knew to return to the base. He was a seasoned soldier, and I had no need to worry. Nevertheless, my heart was heavy with concern. Why had he not returned after all this time? Director Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, unprepared for my blatant disregard. In the midst of our stalemate, Zhuoma Yangjin approached and asked, "Mr. Luo, may I have a word with you?" As she spoke, she glanced at me before subtly inquiring if it was permissible for me to step aside momentarily. Director Wang nonchalantly nodded his assent. I found it rather amusing. This Wang truly fancied himself in a position of authority. I remained motionless, showing no intention of rising to converse with Zhuoma Yangjin. "Mr. Luo." Zhuoma Yangjin crouched down, looking at me earnestly. "Trust me, I will only take half a minute of your time. After you hear me out, you can make your decision." At that moment, a slant of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on her face, revealing an enchanting hue. My heart stirred, and I nodded. Rising to follow her to a secluded corner of the room, Zhuoma Yangjin leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "Mr. Luo, you must go. Otherwise, the Japanese will seize every opportunity, and Director Wang is of no use. He has been gravely wounded." "Good opportunities?" I whispered back. "Are you referring to the medicinal properties of the crystal black scorpion?" "No, there is a greater conspiracy at play. I have followed them as a translator, and from their fragmented conversations, I sense something ominous. You must believe me. Do you think it is worth their while to travel all the way from Japan to Tibet merely for medicinal crystal black scorpions? Why would they be interested in a deserter like you? Don't you find it strange? If they uncover something monumental, do you truly believe that a frail woman and an injured Director Wang could thwart the Japanese?" At that point, Zhuoma Yangjin paused, her words striking with precision. Indeed, I could remain indifferent to Director Wang's fate, but if the Japanese were orchestrating a grand scheme here, I could not afford to turn a blind eye. After a moment's contemplation, I nodded in agreement. Very well. Zhuoma Yangjin chose not to elaborate further and turned to accompany me back to Chief Wang's side. All right. I must say, I fixed my gaze on Chief Wang, articulating each word. Chief Wang smiled benignly at me, laboriously commenting, "Now, this is what I call an obedient comrade." His words repulsed me to the point of nausea. I shot him a glance but remained silent. "By the way, Liu, the officer, is also accompanying us," he added. "Liu is going too." I glanced at Liu, who, upon noticing my stare, quickly nodded and smiled in affirmation. What is his purpose for going? Could it be that, having previously been infected, he fears lingering repercussions? Yet, I couldn't be bothered to inquire. If he wished to go, so be it. As long as he wouldn't wail for help later. Xiao and the others were already terrified. Upon hearing that they would not be joining us, they hurried over to seek permission from both Chief Wang and me to descend the mountain. After their departure, we rested for an entire day, and only the following morning did we set off once more. To be honest, I was unsure of how to search for the deserter, while the Japanese seemed to possess considerable experience. Before we departed, they instructed Zhuoma Yangjin to inform us that the deserter was likely nearby and wouldn't have ventured far, assuring us that we simply needed to follow their lead, without concern for anything else for the time being. Faced with the Japanese taking the initiative, I found myself increasingly convinced of Zhuoma Yangjin's suspicions that the Japanese harbored ulterior motives. However, the Japanese themselves did not acknowledge this. As soon as we stepped outside, Yamamoto disregarded Zhuoma Yangjin and began to engage me in broken Chinese, stating, "Luojun, our Yamato nation, great friendship, helping you find the deserter," implying that I should be grateful. I pretended not to comprehend his Chinese, gazing at him with feigned confusion, prompting him to gesture fervently and intersperse his speech with English in an attempt to clarify. I had no intention of entertaining him. Did he presume everyone else was a fool who would believe his intentions were genuinely benevolent? After departing from the dilapidated communication station, I observed Yamamoto and his group produce a satellite navigation device, followed by a laptop, and finally, a meticulously crafted map. Clearly, they had come prepared. Once they unveiled these items, they immediately formed a huddle, chattering among themselves. I, Zhuoma Yangjin, along with Chief Wang and Officer Liu, found ourselves automatically excluded from their circle. After a brief discussion, Yamamoto approached us, directing our path northwest, claiming that it would be easier to find the deserter from that direction. Chief Wang and Officer Liu, of course, agreed eagerly, and I had no objections. For the initial 5 miles, we ascended continuously, gaining altitude with each step, and I gradually found it increasingly difficult to breathe, lagging behind the group. Meanwhile, Chief Wang and Officer Liu appeared wholly unscathed, exhibiting enough energy to engage in lively conversation with the Japanese. Before long, I noticed Zhuoma Yangjin also falling behind. She was moving exceedingly slowly. I hastened my pace to catch up. "Are you all right?" I asked, slightly out of breath. "Not really. I noticed you were struggling, so I intentionally lagged behind to keep you company," she replied, a playful smile gracing her face. I was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this side of her, which caused a slight flush to rise to my cheeks as I stammered, Oh, thank you," and hastily diverted the conversation. Sailing Yangzum is quite the conversationalist, a fact I readily discerned, as she could engage thoughtfully on any topic introduced. After a while of idle chatter, she suddenly posed an enigmatic question. "Logician." Once we had become more familiar, she began to refer to me as Logician. "Logician? Have you heard this saying?" "What saying?" I inquired. "Beneath the Kompa Mountains lies the gateway to hell, inhabited by faceless demons." Her tone was nonchalant, yet it seemed laden with deeper meaning. I certainly recognized this saying, having heard the locals recount such legends long ago. Thus, I relayed my knowledge to her. Upon hearing my response, Sailing Yangzum offered a faint smile and chose not to elaborate further. I, too, refrained from probing deeper. She swiftly transitioned to another topic of conversation. While we were engrossed in dialogue, a sudden outburst erupted ahead, "Baka," followed by a startled scream, prompting the crowd to retreat in panic. "What is happening?" Sailing Yangzum and I exchanged a glance, then hurried forward. Chapter 22. Encounter with the White Python upon my arrival. Section Chief Wang looked at me with a face full of terror and exclaimed, "The snake bit us." I initially feared he had been injured and quickly inquired about his wounds. Wang shook his head, stammering, Bit. Yamamoto." I shot him a glare, thinking to myself that a bite on Yamamoto was not a bite on him. Why should he be so frightened? However, I completely overlooked the fact that in such a cold, arid environment with sparse vegetation, snakes should not exist at all. As I was contemplating this, Yamamoto approached us, a mixture of fear and surprise evident on his face. "Why, Luojun? How is it possible for there to be snakes at this altitude?" His tone was slightly accusatory, as if I had released the creature myself. I was taken aback. How would I know? I coldly retorted, not wishing to engage further. Yamamoto turned to ask Zhoma Yangjin, who stood close to me, although I did not comprehend the specifics of their conversation. It was clear that the Japanese was inquiring about the same matter. After listening to Yamamoto, Zhoma Yangjin appeared astonished and asked me, Luo technician? How could there be a white python? Isn't that a tale from your Han folklore? A white python? I too was momentarily confused. Did Yamamoto mean they had just encountered a white python that tried to bite him? Zhoma Yangjin nodded gravely, confirming, yes. A white python the size of an adult's arm suddenly emerged from the roadside attempting to bite Yamamoto-kun. Fortunately, he managed to evade it. A snake the size of an arm? I thought I had misheard and repeated the question to Zhoma Yangjin. She affirmed, Yamamoto-kun said it was quite long. At least 3 to 4 meters. How could this be? Snakes are ectothermic creatures that thrive in temperatures between 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. They favor shaded, humid, and secluded environments with abundant undergrowth and trees, teeming with prey. Yet here we were, at an altitude of at least 5,000 meters on the Changbak Mountain, where the air was thin, the climate cold and dry, and vegetation exceedingly scarce, an utterly inhospitable environment for snakes. As for their description of a creature the size of an adult's arm, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, that indeed suggested a python. Generally, pythons are docile and do not attack humans unless severely threatened or deprived of food, at which point they might resort to aggression. These facts are common knowledge. Hence I refrained from sharing them, assuming that everyone was somewhat aware. A shiver unexpectedly coursed through me, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloping my being. Although Yamamoto had been startled, the white python did not reappear. After a brief respite, he commanded us to proceed. We walked a considerable distance, each of us proceeding cautiously. I had anticipated another attack from the white python, but it never materialized. Finally, the anxiety that had gripped my heart began to dissipate. To conserve energy, I chose not to engage in idle chatter with Zhoma Yangjin. The little Japanese, whether intentionally or not, gradually lagged a few steps behind us, resulting in Section Chief Wang, Officer Liu, and I leading the group. Throughout the journey, Director Wang and Officer Liu exhibited remarkable stamina, showing no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, I found myself panting. Taking one step and resting for 3. Unintentionally, they advanced to the forefront of our group. I resolved to take a few more steps before resting completely. Muttering to myself about those Japanese, if they wanted to walk, they should do so on their own. Just as I was contemplating this, Wang and Liu, who had been incessantly chatting, suddenly halted, and after a brief pause, both shouted in unison and retreated towards me. What is the matter? Is there a snake? I inquired, retreating alongside them while scanning the surroundings for any sign of a serpent, but none appeared. Wang and Liu, still visibly shaken, continued to push me back. What is going on? I asked, feeling somewhat vexed, and planted my feet firmly to prevent them from pushing me away. You're not saying anything. Are there snakes or what? It seemed they finally regained their composure. Wang, slightly embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, perhaps feeling that his fear was unbecoming of a lieutenant colonel. He attempted to mask his trepidation, stating, There's a corpse ahead. What is there to be afraid of regarding a corpse? I couldn't help but scornfully regard Wang and Liu in my thoughts. And after my disdain, I disregarded them and proceeded forward. Indeed, after just a couple of steps, I stumbled upon a lifeless body lying beside the road. Upon seeing the attire of the corpse, I couldn't suppress a chuckle. Wasn't he that the same garb worn by those Japanese behind us? It appeared to be one of their comrades. I figured it was best for the Japanese to handle their own mourning. Thus, I halted, turned back, and feigned a sorrowful tone, saying, Yamamoto, this corpse doesn't seem to be Chinese. Come take a look. Yamamoto, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before hastening towards me. I slightly shifted aside to grant him passage, but before he could kneel to mourn the body, the remaining 4 Japanese men rushed over, their boots scattering debris. Baka. Yamamoto's voice, filled with fury and astonishment, reached my ears. I anticipated a dramatic display of grief, yet instead, he began to berate his companions. Curiosity compelled me to squeeze in for a better view, and upon doing so, I gasped, nearly losing my balance. The corpse was continuously oozing a pinkish, liquid substance. With each drop that escaped, the body seemed to collapse further, as if it were merely a shell containing that pink fluid. Looking at the irate Yamamoto, who was crouched on the ground with some of that substance splattered on his clothing, I could hardly believe it. Baka. Yamamoto abruptly stood, gritting his teeth as he scolded his subordinates. At that moment, Sailing Yangjin pushed her way through. Logistics officer, what is going on? Fear rendered me speechless, and I merely gestured towards the corpse, then stepped aside to allow Sailing Yangjin to take my place. I had never encountered such a corpse before. Its exterior appeared intact, yet it was entirely filled with that pink liquid. The terror I felt was beyond the capacity of words to convey. I helplessly slumped down by the roadside. Get away, quickly before I could gather my wits. Saring Yangjin rushed over, forcefully pulling me aside. Hurry, hurry, stay away from that corpse. What is happening? As I struggled to rise, I inquired. Saring Yangjin did not respond, persistently dragging me along. Then, that group of Japanese scurried towards me like they were fleeing from a plague, each face etched with terror. It was then that I beheld the corpse, now significantly desiccated, with a viscous pink fluid resembling thick milk oozing onto the ground, continuously spreading. Without waiting for Saring Yangjin to pull me, I scrambled backward in a frantic rush. After running several dozen meters, the Japanese halted first, and as they did, Yamamoto began to vociferously berate his subordinates. I too came to a stop, gasping for breath, and asked Saring Yangjin, Yangjin, it seems Yamamoto is scolding someone. Why is that? Saring Yangjin, panting heavily, brushed her hair back and recounted the tale in fragmented sentences. It turned out that the corpse held immense value. Yamamoto had intended to study it thoroughly. However, a Japanese man inadvertently kicked a stone against the corpse, and due to its extreme decay, the stone caused a gash, resulting in the pink fluid splattering forth. At that moment, Yamamoto happened to be squatting nearby and was caught unawares, getting splattered with quite a bit of it. Fearful that the pink fluid might be toxic, yet lamenting the loss of a once pristine corpse of great research value, he incessantly scolded his men. Given the attire of the corpse, it is evident it belonged to their companion. Why does Yamamoto not exhibit sorrow? I queried further. Death. This pertains to the beliefs of the Yamato people. There is no need to delve too deeply. In any case, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, Saring Yangjin implied. However, exhausted and frightened, I could hardly ponder such complexities. I collapsed onto the ground, yearning to lie down. Just as I leaned back, Saring Yangjin suddenly grasped my arm with great force. What is it? The pain from her grip compelled me to sit up once more, and I noticed her biting her lip, her eyes wide as she stared in the direction of the corpse. Following her gaze, I witnessed a white python, as thick as an arm, slowly slithering towards the corpse. It extended its long tongue, probing the corpse a few times, then dipped its tongue into the pink fluid on the ground, and soon the liquid began to diminish. It appeared that the tongue served as a straw, as it was siphoning the fluid. I was frozen in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. No one dared to break the eerie silence that could provoke the wrath of the python. The fluid seemed to be a delectable feast for it, and in no time, the ground was left devoid of any of the viscous substance. Its body gradually swelled, and seemingly insatiable, it once again thrust its tongue into the gash of the corpse. Within seconds, the corpse rapidly transformed into a desiccated remnant. The python, still unsatisfied, coiled its tail around the corpse and lifted it to its mouth. I presumed it intended to consume the corpse, but instead, it constricted and crushed it until it was unrecognizable, with not a trace of pink fluid remaining. After this tumultuous display, the python appeared to lose patience, flicked its body, and vanished without a trace. I imagine that, like me, everyone was left in a state of shock. Even long after the python had disappeared, no one dared to make a sound. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Zhuoma Yangjin clung to my arm, weeping uncontrollably. It was only then that I regained my senses. Once she had finished her lamentation, the Japanese man Yamamoto approached her. Judging by his expression, it seemed that he too had been quite frightened. However, curiously, he appeared to harbor a hint of excitement, though I could not be certain. Yamamoto and Zhuoma Yangjin exchanged hushed words before he returned to the company of the other 4 Japanese men. I inquired about the meaning of Yamamoto's words. She seemed to be making a great effort to conceal something, as if the earlier fright had never transpired, and with an air of nonchalance, she replied, Yamamoto-kun claims he can ascertain that the deserter is nearby. Chapter 023, The Attack on the Japanese. Are the deserters nearby? A sense of doubt enveloped me. Could it be that the white python had provided a signal to the Japanese? Upon reflection, the behavior of the python was indeed extraordinarily peculiar. Unlike typical serpents that consume their prey whole, skin and bones included, the white python seemed to extract sustenance like a spider, using its tongue as a straw to siphon fluids. This chilling thought sent shivers down my spine. Was it possible that the Japanese man had been injected with venom by the python, to be consumed only once he had fully decomposed into liquid? If this were true, then the white python bore a striking resemblance to a spider in its predatory nature. Before I could ponder further, the Japanese began urging one another to ascend higher, completely disregarding their compatriot who had become merely a shell. Not a whisper of mourning escaped their lips as they hurried along. This time, the Japanese allowed us, the Chinese, to walk behind them. Yamamoto led the way alone, followed closely by his 4 subordinates, with myself, Yangjin, and Liu, the chief officer, trailing behind. Each of the Japanese bore large, bulging backpacks that appeared to weigh heavily upon them. Despite their apparent struggle, my instincts told me they had undergone rigorous military training. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to climb such lofty altitudes without the burden of heavy packs, much less while carrying loads that I estimated to weigh at least 50 or 60 pounds. As we ascended, the air grew increasingly thin, and I found myself gasping for breath, barely able to muster the strength to speak. Eventually, Yang Jin, who had been walking alongside me, could no longer bear the strain. She leaned against a rock by the side of the path, breathless, and called out to me, "Luo, Technician Luo, you should take a break too." I glanced back at Wang and Lu, only to find them seemingly unfazed by fatigue. Dismissing my concerns, I beckoned them over and joined Yang Jin by the rock. My chest felt as though it had been drained of air, and I gasped deeply for relief. After a considerable time, I finally managed to speak. "Yang Jin, do you think the Japanese will continue to climb higher? I can hardly endure it." "I don't know, but..." "Technician Luo." Yang Jin suddenly looked deeply into my eyes. Her breath still labored. "You must speak to Yamamoto about something. Something very important." I was taken aback. "What is it?" As I spoke, I couldn't help but admire her strikingly beautiful eyes, deep, dark, carrying an enchanting blend of innocence and worldly allure. Lost in thought, Yang Jin leaned closer and whispered in my ear, her warm breath tickling my skin, "Tell Yamamoto about the white python." I struggled to suppress any other thoughts racing through my mind and asked, "But I don't know what you want me to say." Her request left me perplexed. She wanted me to inform Yamamoto that the white python was an albino variant, exhibiting spider-like traits, primarily preying on large animals such as yaks, and would not attack humans unless absolutely necessary. Similar to the habits of a spider, I had entertained such thoughts, yet lacked certainty. However, upon hearing Yang Jin's words, I was taken aback. My inability to speak Japanese left me perplexed. How could I communicate with Yamamoto? Wasn't she the translator? Why should I convey messages to that loathsome Japanese? Would it not be more prudent for her to approach him herself? I turned my head to face Yang Jin and voiced my thoughts. Perhaps my proximity had startled her, for she instinctively shifted back a little. "Please, help me," she implored earnestly. "Tell the Japanese that you have uncovered the secret of the white python. They want to understand. Naturally, they will seek me out for translation." Despite my skepticism and dissatisfaction, I found it difficult to refuse such a woman's request, so I acquiesced to her wishes. Indeed, when I conveyed the words Yang Jin had taught me to Yamamoto, he appeared utterly bewildered and had to summon Yang Jin once more for clarification. She feigned ignorance, asking me to repeat each sentence before meticulously translating for Yamamoto. She was quite an enigmatic woman, and I could not fathom the nature of her performance. Once the translation was complete, Yamamoto abruptly grasped my shoulders with fervor, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed in broken Chinese, "Luo Jun Luo, what you just said is true?" I sidestepped, evading his grip. "Yes." Yamamoto, brimming with impatience, inquired if I knew where the white python lurked. I glanced at Yang Jin, who wore an expression of complete innocence, offering no hints. Reluctantly, I replied that I did not know. Yamamoto ceased his inquiries and, with great enthusiasm, hurried off to converse with the other Japanese. I pulled Yang Jin aside and questioned her about her intentions. She gazed at me with naive innocence. "Luo, do you believe Japanese men would easily trust a woman's words?" It was evident she was being dismissive, setting aside the issue of whether the Japanese would believe her. I pressed her on how she came to know about the white python. Yet, she continued to feign ignorance, seemingly unwilling to divulge further. After a few more attempts, I grew weary of questioning her. Ultimately, I resolved to wait for the truth to emerge in due time, curious to see how long Yang Jin could maintain her facade. After a brief respite, we resumed our ascent up the mountain. The journey became increasingly arduous, and our pace slowed significantly. Even a certain Japanese, Kiteda Taro, fell behind. Yet, Yamamoto seemed unconcerned, focused solely on his own path. If he could disregard Kiteda, I had no reason to fret over him either. Approximately 10 minutes later, a panicked scream echoed from behind us. I turned to see a white python, its head raised, hissing as it flicked its long tongue, gliding slowly as if preparing to strike at the isolated Kiteda, who stood trembling in fear. The earlier sight of the python devouring a corpse had instilled terror within me, and I shivered uncontrollably. Quietly, I began to retreat, striving to remain out of the python's strike range. As I retreated cautiously, my eyes were fixed in terror upon the movements of the white python, fearful that a moment's carelessness might render me its next target. The solitary Coetian gazed at us with despair, unable to take a single step forward, yet none of us dared to rescue him. Aside from the hissing of the python, I could distinctly hear the frantic beating of my own heart. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and Coetian screamed, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. My legs weakened, and I nearly succumbed to the earth as well. The python had bitten Coetian. "Baka," Yamamoto roared in fury, and shortly thereafter, a gunshot rang out, striking the python. In pain, the serpent retreated hastily, and I stood there, dumbfounded and unresponsive, while Yamamoto and his companions rushed to pursue it, leaving the injured Koatian behind. As the python fled, my legs buckled, and I sank to the ground, Koatian's terrified wails echoing in my ears. Yet, I lacked the strength to rise and ascertain the extent of his injuries. After what felt like an eternity, no one attended to Koatian. He continued to wail for a while until his voice gradually diminished into a hopeless groan. My heart stirred with compassion, for I possessed a rudimentary understanding of first aid for snake bites. However, before I could rise, I noticed Zhuoma taking the initiative. Her steps were unsteady, betraying her own fright. She stumbled over to Koatian, uttering something in Japanese, prompting him to tremble as he rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm. It seemed he had been bitten, but from a distance, the details eluded me. As I contemplated whether to approach and investigate further, Zhuoma called for me, her voice trembling with fear. Logistics officer, Ro. I hurried to her side, and upon examining Koatian's arm, I was taken aback to see his forearm an unusually vivid shade of pink, with a slight redness creeping up toward his upper arm. What could have caused this? My own voice quivered as I spoke, reaching out to touch Koatian's forearm. Suddenly, a sharp slap from Zhuoma landed on my hand. Are you out of your mind? She exclaimed, pulling me aside. Do you remember the corpse we saw at the beginning? His arm looks just like that. Chapter 024. Healing a sudden jolt coursed through me as I widened my eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhuoma. The white python has. Zhuoma appeared equally shaken, her complexion pale, clearly frightened. It has injected venom into Koatian's body, she said, her voice tinged with worry. Turning to glance at Koatian, then back to me, she spoke almost to herself. The white python usually does not dare to attack humans easily. This time, disregarding our numbers to launch a sneak attack, I fear. Her words trailed off, leaving me anxious to interrupt. Fear what? Zhuoma remained silent, casting me a few meaningful glances, a mixture of concern and regret reflected in her gaze. This woman oscillated between feigned innocence and an air of profound mystery, leaving me utterly perplexed. Since she relished this charade, I decided to let her be, as probing further would only make me appear more foolish than a woman. Thus, I turned my focus to tending to Koatian's wounded arm. After all, he was a person, and I could not stand idly by. Koatian's injury was no ordinary snakebite. After pondering for a moment, I found myself at a loss for effective remedies. Reluctantly, I approached Zhuoma again, inquiring if she had any knowledge on how to treat Koatian's affliction. She hesitated, lowering her head in contemplation before finally suggesting, "Let us wait for Yamamoto to return. After all, we know nothing." Her tone and demeanor struck me as peculiar. It seemed she harbored knowledge that eluded me. Yet I lacked the evidence to substantiate my suspicions. However, I could not simply watch Koatian transform into a grotesque shadow of his former self. We cannot just let Koatian suffer like this, I insisted. Zhuoma shot me a glance, sarcasm lacing her words. You actually feel sympathy for him? I chose not to engage in her taunting, rummaging through my backpack in search of any antidote for snake bites. Even a haphazard application of medicine would bring me more comfort than witnessing him writhe in agony, turning into a mere puddle of pus. The contents of my backpack were a chaotic jumble, and after searching for what felt like an eternity without success, my frustration mounted. To make matters worse, Zhuoma stood by, watching my futile attempts with a bemused expression. I shot her an annoyed glare. After a prolonged period of amusement, she finally suggested, "All you need is a sharp dagger and a clean cloth." Her assertion indicated that there was indeed a method to address the situation. Following her instructions, I retrieved a clean cloth and drew out the dagger from my boot, offering it to her. She waved her hands dismissively, insisting that I tend to Koatian's wound myself, citing her distaste for the mess and her inability to harden her heart, claiming she would only oversee the process. I rolled up Koatian's sleeve to inspect his arm, noticing that the once vibrant pink hue had dulled, now appearing slightly swollen with a dismal patch of pale pink the size of a fist at the wound site. Had it begun to heal on its own? I urged Zhuoma to inquire about Koatian's condition. Instead of asking him, she directed me to excise the pinkish tissue surrounding the wound, commanding that it be cut away until the bone was exposed, leaving no trace of flesh. Was she out of her mind? Do you think people aren't born from parents, that they feel no pain? I said, rising to my feet and glaring at her with a hint of fury. Isn't this disgusting? Are you trying to amuse yourself at my expense? Zhuoma looked at me with unwavering confidence, pointing at Kiteda. Go ahead and carve out that piece of flesh. He certainly won't feel a thing. Even if you were to sever his entire forearm, he might not even register the pain. I cast my gaze down at Kiteda, whose face was etched with terror and despair, yet he appeared strikingly unperturbed. Hesitating momentarily, I found no alternative but to heed Shuoma Yangjin's advice. The dagger descended, feeling as though I were slicing through tofu, soft and yielding. With a gentle thrust, it met the bone. I suppressed my revulsion and dread, twisting the dagger to completely excise the flesh surrounding Kitada's wound, then meticulously scraping the residual muscle from his bone. Strangely, throughout the entire ordeal, Kitada did not shed a single drop of blood. Indeed, as Shuoma Yangjin had asserted, when I removed the flesh from his wound, he did not utter a sound. Not even a flicker of discomfort crossed his brow. Next, Shuoma Yangjin instructed me to extract the toxic blood from Kitada, akin to the method employed in Mongolian medicine for bloodletting, urging the blood from his palm and arm towards the wound. Initially, only clear fluid oozed out, gradually tinged with a hint of crimson, until at last, it flowed forth as bright red blood. Only then did Shuoma Yangjin command me to cease. It was at this point that Kitada let out a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, piercingly sharp. Having excised the rotten flesh and expelled the toxic blood, the venom would no longer spread or corrode. He could feel pain, which was a positive sign, indicating that his life was likely spared for the moment. Shuoma Yangjin gestured for me to hastily bandage him while she conversed with Kitada in Japanese to divert his attention. After some time, we successfully bandaged Kitada, and I stood up, feeling a sense of relief. Suddenly, Shuoma Yangjin called out to me, "Logistician, look over there." She pointed to the spot where I had discarded Kitada's rotting flesh. Upon glancing over, I was astonished to find no remnants of flesh. Only a pool of pinkish liquid and an exceedingly thin layer of human skin. If I had been alone moments later, Yamamoto and his group returned, panting heavily. I intended to urge them to examine Kitada's injuries, but upon seeing Shuoma Yangjin already approaching them, discussing Kitada's condition, I felt it unnecessary to add anything further. After a while, Shuoma Yangjin came to find me, her face glowing with excitement. "Logistician, Yamamoto has discovered a lead on the deserter, and he is certain the deserter is nearby." The prospect of locating the deserter was indeed pertinent to us, warranting our joy. However, Shuoma Yangjin's expression suggested she had regained something precious of hers. Truth be told, after enduring such hardships, I had lost all interest in the deserter. Had it not been for her earlier mention of the Japanese's sinister schemes, I would have long descended the mountain. Hence, I merely replied with a faint, "Oh," and fell silent, my mind wandering to thoughts of old Li, wondering whether he had returned to the military station or what had become of him. Perhaps my reaction was overly nonchalant, leaving Shuoma Yangjin somewhat taken aback. She gazed at me in surprise. "Just now?" When Yamamoto and his companions pursued the white python to the edge of a hot spring, it vanished. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. The presence of a hot spring in the mountains was hardly an extraordinary phenomenon. The sudden disappearance of the white python undoubtedly indicated that its lair was nearby. So what was so strange about it? "Oh, then let us kill the white python and head back," I replied with a serene demeanor. Shuoma Yangjin looked at me with exasperation, as if she wanted to say something but held back. After a moment, she said, "Technician Luo, have you forgotten what I told you before we set off? Are you implying that the white python is connected to the conspiracy of the Japanese?" I tilted my head, regarding her with a hint of mockery. To my surprise, Shuoma Yangjin, who had just been animated, now spoke with grave seriousness. "Yes. Therefore, when Yamamoto requests that you all accompany him, do not refuse. Moreover, it would be wise for you to stay close to Wang and Liu." Why should I stay close to them? I was genuinely puzzled. Before she could respond, the Japanese called for her. "I'll go ahead. Yamamoto told me to inform you that we should all go together to find the deserter. Remember to stay close to Wang and Liu," she said as she walked toward the Japanese. I was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp her meaning. Looking over at Chief Wang and Officer Liu, they were still seated, resting and chatting. Noticing my gaze, they both nodded slightly in greeting. I approached them silently and sat beside them, relaying the news about the deserter being nearby. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with joy, likely because they felt they could finally report back successfully. I sensed that something was amiss, so I refrained from sharing Shuoma Yangjin's advice to stay close to them. After resting for a while, Yamamoto personally approached us, speaking amiably in halting Chinese, indicating that we had rested enough and should continue our journey. He also informed Chief Wang that his injuries should soon be alleviated. He even inquired whether we could carry the backpacks. If not, he could summon his subordinates to assist us. The more he acted so amicably, without pretense, and requested Shuoma Yangjin to translate, the more I felt something was amiss. It gave me the impression that his excessive cordiality was suspicious. Although I was perplexed and did not understand Shuoma Yangjin's intentions, I followed her advice, shamelessly positioning myself between Wang and Liu. primarily out of fear that I might become isolated and fall prey to the white python's stealthy attacks. The unfortunate fate of Kid Ada served as a cautionary tale that compelled me to remain vigilant. This time, it was I, Chief Wang, and Officer Liu walking side by side at the front, followed closely by Zhuomayang Jin, with Yamamoto and his companions bringing up the rear. Ordinarily, Yamamoto and his team would lead the way, but he stated that to prevent us, the inadequately equipped Chinese, from being ambushed by the white python, it was better for them to serve as the rear guard. I was too indifferent to contest this arrangement, as long as we did not find ourselves alone. I presumed the white python would not dare to confront us directly. This stretch of terrain was peculiar, transforming from the previous steep and treacherous landscape into a flat expanse. With the wind no longer howling as it had before, the further we walked, the more serene it became. So tranquil that even the sound of our heavy breathing seemed to vanish entirely. The two individuals beside me, Wang and Liu, seemed to grow ever more vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue. I found myself almost jogging to keep pace with them. As we approached the summit at an altitude of approximately 6,000 meters, the scenery suddenly opened up before us. A modest hot spring bubbled forth, releasing billowing steam, while beside it stood bizarrely shaped ice columns, jagged and sculpted as if by an axe, creating a striking contrast between the two. Is this the place? I turned to Yamamoto and inquired. Are you suggesting that the deserter is here? Chapter 025. Into the cave. Zhuomayang Jin promptly translated my words to Yamamoto. With a serious demeanor, Yamamoto approached me and articulated in stilted Mandarin that there were no deserters here, only a white python. He continued, advising that if we walked 2 steps to the right, we would find a small path leading to the python's lair. After much discourse, he was still fixated on the python. If he wanted us to slay it, he should have simply stated so rather than alluding to deserters. I detest indirect communication, especially from someone as irksome as him. My expression darkened immediately. I turned my face away from Yamamoto and addressed Zhuomayang Jin, stating, I do not comprehend what he is saying. There are no deserters. I shall take my leave and descend the mountain. Zhuomayang Jin, visibly anxious, kept casting me pleading glances while reiterating, Technician Luo, Yamamoto did not claim there are no deserters. Rather, he implied that the white python could lead us to them. I averted my gaze, feigning ignorance of her hints. Yamamoto, having already witnessed my capricious temperament, ceased his attempts at conversation, opting instead to engage with Wang and Liu, once again discussing how a few more steps would lead to the python and subsequently to the deserters. Assuring that Chief Wang's injuries could be fully healed without lingering effects, Wang and Liu showed no interest in descending the mountain. It was clear that Yamamoto spoke for my benefit. I found him insufferable, including his clumsy Mandarin. Therefore, I decided to divert my attention and bask in the warmth by the hot spring. Undeterred, Zhuomayang Jin approached me again. Before she could speak, I anticipated her to regale me with another tale of the Japanese conspiracy, so I interjected, Enough. Spare me your words. It feels as though Yamamoto is toying with us. I do not wish to hear of any plots, be they overt or covert. No, that is not the case. Zhuomayang Jin leaned closer, whispering in my ear. Technician Luo, this is not the time for stubbornness. The peculiar events you encountered at the communication station may soon yield answers. Her words sparked a recollection of the faceless Wang Weiqing and the matters he mentioned in his diary. There were still no clear answers, and it seemed I could not act impulsively. Very well, I shall rest for a moment, I replied. The weather on Mount Xiangbaku is notoriously capricious. Within moments, ominous dark clouds amassed, followed by a deluge of snowflakes. We hastily sought shelter from the snow, and Yamamoto seized the opportunity to mention that the location he referred to earlier housed a cave. Without further deliberation, we all rushed down the small path to the right. Indeed, at the end of the path lay a small clearing with a 2-meter square cave against the mountainside. Strangely, while snow accumulated rapidly in the surrounding area, the entrance to the cave remained devoid of any snowflakes, as if the falling snow evaporated upon reaching it. I found this peculiar, yet I was unsure whom to approach for clarification regarding this mystery. Upon our arrival, Yamamoto urged me, Chief Wang, and Liu to enter the cave for shelter from the snow, suggesting that although the white python might be inside, he had already shot it, and it was unlikely to pose a threat. We were certainly not foolish enough to enter a cave where a mutated python, exhibiting spider-like traits, might reside. I cast a cold glance at Yamamoto, remaining silent, and, of course, I had no intention of entering the cave. Perhaps he too sensed that his words were somewhat inappropriate, as he hurriedly began to chatter away in rapid Japanese to Zhuomayang Jin. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the snow, characteristic of this cursed weather, began to fall and then stopped abruptly. I looked at Yamamoto with a defiant expression, curious to see what excuse he might conjure to deceive us into the cave. To my surprise, he approached me with both hands buried in his coat pockets, a smile adorning his face as he spoke. Luo, let us collaborate for mutual benefit. Let us not damage our relationship. By the time he reached me, he pointed to the side. I glanced over casually, but before I could fully turn my head, I felt the icy pressure of cold metal against my temple. It was a gun. Startled, I instinctively reached for the pistol at my waist, but the moment I moved, Yamamoto jabbed the gun sharply against my temple and warned, "Don't be reckless, yours." Having witnessed the ruthlessness of the Japanese, I understood that extinguishing my life in this desolate wilderness would be a trivial task for them. Fearful for my life, I reluctantly raised my hands halfway, signaling that I was unarmed, while silently vowing that I would eliminate Yamamoto at the first opportunity to turn the tide. Go. To the cave. Yamamoto viciously kicked me, causing me to stumble, the barrel of his gun still firmly pressed against me, revealing his evident training. We had fallen into his trap. I thought bitterly. I should have dealt with them one by one long ago. Before I could ponder further, Yamamoto kicked me again, and I staggered to the cave's edge, where he let out a shrill cry and forcefully shoved me into the abyss. I was horrified, my head spinning, and I landed heavily on the ground. The cave not being very deep, there were white pythons. Ignoring the pain from my fall, I quickly rolled over, drawing my pistol in preparation for the imminent attack from the white python. The cave was dim and silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. My eyes had not yet adjusted, rendering everything indistinct. My palms were clammy with sweat, making it difficult to grip the gun, while my legs trembled and weakened, my teeth chattering audibly. No white pythons lunged at me, nor was there a single living insect or rodent to be found. The cave remained oppressive and silent, as if I were merely another lifeless object that belonged there. Gradually, my eyes adapted to the cave's environment, and I could vaguely discern objects on the ground, numerous white, stick-like remnants, undoubtedly the bones of unfortunate beasts that had fallen into the chasm. Just as I was about to examine them closely, a sudden thud resounded, and I felt someone's arms tightly encircle my shoulders. Startled, I instinctively elbowed backward, but the person merely grunted, refusing to release their grip. It appeared my force was insufficient, and as I prepared to strike again, I heard the person catch their breath, trembling as they managed to utter a single syllable, Luo, followed by silence. It was Zhuoma Yangjin's voice. Inexplicably, my heightened concentration suddenly relaxed. Yang, Jin. Upon hearing her speak, I realized I was trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though I might collapse. You, let go of me. Zhuoma Yangjin remained silent, her grip on me unwavering, her terror mirroring my own. The sound of our breaths clung thickly around us, refusing to dissipate, as if there were two more souls exhaling in sync with us. At that moment, the voice of the Japanese soldier Yamamoto resonated from above. He first called my name in Mandarin, but I remained silent. Then he shouted in Japanese, presumably calling for Zhuoma Yangjin, who also did not respond. However, the soldier's voice emboldened me, and I slowly regained my composure. Yangjin, were you also pushed down by the soldiers? My speech became slightly more coherent. Zhuoma Yangjin murmured a vague acknowledgement. Had I not been trying to conserve my strength, I would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon those wretched soldiers, who had the audacity to shove a frail woman, their own translator, into the abyss. What a pack of brutes. In that dire situation, I found myself at a distinct disadvantage, uncertain if there were more dangers lurking behind us. Thus, I had no choice but to support Zhuoma Yangjin to the side. Yangjin, sit down and rest for a moment. Then, before I could finish my sentence, Zhuoma Yangjin suddenly shrieked, People! Just as I had begun to regain my composure, her scream reignited my anxiety. Where? My voice trembled again. Zhuoma Yangjin clutched my left arm tightly, her body pressed against mine as she quivered by the cave wall. To the left, dead bodies. Upon hearing the word dead, I exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as they were not alive, I could bear it. The living were far more terrifying than the dead. Since our ascent, I had encountered far more dreadful things than corpses. Do not fear. In the presence of a frail and helpless woman, my masculine resolve swiftly reemerged. Stay close to me. We shall investigate. At that moment, I recalled the searchlight in my backpack, and I set it down to retrieve it. Once the searchlight illuminated the cave, I instantly regretted having it, for it revealed a gruesome scene. The ground was littered with scattered rib bones, leg bones, skulls, and several desiccated corpses leaning against the cave wall in a half-sitting position, resembling dried meat. Their clothing was tattered into strips, hair and flesh intact, yet devoid of moisture. Their faces bore parched, brown skin, with eyes sunken deep into their sockets and lips gaping wide, revealing yellowed teeth. Their chests, it appeared as though they had been violently torn open, white ribs protruding grotesquely from the desiccated muscle, and their thoracic cavities lay hollow, devoid of anything. Terrified, I stumbled backward, only to accidentally knock against something on the opposite wall. To my horror, a similar corpse came crashing toward me. I screamed and, grasping Zhuoma Yangjin, dashed deeper into the cave. Do not be afraid. Zhuoma Yangjin's voice suddenly transformed, shedding her earlier panic to become remarkably calm. She held onto me tightly, urging, do not run, technician. These corpses will not harm us. They possess immense value. We must examine them carefully. Chapter 26. The Skull Lantern. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered by how Zhuoma Yangjin could remain composed under such dire circumstances. It was only later that I realized I was a complete fool. While she emerged as the true victor in this unsettling scenario, if a woman could maintain her calm in the face of such terror, I, as a man, could not afford to appear weaker than her. Thus, despite my fear, I steeled myself to remain with Zhuoma Yangjin. She donned a pair of thin white gloves, instructed me to prepare the lamp, and displayed not a trace of fear. She examined the corpses with the precision of a seasoned anatomist, scrutinizing the wounds on their chests. There were 5 bodies along the walls of the cave, clad in the garments of serfs from before the liberation. Each corpse bore injuries that seemed similar to me, as if they had been violently torn apart by ferocious beasts. Their innards devoured. How else could one explain the absence of internal organs while the rest of the body remained intact? After a lengthy examination, Zhuoma Yangjin offered no clear answers, merely suggesting that the cave likely harbored many more strange and dangerous entities. Furthermore, we could not turn back. It was not only the possibility of the enemy guarding the entrance that prevented our retreat, but also the presence of these bodies and the scattered bones that made her reluctant to leave. I certainly understood that the enemy would not allow us to exit the cave at this moment, yet remaining in this unknown abyss was not a viable option either. We needed to find a way out. Zhuoma Yangjin's demeanor as a researcher of human anatomy was beginning to irritate me. She repeatedly examined the wounds on the corpses, lost in thought for a while before returning to her study. Are you done yet? I asked, feeling quite nauseated. Finally, Zhuoma Yangjin clapped her hands, stood up, removed her gloves, and cast a worried glance at me. Technician Luo, from this moment on, you must remain vigilant. There may be extraordinarily dangerous and peculiar things lurking in this cave. Are you suggesting there are still white pythons? I inquired, though I suspected that a white python would not feast in such a manner. Zhuoma Yangjin shook her head, her expression suddenly turning somber. Forget it. After a brief hesitation, she added, let us continue forward and see what lies ahead. Her response was far from that of a typical woman encountering such skeletal remains in a dark, perilous cave. Aside from the initial moment of panic, she appeared even more composed than I, a man. My wariness towards her began to grow. As we ventured a few steps further, the cave floor was surprisingly level, contrary to my expectations of rugged terrain, as if it had been artificially constructed. I dared not let my guard down. Uncertain of the cave's depth, and adjusted the spotlight to conserve battery life, plunging our surroundings into semi-darkness. Fortunately, my eyes adapted to the gloom, allowing me to discern the general outline of our environment. Zhuoma Yangjin clutched my sleeve tightly, following closely behind. I initially contemplated mocking her for her mysterious and profound demeanor, but ultimately refrained. With her grasping my sleeve, she resembled a delicate little girl, utterly dependent on another for support. After walking for merely 2 or 3 minutes, the incessant sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground behind me drew my attention. Turning around, I saw Director Wang, Officer Liu, and Yamamoto among others, all having jumped down. I swiftly turned off the searchlight and pulled Zhuoma Yangjin aside, opting to observe the unfolding events. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and soon, cries of alarm erupted. Evidently someone had encountered the desiccated corpses. Within a mere 10 seconds of chaos, someone turned on a light. It was Yamamoto again, who first illuminated the corpses before directing the beam towards me and Zhuoma Yangjin, scanning us from head to toe. The intensity of the light was blinding, and coupled with the memory of him having pushed me into the pit earlier, a surge of anger welled within me, prompting me to instinctively reach for my gun at my waist. To my surprise, Zhuoma Yangjin forcefully restrained my hand, cautioning against any rash actions, as we still needed the Japanese to resolve certain issues. Rest assured, powerful forces will assist in dealing with Yamamoto, she whispered, unwilling to release her grip, evidently fearing I might impulsively shoot the Japanese. Yamamoto paid us no further mind, instead turning his attention back to examining the corpses with his subordinates. Like Zhuoma Yangjin, they scrutinized the condition of the bodies with meticulous care, even flipping them over to inspect their backs. The sight was both nauseating and alarming, leaving me puzzled about their intentions. After a full half-hour, Yamamoto's group finally cast the corpses aside with satisfaction. I struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate them. Inquiring of Zhuoma Yangjin what the Japanese were searching for, she responded vaguely, it seems we were indeed correct. It is right around here. Although I remained bewildered, unsure of what she was referring to, the actions of her and the Japanese suggested that there was surely a significant matter at hand. As I pondered, Yanjin suddenly greeted Yamamoto in Japanese, wearing a bright smile. Yamamoto reciprocated her sentiments, appearing quite amicable, far from the demeanor he exhibited when he had pushed her into the abyss. My confusion deepened, and I regretted not understanding Japanese, which left me entirely in the dark. After their exchange, Yanjin casually instructed me to summon directors Wang and Lu to proceed forward together. Unable to contain my frustration, I pressed her about the Japanese's intentions. She merely insisted that I should closely follow Wang and Lu, reminiscent of her earlier advice when we encountered the white python. Though I felt a flicker of comprehension, the meaning eluded me. Noticing my silence, Yanjin called for Wang and Lu to join us. The Japanese trailed behind us, maintaining a discreet distance of 2 to 3 meters. Several times, I considered asking Wang and Lu if the Japanese had said anything after we fell into the pit. But they appeared overly exhilarated, distractedly gazing around and entirely disregarding me and Yanjin. Moreover, they did not understand Japanese, so I ultimately decided against voicing my queries. After advancing another 20 or 30 meters, the atmosphere began to shift uneasily. I inadvertently stepped on a metal chain, followed by Director Wang accidentally stepping into a skull. Yanjin clung tightly to my arm, daring neither to lag behind nor to forge ahead, her anxiety palpable as we proceeded. No words were exchanged, and even the faintest sound was absent. I refrained from illuminating our path, while the flickering lights from behind cast eerie shadows on the ground, leaving me disoriented. In my fluster, I failed to notice the obstacle beneath my feet until a sudden jolt revealed a heavy iron chain that caught me off guard. Fortunately, Yanjin grasped me just in time to prevent a fall. No longer daring to conserve light, I trembled as I switched on the spotlight, revealing the formidable chain. For fingers wide, rusted but still a testament to its former might, I wondered what force could necessitate such a heavy restraint. As I directed the beam further ahead, I was shocked to see at least 10 similar chains lining both sides of the cavern. Yanjin and I exchanged apprehensive glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The implications were clear. This cave was not merely a site of predation by wild beasts, but a place where human intervention had wrought something far more sinister. Our hesitation did not go unnoticed by Yamamoto and his group, who quickly approached to investigate. Without waiting for their inquiries, Yanjin urged us to continue forward, disregarding their presence. As we ventured deeper, the cave widened, and chains continued to litter the ground alongside scattered skulls. Yet, fortified by our earlier resolve, I managed to maintain my composure and avoid disgrace before the Japanese soldiers. As we walked, Yanjin suddenly exclaimed, drawing my attention to the walls of the cave, where, spaced every half meter, were skulls fashioned into macabre lamps, their sizes uniform and orderly, extending into an abyss beyond sight. A wave of dread washed over me, and cold sweat trickled down my back. While it is customary in Tibet to use human or animal skulls as lamps, I had never encountered such a chilling display. 2 dense rows of severed skulls, their hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing at us. My legs weakened, rendering me immobile. However, Yanjin remained undaunted. She grasped my hand firmly and whispered encouragement. Do not fear, logician. We Tibetans have a tradition of using human skulls in our rituals. I have witnessed it since childhood. You must have heard of it too. Indeed. I had heard tales of certain sects who would light 1,000 lamps made from the skulls of young boys and girls during a single ceremony. Yet, those were mere stories. What lay before me was a stark reality. These were once living beings. The more she reassured me, the more the atmosphere thickened with dread, sending chills down my spine. Chapter 027. Blood spring water. If the skull lantern is indeed a sacrificial artifact, then the scale and grandeur of this arrangement is truly formidable. I cannot help but wonder what secrets lie at the heart of this ominous skull lantern. It might be something belonging to a clandestine cult, or perhaps even a religious taboo. If that is the case, the implications could be dire. I dared not exhibit further bravado and quietly inquired of Yanjin whether we might take a few steps back, allowing the little devils to lead the charge while we observed the situation. I had expected her to acquiesce, yet she categorically dismissed my suggestion, insisting that we maintain our position at the front and even urging us to quicken our pace. Observing Wang and Lu, their faces were alight with excitement, making it evident that persuading them to retreat would also be futile. I could not return alone. Even seasoned veterans like Old Lee needed the guidance of the lion. The environment here was foreign to me, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster in this desolate wilderness. For reasons unknown, my thoughts frequently drifted to Old Lee. I worried about his well-being. What if the white python, daunted by our numbers, chose instead to attack him? My mind raced with such chaotic thoughts, and I kept my gaze firmly fixed on the ground, avoiding even a glance at the cave walls. Thus, we began our advance under the watchful gaze of countless skulls. Zhuoma Yangjin remained remarkably composed, continuously reminding me to be wary of the skulls and iron chains beneath our feet. After a few steps, I faintly perceived the sound of water, though it was barely audible. Having lingered in the cave for so long, my ears had grown unusually sensitive, and I was certain it was the sound of flowing water, yet I dared not lift my gaze to seek its source. Yangjin. It seems there is the sound of running water, I murmured softly. Zhuoma Yangjin appeared somewhat taken aback, pausing momentarily as she instinctively tightened her grip on me. Could we have arrived so swiftly? She murmured to herself. What do you mean, so quickly? I inquired. It is difficult to explain at the moment. After encountering so many peculiarities in this cave, have you not yet discerned the strangeness? Her voice was barely above a whisper, compelling me to lean closer to hear her. Indeed, the cave was bizarre, aside from the desiccated corpses with their innards hollowed out and the iron-chained skull lanterns. It was evident that the space had been artificially altered. Yet, it bore no trace of vitality, not a single living organism, not even as small as a fingernail, could be found. Even with our numbers traversing within, the oppressive stillness was palpable, as if it could consume us whole, flesh and bone, without a trace. I did not respond to Zhuoma Yangjin's remarks, instead focusing intently on the sound of water, which seemed to be ahead. However, as we moved forward, the sound appeared to shift further ahead. Fearful of the skull lanterns, I refrained from looking around. Zhuoma Yangjin clutched my hand tightly, lapsing into silence. As if deep in thought, after traversing approximately 10 more meters, a sudden warmth enveloped us. Perhaps we had reached the heart of the mountain, I mused. For such warmth was unexpected here. As I was lost in contemplation, Zhuoma Yangjin abruptly pulled me towards the center, her voice filled with urgency. Watch out for the water. Startled, I cast a sidelong glance and noticed two dark, 2-foot-wide streams of water emerging from the depths of the narrow pit beneath my feet, calm and soundless. Their direction indiscernible. They must be groundwater, I thought, and the sound of flowing water I had heard earlier was likely from these very streams. It seemed we had truly delved deep into the mountain's heart. I dared not indulge in further wild imaginings, and, gripping Zhuoma Yangjin's hand, I proceeded cautiously. Wang and Lu, who had been closely trailing us, unexpectedly darted ahead, squatting down to immerse their mouths in the water. Alarmed, I shouted, "Do not drink the groundwater. It's toxic." And I released Zhuoma Yangjin to pull them back. I first grasped Lu's arm. He was strong and stubbornly resisted, intent on drinking the water. I strained with all my might to pull him away, fearing that if he suddenly relented, I might topple into the other stream. While I struggled to maintain my grip on Lu, I urged Zhuoma Yangjin to seize Wang, who, in a foolish daze, was gulping down the water. Zhuoma Yangjin, her earlier composure shattered, approached me with a pale face, urging me to let go and not intervene. How could I do that? Just as I was about to abandon Lu to reach Wang, she murmured, "Look closely at the color of the water." Her words struck me as peculiar. And as I focused, I realized the water was not dark black but a profound, deep red, reminiscent of the water I had encountered at the abandoned communication station. You cannot stop them. They will only cease when they have had their fill, Zhuoma Yangjin added. Before I could react, I was momentarily stunned, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. Yet amidst the fear, clarity emerged, as if all my questions were on the verge of revealing their answers. At that moment, the small soldiers approached us, showing no intent to restrain Wang and Lu, instead watching them drink from the sanguine springs with idle intrigue. Just as Zhuoma Yangjin predicted, Wang and Lu only straightened up, satisfied, when their bulging bellies were visible through their thick winter clothing. "Director Wang?" I called out, anxious to ascertain his mental state. As anticipated, he stared blankly at me. Silent, his expression vacant. Lu, though slightly more aware, bore a look of bewilderment, as if he were oblivious to his actions. Internally, I lamented, realizing we had unwittingly stumbled into the lair of the faceless or the monstrous insects. Otherwise, how could Wang and Lu, previously normal, have devolved into this abnormality? Moreover, with such an abundance of sanguine water, one could only speculate how many monstrous insects it could sustain. Let us continue. Zhuoma Yangjin asserted firmly, motioning forward. Her icy grip on my hand conveyed a fear that matched my own. Yet, why did she insist on pressing ahead time and again? My heart raced with dread. My thoughts muddled, leaving me at a loss for comprehension. The soldiers remained silent, allowing us to move ahead, while Zhuoma Yangjin repeatedly instructed me to closely follow Wang and Lu, insisting that we need not concern ourselves with anything else but to trail behind them closely. Wang and Lu, unyielding in their determination, advanced ahead of us, their gait peculiar and disjointed, as if their limbs and body were in a state of awkward rigidity. These two had already exhibited strange behavior back at the communication station, and judging by their demeanor, could it be that our earlier conjectures were indeed accurate? Were we truly in the lair of faceless beings and monstrous insects? Zhuoma Yangjin appeared to possess a wealth of knowledge. I had intended to inquire of her. Yet she merely averted her gaze, walking forward with a pallid countenance and uttering not a word. I was left to swallow my questions back down. Trepidation accompanied our footsteps for only a short distance when Yamamoto abruptly interjected, positioning himself before us without hesitation. Zhuo-Ma-Yang and I exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what schemes the young Japanese soldier was concocting. Zhuo-Ma-Yang's hand grew increasingly cold. As we stood in a stupor, Yamamoto suddenly took 2 swift steps forward, obstructing Wang and Lu's path. In a moment that unfolded with breathtaking speed, he inflicted a swift cut upon the back of each of their hands, then deftly retreated behind them. Wang and Lu halted, sluggishly raising their hands to their eyes, transfixed as blood began to trickle down their skin. As if they were witnessing an oddity, staring at their own injuries as one might observe the misfortunes of another, completely oblivious to Yamamoto, the instigator. It was evident that there was a deeper purpose behind Yamamoto's actions. I could not restrain my curiosity and whispered to Zhuo-Ma-Yang, "What does this mean?" Her face had drained of color, her grip on my hand tightening, as she pondered for a moment before responding in hushed tones. Don't ask. Don't rush. Let me see." Soon, small pools of blood began to form on the ground. Zhuo-Ma-Yang urged me to disregard Wang and Lu, as well as the obstructing Yamamoto, and instead focus the light on the blood, meticulously observing for any changes. I felt a twinge of incredulity at Zhuo-Ma-Yang's reasoning. What alterations could human blood undergo? At most, it might darken and coagulate. Furthermore, given the slight decline of the terrain where Wang and Lu stood, should there be a significant flow, it could cascade downhill. Yet, considering the force with which Yamamoto had struck, and the fact that the wounds were on the back of their hands, the blood would surely be limited. However, as I contemplated this, a bizarre scene unfolded before my eyes. The blood that pooled upon the ground did not disperse but rather maintained its form, inexplicably flowing towards us at an agonizingly slow pace, as if drawn by some unnatural force. Could it be that gravity was behaving erratically in this place? My astonishment overshadowed my fear, and I stared wide-eyed as 2 thin streams of blood writhed towards us with an eerie, almost malevolent intent. Chapter 28. Yet again in peril, I was so startled that I instinctively stepped back 2 paces, fearing the blood might possess some sinister quality. To my surprise, I was abruptly pulled back by Zhuo-Ma-Yang. Her expression was exceedingly peculiar, a blend of fear and a subtle thrill, her voice trembling as she urged me, "Don't leave. Watch closely. It's fine. Don't be afraid." How could I not be afraid? This cave was extraordinarily bizarre. Even gravity seemed to behave unusually, as if an unseen force was compelling me to remain rooted in place, unable to flee. I watched in disbelief as 2 slender trails of blood slithered past Yamamoto's feet, slowly inching toward us, although they veered off in a crooked path toward the dark red channel nearby, rather than approaching us directly. Yamamoto turned to face us unreservedly, his gaze fixated on the movement of the blood trails. As the crimson fluid gradually merged into the channel, a strange smile crept across his face, a smile that was beyond description, embodying a myriad of emotions, sinister delight, fear, unease, excitement, and a palpable eagerness. Curiously, the blood left behind by Wang Lu and his companion seemed to vanish completely, merging seamlessly into the small waterway. Witnessing this phenomenon, my atheistic beliefs began to waver. I could not fathom the reasoning behind it, and aside from supernatural explanations, I found no answers. Zhuo-Ma-Yang, meanwhile, bit her lip in contemplation, her face devoid of color. Yamamoto straightened up, smiling as he spoke to Zhuo-Ma-Yang, entirely ignoring my presence, his expression betraying no remorse, as if I were not a person at all, but merely a lifeless stone cast into the abyss. I pulled Zhuo-Ma-Yang closer to me, glaring defiantly at Yamamoto, conveying that his previous treachery would not earn him her favor. She was now allied with me. To my astonishment, Zhuo-Ma-Yang broke free from my grasp, subtly increasing the distance between us. She calmly arranged her hair and engaged in conversation with Yamamoto, their banter in Japanese appearing lively and spirited. Several times, she glanced back at me with a radiant smile, an unmistakable provocation. Her camaraderie with Yamamoto felt like a public slap to my face, leaving me dazed and disoriented. A surge of hot blood rushed to my head. My fists clenched tightly, the bones creaking under pressure. "Stay calm," I repeatedly told myself. "Focus on his face, aim true." Yamamoto and Zhuo-Ma-Yang continued their animated discussion, seemingly deliberating some matter of importance. I could no longer contain my frustration. I shoved Zhuo-Ma-Yang aside without a word and swung my fist with all my might at Yamamoto's face. He quickly reacted, letting out a startled yelp as he countered, grabbing hold of me and attempting to shove me toward the channel. We became entangled in a fierce struggle, the crowd around us making it challenging for my taller frame to maneuver effectively. Yamamoto exploited his shorter stature, evading my attacks with agility, and soon I found myself at a disadvantage. Damn it! I gritted my teeth, resolved to fight with all I had, even in the face of death. I was determined to drag Yamamoto down with me. With this thought in mind, I did not flinch from Yamamoto's fists, resolutely targeting the vital points on his body. Just as I was fully engaged in the fray, I suddenly felt a firm embrace around my waist. Looking down, my anger surged as I realized it was Tsewing Yangzum. As she pulled me back, she shouted at Yamamoto. To my astonishment, instead of seizing the opportunity for revenge, Yamamoto stood there, calm and composed, his arms crossed, gazing at me with a smirk. Unable to contain my fury, I pried apart Tsewing Yangzum's grip and lunged to strike Yamamoto again. However, as I took a step forward, someone seized my shoulder tightly, and in swift succession, I felt my arms yanked behind my back. A sharp kick to my knee caused my legs to buckle, and I nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, I steadied myself, gritting my teeth to remain upright. My eyes blazed with rage as I glared at Yamamoto, choosing not to struggle, curious to see his next move. Yamamoto, seemingly amused, held my gaze for a moment before waving his hand dismissively and turning to walk ahead. Wang and Lu continued on, oblivious to my plight, never casting a glance back. Tsewing Yangzum, surprisingly unashamed, approached me to speak, though her expression was still troubled. She wore a smile as she leaned closer and whispered, "If you are uninjured, seek out Master Banshin or his disciple." With that, she hurried to catch up with Yamamoto, engage in light-hearted conversation with him. I seethed, wishing I could launch 1,000 daggers from my eyes or that my firearm would discharge and end her life. Utterly disregarding her words, I was escorted forward by 2 soldiers, who dragged and pulled me along. I struggled and shouted, hoping against hope that Wang and Lu would suddenly notice and rush to my aid out of a sense of kinship. Yet, it was painfully clear that my cries fell on deaf ears. They continued on their path, impervious to my distress. After a futile outburst, I recalled their earlier act of drinking from the spring, and a sinking realization dawned on me. They were likely compromised themselves and could not assist me. My spirit deflated as I was led further along. Eventually, we reached a more open area, where Yamamoto halted and approached me, retrieving my handgun from my waist. Narrowing his eyes, he held the weapon before him, examining it closely. My vision turned red with rage. I cursed while struggling fiercely to reclaim my firearm. Yamamoto regarded me with a sardonic expression and took a step back. His men, possessing immense strength, held me firmly in place, rendering my efforts futile as I remained immobilized. After observing me for a while, Yamamoto casually glanced at the cave wall, sending a chill through me. Following his gaze, I noticed a trench on the left side of the wall, 2 yards wide, its contents obscured, unclear whether it held the dark crimson water from earlier or ordinary underground water. At that moment, Zhuoma Yangjin approached me, her complexion as pale as death. She reached out to touch my face, as if filled with a sense of attachment, and let out a sigh. Yet, with a smile, she uttered, "If you bear no wounds, seek out Master Banshin or his disciples." Upon saying this, she chuckled softly, shook her head, and declared, "I truly cannot bear to see you march to your demise." With that, she turned away without a backward glance and continued on her way. I initially intended to curse her vehemently, but before I could utter a second word, 2 young soldiers unexpectedly shoved me violently to the side. I stumbled, unable to regain my balance, and before I knew it, someone kicked me, leaving me no chance to evade. I plunged directly into the water. In an instant, the frigid water surged over my head, and as I was not particularly adept at swimming, panic seized me. I thrashed desperately, striving to surface, wanting to scream for help. But as I opened my mouth, a metallic taste of blood invaded my senses. Blood spring water. I had witnessed the horror of blood spring water before. How could I dare to cry out for help? Moreover, could I truly expect Zhuoma Yangjin or Director Wang and Officer Lu to rescue me? Contemplating this, I found an unsettling calm. Steady yourself, relax, lift your head above the water for air, damn those Japanese devils. As my head broke the surface, shots rang out towards me. Hearing the gunfire, I quickly submerged again, fortunate not to be hit, but the pressure in my chest was excruciating. I longed to surface again for air, but the brutes continued to fire several rounds into the water. I had no time to dodge. I dared not show my face again. The pressure in my chest intensified to the point of madness, and I nearly succumbed to the urge to swallow the water. Just then, the raucous laughter of those brutes began to fade, likely believing they had succeeded in their aim, and departed. I quickly emerged, gasping for breath. Once my breathing steadied, I realized I was chilled to the bone. Even the air I inhaled felt cold. My lips brushed against my teeth, like touching ice, indistinguishable between the two. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and even my slightest movements echoed loudly. I gradually swam towards the shore, an overwhelming desire to survive surging within me. Although my backpack was waterlogged and exceedingly heavy, I miraculously managed to haul it onto the shore. However, upon reaching land, I discovered the situation was far from simple. The reason those brutes had not witnessed my demise was not due to confidence in their aim, but rather because all my belongings, soaked by the water, were essentially ruined. Furthermore, in this biting winter cold, even if I returned from the cave, my clothes drenched, there was no warmth to be found. I would perish from the cold after just a few steps along the roadside. Chapter 29. Oldly chose not to dwell on the biting cold. Yet the moment he did, he felt as though his very blood had turned to ice. He attempted to leap a few times to generate warmth, only to realize that his feet were numb and rigid, devoid of sensation. At this juncture, fear and worry became irrelevant. The imperative was to move, for survival was paramount. Thus, I began to sprint intermittently over 10 and 20 meters, and after mere minutes, exhaustion overcame me. I dared not come to a complete halt. Compelling myself to practice combat routines repetitively, each iteration growing increasingly laborious, my body growing colder, rendered almost completely numb. After flailing about aimlessly for what felt like an eternity, it struck me, no matter how hard I exerted myself, my clothing remained damp, offering no warmth. It was clear that my life was destined to end here. With that thought, despair washed over me, and I sank to the ground, unable to rise again. So be it. If I was to perish, I might as well do so with some semblance of dignity, lest I become a source of mockery for those beasts upon their return. My mind wandered to Zumiangin, a woman I had once considered an ally. How naive of me to trust her. She undoubtedly knew the danger posed by the Japanese brutes, yet chose not to warn me, instead feigning concern with her empty platitudes about my injuries. Yes, I had no wounds, but that did not spare me from death in this godforsaken cave. The more I ruminated, the deeper my anger and despair grew. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, a slow-motion black and white film replaying in my mind. My girlfriend, who had been with me through 6 years, departing at the very moment I was most vulnerable and in need of support. I had often told myself to despise her for betraying nearly 7 years of our relationship. Yet in this moment, I could not summon any hatred. Instead, I recalled her myriad virtues, her every smile and gesture etched in my memory as warm and beautiful. Would she feel even a flicker of sorrow if she knew I had perished? Just a hint, perhaps? They say that when one ceases to love, even memories become burdensome. I could not discern whether I still harbored love for her. Her departure had been so resolute. Nevertheless, as I faced my impending demise, it was her kindness that occupied my thoughts. And then there was my closest friend, whom I called Beast King. We had vowed to conquer the world together in business once I finished my service. I could almost sense his wide-eyed gaze, filled with boundless compassion and regret. As he watched me fade away, the faces of all those I cherished flooded my mind like an overwhelming tide. Is it not true that in the moments before death, one reflects on their life in fleeting glimpses? I was both dazed and acutely aware that my end was near. I, Luo Lian, would meet my demise in this cave, perhaps forever untouched by another soul. As my eyelids grew unbearably heavy, I slowly closed my eyes, lacking the strength to open them again. Perhaps it was best to drift into eternal slumber. Just before collapsing, in a haze of confusion, I whispered to myself. Upon encountering Old Li, I felt no surprise whatsoever. What was there to astonish? I was, after all, dead, destined for the underworld. In like manner, he too had met his end. Thus, my first inquiry upon seeing him was how he had also perished. I intended to offer a friendly pat on his shoulder, but as soon as I raised my hand, he impatiently swatted it away. This Old Li, even in death, retained his arrogance. I chuckled to myself, choosing not to confront him. After all, in this realm of the underworld, he was my only acquaintance, and having someone to converse with made the journey less lonely. Just as I was lost in thought, Old Li abruptly pried my mouth open and poured a fiery liquid down my throat. It seemed to be liquor. After a moment's reflection, I confirmed it was indeed alcohol. Even in death, Old Li still had his drink. I found this utterly amusing and burst into laughter. Old Li gently patted my face, concern etched across his features, and said, "Logistician, are you all right?" I gazed at him, finding his expressions wonderfully endearing yet comical. And so I remained silent, continuing to chuckle. This Old Li, who had belonged to Jiangxi in life. I wondered if he would still report to the netherworld of Jiangxi after death. If he did, as a native of Chongqing, I would inevitably be left to tread the path alone. Sighing at this thought, my laughter subsided, replaced by a wave of melancholy. In life, I had felt loneliness. And it seemed that even in death, I was to remain solitary. My certainty that Old Li too had passed was due to the fact that we were both clad in simple garments, and most importantly, my entire being felt warm and comfortable, devoid of the chilling cold that had once gripped me in life. It appeared that the road to the underworld was not as dreadfully cold as the tale suggested. "Logistician, is your mind intact? Have you taken on water?" Old Li remarked, vigorously shaking my head. It was then I realized I was lying on the ground. Something felt amiss. As he shook my head, a dizzying haze enveloped me. I attempted to rise but found myself utterly powerless. "Old Li, please, stop shaking me. Let me die in peace," I stammered. "Did you genuinely think you were dead?" Old Li ceased shaking my head, looked at me, and then suddenly slapped my face. "Does that hurt?" The slap was quite forceful. causing an immediate fiery sting across my cheek. My mind snapped awake. The pain. I was not dead. My excitement nearly propelled me to my feet. Old Lee. I'm not dead. How am I not dead? I flipped over and embraced Old Lee, shouting in exhilaration, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. After allowing my exuberance to subside for a moment, Old Lee gently pushed me away, advising me to rest and not become overly agitated. How could I possibly contain my excitement? Not only was I alive, but I had also encountered Old Lee. This meant I could descend the mountain without the dread of being alone and perishing in the wilderness. Down below, there were provisions, warmth from a fire, and no fear of those who might push me into the water or shoot at me. As I pondered this, my mind suddenly regained clarity, and I recognized that something was amiss. Where was I? Why was it so warm, devoid of any chill? How had Old Lee found me here? And what of that group of brutes? A torrent of questions flooded my mind. Old Lee seemed to sense my turmoil. He handed me a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water, saying, take your time to eat. You've been unconscious for most of the day. Don't look at me so intensely. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why you're still alive and how I managed to save you. Aren't you? I nodded vigorously and added, moreover, why is it not cold here at all? And what about the invaders? The invaders? The Japanese? Old Lee's gaze instantly transformed into one of revulsion, tinged with concern, and I could see it all too clearly. It seemed he knew something. When the invaders arrived, had he not already gone out? Since then, I had not seen him. Old Lee had been enigmatic since our ascent. I truly could not fathom the extent of his knowledge. He sighed, turned back to fetch himself some water and biscuits, then sat beside me, saying, Technician Luo. This is a long story. At that time, I was out on watch. Chapter 030, The Human Skin Snake. Before recounting his own experiences, Old Lee unusually chose to share with me the lineage of his family. He revealed that he hailed from Zhenzhou, Jiangxi, a region renowned for its connection to the esteemed Maoshan sect. As a genuine descendant of Maoshan disciples, Old Lee refrained from disclosing this heritage after enlisting. For the prevailing atheism among his peers and the sect's less-than-stellar reputation could invite misunderstandings and unwanted troubles. It was in that enigmatic communication station, devoid of any visible features, that he volunteered to scout, driven by a peculiar occurrence reminiscent of a tale told by Master Banshin many years ago. This incident bore significant ramifications, pertaining to the very survival of certain sects. Thus he dared not broach the subject lightly with us, especially not with someone as impulsive as myself, choosing instead to venture forth alone to ascertain the situation. On that fateful day, Old Lee departed the communication station with Lion, his canine companion, to keep watch. The night was exceptionally dark, the wind howling, and the chill was palpable. After traversing approximately 3 to 4 miles northwest of the station, Lion grew increasingly agitated, barking incessantly while tugging at Old Lee's trouser leg to urge him onward. Such behavior from Lion was only exhibited upon detecting the presence of living beings, prompting Old Lee to act with caution. He quickly chambered a round in his rifle and noticed a multitude of disordered footprints along the roadside, as if descending from the mountain, yet meandering in a way that left their destination uncertain. The prints appeared remarkably fresh, suggesting recent passage. To his astonishment, it seemed there were indeed individuals descending from the mountain, and in considerable numbers, which heightened Old Lee's vigilance. Initially, he attributed this to a political alertness, suspecting enemy agents might seize the chaos to gather intelligence, and thus he followed the trail without delving deeply into the implications. Despite his robust demeanor, the desolate wilderness unsettled Old Lee. He initially intended to pursue the footprints, but upon reflection, he understood that even if they intended to wreak havoc at our communication station, that would likely transpire at least 2 days hence. Moreover, he was aware of shortcuts down the mountain that could allow him to reach the station ahead of those individuals. Therefore, he pondered whether it might be wiser to ascend the mountain along the footprints to discern if any traps had been laid. Gradually, Old Lee followed the trail upward. Along the way, Lion exhibited heightened alertness, constantly scanning the surroundings and never straying from Old Lee's side. Old Lee, well acquainted with Lion's instincts, recognized that the dog had sensed danger, compelling it to stay close to protect its master. This realization rendered him acutely aware, with senses attuned to every nuance around him. Fingers firmly wrapped around his rifle, ready to fire at the slightest hint of peril. Lion, shedding its customary lethargy, adeptly guided Old Lee as they continued their ascent. At first, Old Lee perceived nothing amiss during their trek until Lion led him to a lifeless body. It was then that he grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that this was not merely an encounter with enemy agents. The corpse before him was that of the Japanese man they had previously encountered, who had transformed into a viscous pink fluid. However, when Old Lee first laid eyes upon the body, it had yet to undergo such a transformation. It appeared to have succumbed only recently, still radiating warmth. Oldly recognized the uniform adorning the lifeless figure before him, discerning that it belonged to a Japanese individual. Contemplating the merits and demerits of the deceased's life, he resolved to bury the body on the spot, pitying the unfortunate soul. However, as he reached out, a sudden flash of white light erupted, revealing a python of considerable girth, coiled a couple of meters away from the corpse, its tongue flickering menacingly. Fixating its gaze upon Oldly, the lion, witnessing the scene, immediately barked fiercely at the python, which seemed momentarily intimidated, hissing but refraining from an attack. Oldly, equally startled by the sight of such a colossal serpent, remained frozen in place, fearing the python might strike without warning. The lion continued its relentless barking, and after a brief standoff, the python silently retreated. Elated, Oldly hastened to move the body, but as soon as he touched it, the snake darted back into view with a swift hiss. Instantly, the lion erupted into a ferocious roar. The python, wary of the lion, slithered restlessly 2 meters away, several times attempting to strike at Oldly but was thwarted by the lion's presence. Oldly, understanding the peril of the situation, dared not disturb the corpse further. After a while, the python vanished once again. Seeing the opportunity, Oldly attempted to lift the body once more, only for the python to descend upon him from above. This repeated cycle made Oldly realize that the python was fiercely protective of the corpse, as if it regarded it as its own possession. He concluded that as long as he did not disturb the body, the python would pose no threat to him. With this understanding, he chose to abandon his efforts, attributing the misfortune of the Japanese man's death to his ill-fated location. In the dead of night, confronted by both the python and the corpse, Oldly found himself devoid of any inclination to investigate further. Moreover, the python's eerie arrival left him doubting if serpents could exist at such altitudes. Thus, he decided to return and confer with us, also wishing to send word back to the communication station at the base of the mountain to remain vigilant against any Japanese presence. Stumbling back to the abandoned communication station with the lion in tow, Oldly encountered Yamamoto and his team dissecting the faceless Wang Weiqing. Through the narrow crack of the door, he caught sight of a crystal-black scorpion. He refrained from entering, recognizing that the attire of the Japanese within matched that of the corpse he had encountered, indicative of a potential prior ascent by the Japanese, possibly yielding discoveries that could not be reclaimed by our limited resources and strength, compelling us to resort to stealth. From that moment, Oldly shadowed us until the python wounded Kid Ada, at which point he silently veered off to pursue the python from another direction. Meanwhile, the Japanese, having lost track of the python near the hot springs, were not overly concerned and ventured upward, ultimately discovering a cave before returning to seek us out. With the lion as his guide, Oldly effortlessly followed the python, which had slithered into a vast crevice behind the hot springs. Without hesitation, he leaped in after it, only to find the python remarkably cunning and agile, vanishing from sight in an instant. The crevice was long and wide, permeated by an indescribable stench. The ground littered with the desiccated remains of various animals, yak, wild donkeys, and ibex, devoured to the point of leaving only their shriveled skins, densely packed with no space to tread. Amidst the multitude of animal remains, one cannot help but wonder how long the white python has wreaked havoc in this area. It is likely that the creatures on the mountain have either been devoured or frightened into fleeing. Otherwise, how could it dare to ambush humans? Oldly, already privy to many secrets, discerned the situation of the python and felt reassured, realizing its threat was not as dire as that of other creatures. He intended to lead the lion out of its lair to regroup with us first. However, just as he lifted his foot to depart, the various animal hides piled within the crevices suddenly flew aside with a rustling sound, revealing a figure slowly rising from within. Oldly was taken aback, his heart racing as he scrambled to escape, but the crevice, though shallow, was exceedingly smooth, and his legs felt weak, preventing him from climbing out. As he saw the figure laboriously approaching him, his heart leapt to his throat. He forgot he was armed with a rifle and that a lion with Tibetan Mastiff lineage was by his side. At that moment, the lion unexpectedly roared, leaping fiercely towards the figure. Caught off guard, the man had his calf bitten by the lion, a substantial piece of flesh torn away. Remarkably, he did not utter a sound despite the grievous injury. He merely shifted to the side to evade the lion's onslaught. The lion, reveling in its initial victory, did not pursue further but instead returned to Oldly, proudly presenting the piece of flesh it had captured. Gathering his courage, Oldly examined the object the lion had brought. It was unmistakably dried human skin, shriveled and desiccated, certainly not fresh flesh. Upon closer inspection of the man's calf, he noted that after the substantial portion of skin was torn away, there was no blood, only a dark, withered wound remained. Oldly speculated that this might be a case of a corpse animated or a zombie, being a descendant of the Maoshan lineage. He understood such phenomena and felt no fear, especially with the peachwood sword imbued with lightning at his side. He hastily readied his weapon, Still shaken from the earlier fright, he awaited the figure's advance, prepared to strike wherever he could. The lion crouched at old Li's feet, barking incessantly at the man. The figure seemed hesitant, cautiously swaying from side to side, as if searching for the right moment to attack. Recognizing the man's apprehension towards the lion, old Li attempted to redirect the lion to deal with the threat. However, the normally obedient lion stubbornly refused to leave old Li's side, whimpering instead. Emboldened by his skills and daring, old Li disregarded the lion's unusual behavior and bent down to lift it aside. At that moment, the figure lunged at him with astonishing speed, aiming to bite his head. Old Li caught a glimpse of a flash of white beneath the man's feet, and without a moment to think, he quickly shielded his head and rolled away. In the meantime, the lion leapt up, seizing the white flash beneath the man's feet. The man, in pain, could not pursue Old Li any longer, struggling to free himself from the lion's grip yet hesitant to retaliate. Old Li rolled several times, and seeing no immediate threat, he dared to steal a glance. To his astonishment, the figure was actually entwined with a long serpent, which the lion was holding firmly in its jaws. He cast aside his fear and hastily rose to his feet, gripping a rifle in one hand and a peach-with sword in the other, intending to fire. However, the serpent's tail lashed out, first to the front, then to the left and right, while the lion clung fiercely to it, unwilling to relent, risking a potential misfire that could harm the lion. The man found himself swaying in tandem with the serpent's tail, attempting to thrust the peach-with sword forward. Yet, confronted by the living serpent's tail, as if it were not merely a corpse, he hesitated, uncertain whether this lightning-struck sword, specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits, would prove effective. Just as he was caught in this indecision, a sudden crack echoed, and the lion tumbled from the serpent's form, its jaws clasping a large chunk of bloodied serpent flesh. The man, struck by a sudden pain, collapsed to the ground, writhing incessantly. The lion, too, bore injuries. It had fallen onto a jagged rock, its rear end punctured and bleeding profusely. Old Li, concerned for his canine companion, swiftly scooped up the lion to tend to its wounds. Despite its injuries, the lion remained fiercely valiant, spitting out the serpent flesh and several times attempting to charge at the man, but was fortunately deterred by Old Li's stern commands. Once the lion's wounds were bandaged, Old Li barely released his hold when the lion let out a ferocious roar and lunged once more at the man, tearing and rending with fervor. The man's cries were unheard amid the chaos, as strips of human skin flew through the air, leading to an astonishing scene that unfolded. Chapter 031. The entrance to hell. At this juncture, Old Li deliberately created suspense. He said, "Master Luo, you are not a fool. Can you guess what I have seen?" A serpent-like figure appeared. Could it be Nuwa? Isn't she depicted as a woman with a serpent's body? I suppressed a laugh and responded earnestly. Old Li cast a disdainful glance at me and scoffed. I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. However, to be honest, I didn't expect it to be such a thing either. With a hint of self-deprecation, he continued, "Look, I even drew out my peach-with sword, truly believing it was some vengeful spirit." Impatiently, I interrupted Old Li's feigned profundity. "Old Li, just tell me in one sentence what's inside." I was eager to know. Heh. Old Li grinned widely. "Master Luo, you would never believe what I am about to tell you." The serpent, it was that little white python, cunning to the extreme, burrowing into human skin to masquerade as a person to frighten me. It was the lion that was clever, discovering this secret, and thus tearing at the human skin. "Old Li, are you making this up?" I gazed at him with disbelief. Clearly he was weaving a tale. He could easily become a storyteller. What a shame I had been so tense for nothing. As I spoke, I glanced around, noticing the absence of the lion. Wasn't he supposed to be right by Old Li's side? "Where's the lion?" I inquired. "It went down the mountain. It was injured and couldn't follow us," Old Li explained, tossing me a piece of cloth stained with blood. "Keep this well. It's a treasure," he elaborated. "Master Luo, truly it's a fact that the python entered the human skin. Consider this. There are animal skins everywhere in the crevices of the rocks. And the white python is a mutated being with spiritual essence. Is it so strange that it would burrow into human skin?" Indeed. We had encountered a plethora of bizarre occurrences on this journey. There were even stranger phenomena than this. Thus, I nodded in agreement. "By the way, what is this tattered cloth?" I examined the piece Old Li had thrown my way. It was palm-sized, light, and I discerned no remarkable quality about it. Old Li shot me a glance and said, "That is stained with the lion's blood." The lion was nurtured by its mother, who personally used special herbs to combat the monsters of hell. Thus, the blood of its mother flows within it. This is why the white python feared the lion. It attempted to kill me for sustenance several times, but failed. This cloth can help ward off some of the less ferocious hellish creatures. Hellish creatures? My mind raced, trying to grasp the meaning of this. "Old Li, hold on. What do you mean by hellish creatures?" Suddenly, Old Li seemed to remember something, slapping his thigh. "Oh, I forgot to mention this to you. Have you ever heard the saying? Beneath Mount Qiangbake lies the gate to hell, inhabited by faceless demons." This? I had heard it before, and not just once. Along the way, Chief Wang had mentioned it, as had Zhuoma Yangjin, and many local residents had spoken of it in the past. They often solemnly warned me after uttering those words, urging me not to venture into the formidable Qiangbake Mountain, for within it truly lies a realm of hell and demons. Subsequently, Old Li recounted that from the moment he observed Director Wang's eyes devoid of life at night, he sensed that something was amiss, yet he dared not confirm his suspicions. It was not until they ascended the mountain and entered the communication station, where they encountered a spring of blood, that he came to believe in the existence of the hellish creatures that Master Banshin had previously mentioned. Among these so-called infernal monstrosities, the crystal black scorpion residing within the faceless body is but one manifestation. Undoubtedly, there are various kinds, though the specifics remain to be uncovered as they press onward. Along their journey, other bizarre creatures, such as the white python, could merely be regarded as minions of the crystal black scorpion. Old Li further remarked that the emergence of the white python to attack humans was a matter of utter desperation, as it had devoured all available sustenance in the vicinity and could not venture far from its domain, thus resorting to the perilous act of assaulting humans. His words bore a certain resemblance to what Zhuoma Yangjin had instructed me to convey to the creatures of the mountain. This suggested that Zhuoma Yangjin was not merely a translator accompanying the team. Contemplating this, my teeth clenched in frustration, and I felt compelled to curse. It dawned upon me that I, Luo, had been the most naive of all, utterly ignorant, and nearly losing my life on several occasions. Noticing my indignation, Old Li promptly diverted the conversation, stating, "Technician Luo, it is not cold here at all. Have you not noticed?" This was something I had already observed but had not found the opportunity to inquire about. Although my heart was brimming with resentment, it was ultimately not Old Li's fault. Therefore, I endeavored to soften my tone and asked, "What is going on?" "This place, along with the cave where you were ambushed, bears a striking resemblance to what Master Banshin described regarding the entrance to hell." Master Banshin mentioned that at the entrance to hell, various openings exhibit differing temperatures. Some openings drip with water that freezes eternally, while others remain as warm as spring for millennia. When I first saw you, upon hearing Old Li speak thus, I cursed myself for my foolishness. I had failed to express gratitude for the life-saving act he had performed, consumed instead by mere curiosity. I promptly offered my thanks with a smile. Old Li waved his hand and replied, "No need for thanks. I also have a request of you. I need you to continue tracking the Japanese. I suspect they are privy to the secrets of the hellish creatures. If that is indeed the case, it concerns the lives and deaths of many, and we cannot allow them to succeed." I had promised Master Banshin. I could not refuse the words of my savior, and although reluctant, I acquiesced. Old Li nodded and continued, "Let me clarify the entire sequence of events for you, so you won't follow me into danger in a state of confusion." It turns out that after Old Li emerged from the crevice, he managed to locate the cave where we were, only to find me unconscious on the ground from the cold. The frigid temperatures rendered him ill-equipped, as he had not brought additional clothing. Thus, to save my life, he needed to find a source of warmth swiftly. Observing the unusual nature of the cave and the presence of human skull lamps, he surmised that he should be able to find firewood and other means to warm up the space. Thus, I went in search of firewood, only to inadvertently stumble upon a rather inconspicuous small cave branching from the main cavern, which is where we find ourselves now. He discovered this cave to be remarkably warm and hastily carried me inside. Naturally, the subsequent events culminated in my awakening, a detail that requires no further inquiry. Indeed, reflecting upon Master Banshin's words and the various experiences encountered along the journey, Old Li was fairly certain that this was the entrance to hell. At this juncture, I found myself pondering an inconsistency. Master Banshin was a devout Buddhist, while Old Li was a disciple of Taoism. Although the two traditions are not entirely incompatible, it seems unlikely that one would seek protection from the other's sect. Furthermore, we are in Tibet, a land where Buddhism is prevalent. Finding a reliable disciple should not be an arduous task. I shared my thoughts with Old Li. Old Li, with a solemn demeanor, replied, "Master Banshin devoted his life to guarding the area beneath Mount Xiangbaku, solely to prevent any disciple from approaching this place. The creatures of hell are ominous beings. Should they manifest in the world, all manner of sects would inevitably become aware, leading to unending strife and unrest in Tibet. It is with this consideration that he chose not to seek anyone but you. Moreover, he did not even disclose the location of the entrance to me. He merely imparted some pertinent knowledge and urged me to do everything within my power to prevent anyone from entering hell." Chapter 032. The gunshot. Upon hearing Old Li's words, I could not help but chuckle. Master Banshin's will was indeed peculiar. He neither revealed the entrance to hell to Old Li, nor did he provide any guidance. Yet he entrusted Old Li with the guardianship of this place, such a contradiction. Moreover, most individuals would instinctively shy away at the mere mention of hell. rendering old Li's intervention unnecessary. However, upon reflection, I realized that Master Banshin was an enlightened monk, and his actions must surely have been grounded in profound reasoning. After finishing his account, old Li fell silent for a moment, then rose to organize his backpack. I, lost in my own thoughts, felt compelled to assist him. But as I lifted my foot, I discovered that my body felt unusually light, lacking strength. I inwardly lamented my predicament. How could I contend with that group of beasts in such a state? Where was my backpack? Would old Li have disposed of it? I promptly inquired, Old Li. Where is my backpack? Old Li replied leisurely, I'll check on it. Your tattered clothes are drying. If they are done, I'll bring them over too. Since Old Li mentioned they were drying, I decided not to press further. The most pressing matter at hand was to conserve my energy and await the restoration of my strength. Shortly thereafter, Old Li approached, carrying a heap of discolored garments. A grimy sleeping bag and a wrinkled backpack, which he unceremoniously tossed at my feet. These are your belongings. My belongings? I touched the clothes at my feet. Incredulous and anxiously asked, how could they have dried so quickly? The items soaked in that blood spring. Are they still usable? They are, Old Li responded. I took care of them for you. Aside from their appearance, there should be no significant issues. As he spoke, he squatted down to assist me in organizing my backpack, urging me to don the clothes quickly, for we would soon be leaving the cave, and it would undoubtedly be cold outside. I was acutely aware that I could not afford to delay any longer. An extended period had passed, and I could only imagine what heinous acts the beasts might have committed in that time. Thus, I hastily donned my coat and other garments. As I put on the clothes, a pungent scent of sulfur filled my nostrils. Old Li had claimed to have treated them. Could it be that he used sulfur to disinfect them? I quickly sought confirmation from him. Indeed, Old Li nodded and said that blood spring is incredibly potent. Without sulfur for thorough disinfection, I fear that as soon as you don those garments, you would no longer be in command of your own fate. Do you recall the spring blocked by stones at the communication station halfway up the mountain? And the corpse devoured by that strange insect? That spring is akin to this blood spring, and the individual who perished had mistakenly ingested its water. Upon hearing his words, an uncomfortable sensation washed over me. My hands and feet began to itch, and I felt as though strange insects were crawling across my skin. Old Li, something feels amiss. It seems as if there are tiny insects crawling on me. I wish to remove these clothes and discard the backpack. To my surprise, Old Li merely glanced at me and continued stuffing the sleeping bag and other items into the backpack, maintaining his composure as he stated. That is merely a psychological effect. I personally treated each piece of your clothing with sulfur. It is surely effective against these pests. Moreover, the shirt that clings to my body is one I had set aside for my own use. How could it be that I suddenly feel discomfort and suspect the presence of insects? Am I truly wearing his clothes? How could I have failed to notice it for so long? In a flurry, I lifted my outer garment and pulled out the shirt, only to find, as I suspected, that it was not mine. Instantly, my unease dissipated. I thought to myself that even if there were remnants of blood or water on the jacket, it would not easily penetrate my skin. With this realization, the tingling sensation on my body also receded, revealing itself to be merely a psychological effect. I offered an awkward smile, just as I was about to speak. Suddenly, Old Li exclaimed, his hand rummaging through his backpack, looking at me with a look of confusion. What is it? I inquired hastily. Old Li slowly withdrew his hand from the bag, presenting a dark yellow object to me. What is this? It feels as hard as a brick. Upon closer inspection, I saw that it resembled solidified pulp, its color faded and yellowed. Instantly, I comprehended its nature. Though I lamented its condition, after all, it was a relic of the enigmatic Wang Weiqing, now utterly ruined by water. It appeared to be a scripture, possibly rendered into this state after being soaked and then scorched by fire. I proceeded to recount the tale of this scripture's origins to Old Li. Having finished my account, I mused that since this object had disintegrated into a pulp, it was of no use and should be discarded to avoid clutter. It was indeed a pity for a scripture that must have held some age. As I was about to toss it away, Old Li swiftly snatched it from my grasp and tucked it into the outer pocket of my backpack, stating, if this scripture has accompanied the faceless one until his demise, there must be something peculiar about it. Even in its ruined state, I believe we should bring this pulp down the mountain to see if it can be restored. Are you mistaken? What could possibly be salvaged from a lump of pulp? I have seen it. It is merely an ordinary hand-copied scripture. What if Wang Weiqing was a devout Buddhist in life? Carrying a scripture is hardly unusual. I gazed at Old Li with discontent, expressing, I am weary and carrying an additional book will deplete my energy. Old Li paid me no heed. After a moment, as if recalling something, he remarked, by the way, I did not roast these. They were laid directly against the cave walls, and they dried on their own. If we venture further, the walls become exceedingly hot, as if scorched by fire. Such strange occurrences? Is it truly that hot? Unable to suppress my curiosity, I stood up, eager to investigate. Yet Oldley thrust the organized backpack into my arms, urging me to hasten after the Japanese. You have been unconscious for the better part of the day, and I have recounted so many tales to you. Do you have any idea how much the Japanese have accomplished during this time? I had only intended to take a quick glance to satisfy my curiosity, but with Oldley's admonition, I felt embarrassed, as if I were a child lacking discernment. Thus, I suppressed my intense curiosity and obediently shouldered the backpack, following Oldley. This time, the bag felt significantly lighter, presumably. Some of the assorted items had been damaged by the blood water, and Oldley had conveniently discarded them. Oldley patted my shoulder and turned to walk outside. I hurriedly followed him. As we ventured further out, the temperature dropped significantly. It dawned upon me that the deeper one ventured into the cave, the warmer it became. Hence, Oldley was able to dry my clothes and backpack so swiftly. This peculiar phenomenon indeed resembled the conditions described in Tales of Hell. After approximately half an hour of walking, I began to feel somewhat impatient when suddenly a muffled gunshot echoed from outside, gradually permeating my ears and then slowly fading away, leaving the cave filled with the somber resonance of gunfire. Startled, I halted and glanced at Oldley, my voice trembling as I asked, could it be that the Japanese invaders have come to kill us? Chapter 033. The zombies. Lower your voice, don't rush. Let me listen intently. Oldley, being a seasoned veteran, remained calm under pressure, halting his steps to tilt his ear and discern the sounds. I crouched down, stealthily extracting the dagger hidden in my boot, gripping it tightly. If the enemy were to invade this cave to eliminate witnesses, I would not hesitate. I would take down at least one of them. While contemplating this, I anxiously glanced at Oldley, awaiting his conclusion. After a prolonged silence, the echoes of gunfire faded away, and Oldley finally exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "It's not what you think. There are people outside the cave firing their weapons. The interconnected nature of these caverns prevented the sound from dispersing, making it seem as though the gunfire was occurring nearby." I too breathed a sigh of relief alongside Oldley. If the scenario I had feared were true, if the enemy had stationed themselves at the entrance or entered the cave to shoot, we would have had no chance of escape. Realizing this made me chastise myself for allowing fear to take hold, for jumping at shadows at the slightest hint of danger. Oldley, perhaps they encountered something formidable and opened fire? I attempted to mask my earlier fear, striving to appear composed as I spoke to him. Oldley, with a sharp click, chambered a round into his rifle, a hint of lethal intent in his demeanor. Perhaps, but it could also be an internal conflict. Regardless, we must exit this cave. It's a dead end. We cannot linger here, he said, moving toward the exit, and I promptly followed. As we neared the cave's mouth, the temperature began to mirror that of the previous cavern. Moreover, as we progressed, I thought I discerned the faint sound of chains clinking intermittently, though I could not be entirely certain. However, it was clear that we were approaching the end of this tunnel. Indeed, after approximately 5 more minutes of walking, Oldley declared, "We are almost out. Your military dagger is still with you, correct? Hold it tightly. Beyond this cave is where you fainted." I heard the clinking of chains, but was uncertain of the circumstances. I nodded, clutching the dagger firmly in my hand, feeling a sense of unease. Uncertain about what awaited us, and increasingly frantic. Not long after, I glimpsed a thick iron chain on the ground, shaking violently as if whatever it was bound to was struggling fiercely. Yet, there were no sounds of human or animal cries. Logically, both would emit some form of noise. The cave remained eerily silent, despite the incessant clanking of the chain, which failed to disrupt the unsettling stillness. For a moment, Oldley and I exchanged glances, paralyzed with hesitation. "Oldley, I seem to recall there being around 10 chains in this cave," I whispered. Oldley nodded, raising his rifle before him, signaling me to follow him without fear. For reasons unknown, a chill coursed through my body, and my hair stood on end. "Oldley," I grasped his arm, stammering, perhaps we should take a look first." Before I could finish my thought, a gust of wind, accompanied by the clattering of chains, surged toward us. Alarmed, I seized Oldley and attempted to retreat. After a couple of steps, the gust did not pursue us into the cave. Instead, it howled forward, prompting me to halt and glance back, only to find nothing amiss. It seems that I have truly been frightened to the core, my courage withering away, as if the very winds carried whispers of danger, and every rustle of grass and tree set my nerves on edge. Hesitantly, I glanced at Oldley, expecting to see him mock my paranoia, yet to my surprise, he wore an expression of grave concern, his gaze fixed intently on the darkness beyond the cave entrance. "Oldley," I called softly. He gestured for silence, urging me to listen carefully. I held my breath, straining my ears, and was startled to discern the faint clinking of chains, accompanied by a rhythmic thud of heavy objects striking the ground. Thud, thud, drawing closer, inching toward our cave entrance. Gripping my dagger tightly, I dared not breathe, my eyes wide as I peered into the shadowy void. The entrance was dim and indistinct, and as the ominous sounds approached, I felt a mix of anxiety and dread, torn between the urge to ask Old Lee to turn on the spotlight and the fear that speaking might draw whatever was out there into our refuge. In the midst of this turmoil, the clanking of chains and the thuds grew suddenly nearer. Then, a vague silhouette, dragging shackles, descended into the cave, landing with a thud. As it touched the ground, its legs stiffened, and it sprang upward with a gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of chains rattling. After a while, the noises faded, repeating in a haunting cycle. Was this not the very embodiment of a zombie? A chill crept up my spine. Turning to Old Lee, I found he had shed his usual gentleness, his face now radiating an intimidating ferocity. Without hesitation, he tossed me his rifle and rummaged through his backpack for something. At that moment, another zombie passed by outside. Whether it was sluggish in its movements or had detected us, it stopped at our cave entrance, showing no sign of leaving. Terrified, I instinctively recoiled, but Old Lee glanced at me, retrieved a charred object resembling a small sword from his pack, and whispered, "Come here, look at this." I trembled, stammering, "What is it?" "A thunderstruck peachwood sword," he replied, packing his bag anew and slinging it over his shoulder. "With this, what is there to fear? Besides, we have rifles." Old Lee's composure instilled a great deal of courage within me. A peachwood sword is traditionally a talisman against malevolence, and if it were crafted from wood struck by lightning, it would be an extraordinary weapon against evil. If this truly were a zombie, a single thrust would surely reduce it to a wisp of smoke, leaving us with little to fear. And if it were a living person in disguise, as Old Lee had suggested, we had the advantage of our rifle and dagger. With these thoughts, I took a deep breath to steady myself. Old Lee regarded me with approval and said, "Logician, let us go." He then positioned the peachwood sword before him and turned to step outside. I promptly raised my rifle and followed him. To claim that I was entirely unafraid would be a falsehood. As we reached the cave entrance, I saw the zombie standing motionless just a couple of paces away. I dared not look for long, constantly urging myself not to succumb to fear. In stark contrast, Old Lee displayed remarkable bravery. He placed his backpack on the ground and declared, "Logician, I will first attempt to stab it with the peachwood sword. If things go awry, you must shoot." I nodded vigorously, mimicking his actions by setting my own backpack down. The zombie had initially been positioned sideways to us. However, as Lao Lee stepped out of the cave, it appeared to have eyes on the side of its head, swiftly pivoting to face him, consequently exposing its chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Lee seized the peachwood sword and thrust it towards the creature's chest before immediately retreating, awaiting the zombie's reaction. I too aimed at the ghoul, ready to fire should the sword prove ineffective. After an agonizing pause, the zombie remained upright and silent, as did Lao Lee, who steadfastly observed it. My heart raced, teetering on the brink of panic. I contemplated firing my weapon but hesitated, torn between the desire to pull Lao Lee back into the cave and the fear of reaching out. Amidst this tense stalemate, a sudden clanking of chains erupted as the zombie lunged towards Lao Lee, its legs moving and arms outstretched. Lao Lee swiftly sidestepped and aimed his sword once more. Yet the zombie demonstrated remarkable agility. Upon seeing Lao Lee evade its grasp, it promptly turned to launch another attack, moving with astonishing speed. Lao Lee, caught off guard, had his hat snatched away. This was no ordinary zombie. "Logician, fire your weapon," Lao Lee shouted, attempting to retreat into the cave. To our horror, the creature appeared to be covered in eyes, effortlessly blocking Lao Lee's escape routes regardless of his evasive maneuvers. Gradually, its movements became increasingly agile. It transformed from a clumsy automaton with limited lethality into a formidable entity, adept at various lethal techniques. I yearned to shoot, but with Lao Lee in the line of fire, I feared inadvertently harming him. "Lao Lee, get out of the way. I'm firing," I cried out, clad in heavy clothing. Lao Lee was struggling to keep pace, panting heavily and lacking the strength to respond. As the zombie closed in, I was gripped by urgency, casting aside my firearm to hurl my backpack at the creature. Seizing the opportunity during its brief pause, I rushed forward to drag Lao Lee back into the cave. Yet, the zombie's moment of stillness lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Just as I grasped Lao Lee's hand, it resumed its assault. The clanking of chains echoed ominously, and before I could comprehend, I was struck hard, as if a solid stone had collided with my head. Dazed, I felt the world spin and collapse to the ground, fortuitously landing on the very backpack I had thrown, thus sparing my head from a second impact. Despite my disorientation, a flicker of rationality remained, and I struggled to rise. However, as I moved, a metallic scent mingled with an unidentifiable stench assailed my senses, and suddenly, a dark, lifeless face loomed before me, silent and motionless. Panic surged through me, my mind buzzing as I teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. "Get away." At that moment, Lao Lee's commanding voice pierced the air. followed by 2 sharp gunshots. I watched as the zombie stood frozen, wisps of smoke gradually rising from its back. There was no time to lose. I scrambled to escape, rolling to the side, but as I moved, the creature's hand shot out, seizing me and hurling me back beside my backpack. This time, it did not hesitate in the slightest. It immediately opened its maw and lunged at me. My entire body went limp and trembled, leaving me no chance to evade its assault. In an instant, my left shoulder was seized by its bite, and it yanked outward. I heard a sharp tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped apart, and a chilling sensation enveloped my shoulder. It was over. I had been bitten by a zombie. My body crumpled into a heap, rendered as powerless as a puddle of mud, as I helplessly watched the zombie slowly approach me once more, preparing to take a second bite. It was the end. Even if I did not perish, I would surely become a zombie. In despair, I shut my eyes. To my astonishment, I did not feel the anticipated bite. Curiously, I opened my eyes to find Old Lee steadfastly pressing the muzzle of his rifle against the zombie's chest, while the creature remained silent, attempting to grapple both man and gun. Chapter 034. The Sacred Text of Salvation. A sudden jolt brought me back to my senses. I glanced at my left shoulder and realized that only my thick clothing had been bitten through, leaving my flesh unharmed. Relieved that I would not transform into a zombie, a surge of strength coursed through me, and I swiftly rolled over to my feet. As I did so, Old Lee, witnessing my movement, immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the zombie's chest. The force of the rifle's bullets far exceeded that of a typical handgun, and I surmised that with such close range, Old Lee's relentless firing had turned the zombie's chest into a veritable honeycomb. I momentarily forgot my earlier fear, eagerly anticipating the moment the zombie would collapse, its chest perforated and hollowed out by Old Lee's onslaught. To my astonishment, the zombie neither struggled nor resisted. Once Old Lee's volley concluded, it glanced not at its wounded chest but instead lunged toward him with its hand outstretched. I could see clearly as I yanked Old Lee, who was preparing to reload, out of harm's way, brandishing my dagger to strike at the creature. However, despite its grievous injuries, the zombie exhibited remarkable strength, effortlessly seizing my dagger as I thrust it forward. With a simple motion, it caused me to stumble and fall at its feet. Seemingly aware of my lesser power compared to Old Lee, the creature bent down with an unnaturally stiff movement, extending its hands as if to tear me apart. A wave of terror surged through me, prompting me to roll aside. Its feet shifted slightly, producing a cacophony of clanking chains that easily obstructed my escape. And it reached for me once more. I swiftly dodged to the side, only to find myself within reach of its other hand. In that moment of opportunity, it seized both of my shoulders, exerting a force that felt as though it were tearing my body apart, as if 2 colossal iron pincers were pulling my shoulders in opposite directions, leaving me no room for escape. The pain was excruciating, nearly causing me to lose consciousness. Instinctively, I struggled fiercely, grasping anything within reach to strike at the zombie. Old Lee, unable to reload in that critical moment, raised the butt of his rifle and struck the zombie's arm with all his might, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, I felt something hard in my backpack. Without a second thought, I grasped it and struck the zombie's arm. In that instant, something peculiar occurred. The zombie's movements slowed momentarily, and its grip weakened. Realizing this tactic was effective, I relentlessly pounded on the back of the zombie's hand, targeting every accessible area with fervor. Gradually, the strength in the zombie's grip diminished. Old Lee seemed to notice the change. Seeing the creature no longer tearing at me, he swiftly pulled me away from its grasp. As soon as I was freed, the zombie, deprived of its support, collapsed thunderously to the ground, motionless. Fearing it was merely feigning death, Old Lee prodded it with his gun several times, yet it remained still. Only then did he collapse beside me, visibly exhausted and frightened. As I regained my composure, I became acutely aware of the intense pain in my shoulder and the dampness of my back, soaked through with cold sweat. It felt as though the air had been siphoned from my chest, leaving me gasping for breath, my throat parched. I attempted to speak, but several times I opened my mouth without producing a sound. Glancing at Old Lee, I noticed he too was panting heavily, the dimness of the cave obscuring the details of his expression, though I surmised he could not be in a much better state than I. After enduring most of the day, I finally felt somewhat better, only to discover that I had been tightly clutching a rigid object in my hand, the very item that had felled the zombie moments ago. Initially, I had not contemplated what this extraordinary weapon could be. However, as my breath steadied, I took a closer look and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. It turned out to be the scripture that I had almost discarded, reduced to a pulp and subsequently dried. I had not anticipated it to be so resilient, capable of defeating a zombie that even a rifle, dagger, or peachwood sword, designed specifically for vanquishing malevolent spirits, could not. With just a few strikes, it had accomplished the task. With a smile, I tossed the brick-like scripture toward Oldley, exclaiming, "Look at this, it's quite remarkable." Indeed, Oldley was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Master Luo, is this what saved us just now?" I managed a wry smile and replied, "Yes." Still reeling from the encounter, Oldley, breathless and unsteady, examined the hard pulp scripture, turning it over in his hands for quite some time before hesitantly asking, "Luo, Master, are you certain this is the ordinary handwritten scripture that the faceless one carried?" I lacked the energy for further discourse, merely nodding in affirmation. After a moment of silence, Oldley muttered to himself, "Traditional Tibetan handwritten scriptures are crafted from the paper of the wolf poison plant." His words triggered a memory, yet I hesitated to discuss it further, fearing that speaking might attract more zombies. So, I steadied myself, lifted the backpack from the ground, and urged Oldley to rise. "Let us first seek refuge in that small cave. I believe I've come to a realization." Oldley, unsteadily following me into the cave, reflected on our recent battle with the zombie. Given our current frail condition, I surmised that had it not been for this wretched scripture, I would have been torn asunder. And Oldley might not have escaped unscathed either. Even many years later, the thought of that encounter filled me with dread. As Oldley and I settled against the cave wall, I meticulously recounted the events surrounding the faceless king, Wei Cheng, particularly emphasizing his journal. I highlighted the account of his companions falling ill, and how he seemingly discovered a remedy, lamenting that I had not finished reading it before it was destroyed by Liu. Moreover, Wei Cheng referenced the scripture multiple times, mentioning an unknown herb steeped in water. I wondered if this had any connection to his eventual illness. Listening intently, Oldley remained contemplative for a long while before thoughtfully stating, "Master Luo, do you remember the herbs I asked you to throw into the fire the night Director Wang went mad?" I had not paid much attention to that detail and could only respond honestly that I did not know. After pondering for a moment, Oldley continued, "Those were actually the common incense herbs used by Tibetan people. In Lhasa, you can observe many large incense burners, where people burn those very herbs." Master Banshin stated that the Buddha specifically instructed the Tibetans to use these herbs, which are greatly feared by the demons of hell, as offerings to ward off such malevolent spirits. Unexpectedly, this herb, Sangxiang, possesses such remarkable efficacy. I was initially taken aback, but soon my face illuminated with joy as I exclaimed, "If we descend the mountain and procure more, we could surely subdue the zombies within this cave." Oldley let out a wry smile and replied, "If only it were that simple. Sangxiang can only combat the initial onset of the affliction in living beings infected by hellish creatures. The zombie we encountered moments ago is deceased, rendering Sangxiang ineffective against it. However, from what we observed earlier, this scripture seems to be the nemesis of zombies. It remains unclear whether it is the power of the inscribed verses or some other reason." The answer, which had been lingering in my mind, immediately crystallized upon hearing Oldley's words. Oldley, could it be that the scripture possesses inherent qualities, perhaps derived from being made of wolf's bane, thus imbued with certain medicinal properties? I endeavored to suppress my elation at discovering the answer, saying. Oldley nodded thoughtfully, albeit cautiously. "That may indeed be a possibility. However, if it were truly that straightforward, why would Master Banshin not have informed me?" Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of despondency wash over me, dismissing my own thoughts. Indeed, if it were so simple, wolf's bane is not uncommon. How could others remain oblivious to its potent properties, allowing these zombies to behave so brazenly? Speaking of zombies, I suddenly recalled that prior to our confrontation with the slain zombie, 2 others had passed by the cave entrance. I wondered if this scripture would be equally effective against them. If not, we might find it exceedingly difficult to exit the cave, as a dozen iron chains bound at least 5 or 6 zombies. My mind momentarily spiraled into chaos. Looking at Oldley, I noticed he too was furrowing his brow, deep in thought, and he said, "Rajatek, I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss." I gently tapped my temple, attempting to quell the tumult in my mind, and asked, "What seems to be amiss?" "There are many discrepancies. Let's not even mention the bizarre skull lamps. Just consider the iron chains binding the zombies on the ground, and that zombie we encountered. Why did its companions leap aside? Yet it chose to halt directly in our path out of this cave. Furthermore, although it moved with swiftness, it appeared somewhat sluggish and clumsy compared to a typical zombie. Moreover, if it truly were a malevolent spirit zombie, why did my Peachwood sword, as well as the Thunderstruck Wood, fail to affect it? It is known that the Thunderstruck Peachwood is a supreme talisman for exorcising malevolent spirits. Any wicked entity struck by it would instantly be annihilated, unable to reincarnate. How could it remain unfazed and continue to attack us? This implies that this zombie is certainly not a ghost. Additionally, when I fired at its chest, I could feel the bullets effortlessly penetrate its body, and it did not react in the slightest. The reason it remained motionless, I surmise, was due to the impact of the bullet rendering it immobile, rather than the bullet itself inflicting fatal harm upon it. At this point, Oldly vigorously shook his head from side to side, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how have I become so muddled in my thoughts?" To be honest, I too felt perplexed. My earlier anxiety had rendered me oblivious to the attire of that zombie, its ethnicity, or the condition of its components. According to Oldly, this creature was neither a ghost nor a living person, nor did it resemble any high-tech contraption. Could it possibly be a new species? Or perhaps one of those monstrous beings infected by a virus as depicted in a bioapocalyptic narrative? Moreover, the most pressing question lingered. How could such a formidable zombie be restrained by iron chains? It seems that further investigation into this entity is imperative. After lying down for a considerable time, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my body. Fearing an unexpected encounter with the zombie, I decided that while the surroundings appeared tranquil, it was prudent for Old Lee and me to exit the cave and examine the slain zombie closely. Chapter 035. The gates of hell have opened. The gates of hell have opened, and this time we remained vigilant. One of us grasped an iron chain attached to the zombie's foot, intending to drag it into the cavern for a thorough examination. Curiously enough, our original plan was to pull it further inside, yet the length of the chain was precisely sufficient to reach the cave's entrance, preventing any additional movement. This likely explains why it had lingered at the threshold for so long, not out of awareness of our presence, but rather due to the constraints of the chain binding it, preventing it from advancing alongside the other two zombies. With no other choice, we illuminated the cave entrance, scrutinizing the zombie's condition. Its attire, still not completely weathered, unmistakably identified it as a Tibetan serf, and it seemed to hold a certain level of status among them. While none of this was particularly strange, the aspect that piqued our curiosity lay in its visage. Much like the corpses I had observed upon my initial descent into the cave, the extreme aridity, absent any preservation methods, would typically lead to desiccation, rendering both human and animal remains into blackened husks devoid of life. Yet, this peculiar phenomenon was defying all expectations. The zombie's eyes were tightly shut, its expression serene, and its complexion appeared vividly lifelike. The ruddy hue of Highland red akin to that of any robust inhabitant of the plateau. At first glance, one might easily mistake it for a somewhat distinguished serf in slumber, failing to associate it with the malevolent creature that had nearly torn me asunder. As I examined its face, I shifted my gaze to its body, shining the torchlight upon it. Old Lee gently pulled aside its Tibetan robe, revealing a bronze-hued chest, glistening and elastic, reminiscent of the most fashionable skin tones of the present day. Although marred by numerous bullet holes, the flesh surrounding these wounds remained entirely unscathed, devoid of any blood or fluid, as if rendered by a precise perforating instrument, each puncture inflicted without collateral damage. In such extraordinary circumstances, I found myself at a loss for words to encapsulate my astonishment and fear, while simultaneously unreasonably contemplating that this was of far greater value than the mummies of the Egyptian pharaohs. Turning my attention to its hands and arms, I noted the same astonishing appearance, resembling a slumbering mortal. Finally, upon inspecting its feet, I discerned an anomaly at the left ankle. 2 to 3 inches upward from the iron chain, a significant portion of flesh had been gruesomely excised, exposing bone beneath. The wound neither exhibited any signs of discoloration nor scab formation, maintaining the pristine state of recent injury. Similarly, it bled not, but was faintly covered by a transparent fluid, reminiscent of tissue fluid, though not entirely so, and it emitted a faint, unsettling odor reminiscent of decaying oil. Initially uncertain, I took several deep breaths, only to be met with a sudden pallor as I hastily pulled Old Lee aside. "What is the matter?" he inquired, an expression of confusion etched across his face. I stammered, my gaze fixated upon the zombie, pointing at the wound on its calf. The scent emanating from its injury. It resembles that which was present when Wumian met his demise, yet the odor from Wumian was far more potent. Old Lee, far from being frightened, instead crouched down to closely sniff the air, which bore an unsettling scent reminiscent of something spoiled, possibly a rancid oil. Rising to his feet, he murmured, "Could it be? Could it be?" A fleeting thought flashed through my mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Impossible, impossible. Old Lee inquired about my mutterings, but I paid him no heed, lost in the contemplation of my own musings. It seemed as though there was some truth to my thoughts. Yet when analyzed through the lens of reason, it felt utterly implausible. After a prolonged period of introspection, still unable to grasp the essence of my idea, I tentatively shared it with Old Lee. "Old Lee, this scent is identical to that which emanated when Wume perished, and the liquid from the wound bears a resemblance to what flowed from Wume's body. I wonder, could this zombie be of the same ilk as Wume?" I continued, yet Wume's face was so swollen that only his mouth remained visible, while this creature resembles a living person. "Oh dear, Old Lee, I find myself ensnared in a web of confusion, and I cannot ascertain whether you comprehend what I am attempting to convey." Old Lee nodded, indicating his understanding. then fell into a contemplative silence. I simultaneously wished for this zombie to be akin to Wu Mei, for then it would be certain that within its mind or body lay something akin to a crystalline black scorpion, allowing us to dispatch other zombies as we had with Wu Mei. Yet, a part of me hoped they were not of the same kind. Though I could not articulate the reasons for this sentiment. The gates of hell have been opened, Oldley suddenly uttered, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. What? The gates of hell? I echoed, perplexed by his words. Do you recall that saying? Beneath Qiangbek Mountain lies the gate of hell, home to the faceless demons. Oldley's complexion paled. In truth, it was merely a piece of folklore, prevalent in various regions of China, often used to frighten children into behaving, without any actual demons lurking in a specific locale. I conveyed this perspective to Oldley, but he did not share my skepticism. Logician. Many folktales are rooted in truth, he asserted. During the process of oral transmission, certain facts have been obscured, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Consider. If such tales were mere fabrications, would they endure for hundreds or even thousands of years? I found myself at a loss for words. He had a point. Oldley continued, disregarding my silence. Master Banjin repeatedly told me, there exists a hell within Qiangbek Mountain, inhabited by faceless demons. Now, hearing you speak of Wu Mei and this zombie's condition, we have two locations that resonate with one another, the blood spring and the state of this zombie's wound. I truly fear that the gates of hell have been opened, releasing these demons. Master Banjin also warned that once the gates of hell are ajar, demons will manifest upon the earth, plunging countless souls into tumultuous chaos. At that juncture, the frenzy of the populace will be beyond the control of any government or army. Oldley's words resonated with my earlier thoughts, echoing a sentiment I dared not fully articulate. I too believe there exists a connection between the faceless entity and this zombie, albeit I had not contemplated the existence of a true gateway to hell. Technician Luo, I am currently beset by a profound concern. Out of the blue, Oldley seized a rifle, methodically loading it with ammunition, all the while remarking, did we not hear gunfire earlier? I suspect this zombie may have engaged in a direct confrontation with the Japanese, possibly sustaining a gunshot wound or two, thereby hampering its movements, which allowed the Japanese to opportunistically carve away at its calf. This perplexes me. Why would the Japanese go to such lengths to mutilate a zombie? Moreover, conventional rifles or handguns typically fail to inflict any significant damage on such creatures, as we ourselves have just discovered. At this juncture, a thought struck me. The Japanese had repeatedly and overtly threatened us, insisting we assist them in locating deserters. Could it be that they are fully aware of the truth? Oldley sighed heavily, adjusting his backpack. This is precisely my concern. You are likely more cognizant than I of the Japanese's research capabilities. If they were to acquire even a fragment of flesh from the zombie, coupled with the crystal black scorpions you mentioned they extracted from the faceless entity, these two elements could yield any information they desire. Consider the chaos this could unleash upon us. As Oldley's words sank in, my heart plummeted. His thoughts aligned eerily with mine, suggesting that the Japanese. I dared not contemplate further. The only course of action available is to exert every effort to prevent the Japanese from descending the mountain. From any perspective, the optimal strategy is to eliminate them without leaving a single survivor. Chapter 036. Unexpected sensitivity to mobile phones. I swiftly organized my backpack and followed Oldley out of the cave. He led the way, while I trailed behind, vigilant against any sudden assaults from the two zombies we had encountered earlier. Exiting one cave led us to another, and I found myself nearly bereft of any sense of direction. Although I had previously spent time in this new cavern, and the iron chains still adorned the walls, there were no skull lamps or blood springs in sight, nor any of the desiccated corpses we had encountered at the cave's entrance. The ground was smooth and clean, devoid of anything aside from dirt and the chains on either side. I was left pondering where we had arrived, the distance to the exit, and the destination Oldley intended to lead me to. We endeavored to muffle our footsteps, yet the stillness of the cave rendered even the slightest sound capable of producing an echo, amplifying the thudding of our steps, which was quite unnerving. I resolved to break the silence with conversation, but the words eluded me. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, I found my thoughts drifting inexplicably to that woman, Zhuoma Jiangjin. If I were to encounter her again, I could not guarantee that I would refrain from throttling her. She had colluded with that band of Japanese scoundrels to push me into the blood spring, and had the audacity to feign concern by suggesting I seek out Master Banqin or his disciple if I bore no wounds. Who would trust her? Had Oldley not appeared just in time, would I even be alive to complain? I spat vehemently onto the ground. The cave's silence rendered the sound of my spitting jarringly conspicuous. Oldley, perhaps sensing something was amiss, turned back to inquire, "What is it, Engineer Luo? Master Banqin or his disciple?" Wasn't Oldley considered a disciple of Master Banqin? Suddenly struck by a realization, I slapped my forehead. Didn't I bear no wounds myself? At this thought, my heart began to race. Did Zhuoma Yangjin's words carry a deeper significance? I decided to test my theory and took a few steps forward to relay her message to Old Li. Upon hearing it, he furrowed his brow and responded, I don't comprehend her meaning. Why would you need to be uninjured to seek me? By the way, did you have any wounds when you emerged from the blood spring? Something minor perhaps. I didn't pay much attention while changing your clothes. I did not perceive any significant pain in my body, yet I could not rule out the possibility of some subtle, unnoticed wounds. Additionally, I seemed to have choked on a mouthful of the blood spring water and could not recall whether any had actually entered my stomach. I had intended to dismiss the matter, but now, the thought unsettled me. I am someone whose inner turmoil often manifests on my face. And Old Li likely sensed my unease, prompting him to ask, Engineer Luo, are you all right? I shook my head, wishing to conceal my fear from him. Should I possess even the slightest wound, the blood spring water could gradually erode my skin. The mere thought of the fates of Section Chief Wang and Officer Lu sent chills down my spine. I could hardly bear to imagine what it would be like if I were to meet a similar fate. Engineer Luo, you seem to be overthinking, he remarked casually. I merely inquired about any wounds you might have. There was no other intent. Yet, you appear rather pale. Rest assured, had the blood spring truly eroded your skin, you would have succumbed long ago. You would hardly appear so composed now. I am uncertain if Old Li's words are meant to console. Yet my anxious heart is eased somewhat. My courage has indeed been diminished, and with a bitter smile, I sought to dispel my own embarrassment by changing the subject. Old Li, what Zhuangma Yangjin implies is that if I am uninjured, I cannot be infected. And thus, I shall not perish. She wishes for me to survive and seek you out. What do you think? Old Li gazed at me with concern, aware of my desire to conceal the profound fear within. And he replied in accordance with my words. It surely indicates she wishes for you to seek assistance or relay information. I pondered for a moment. Assistance? She had not indicated such. Relay information. As I contemplated, I continued to follow Old Li forward. After a brief interval, a sudden clattering of chains echoed behind us. Zombies! I exclaimed in alarm and hastily urged Old Li to run ahead. The sound of chains grew increasingly closer. With the unmistakable footfalls of the undead bounding towards us, the wind howling past my ears, and a potent odor of decay began to permeate the air. At that moment, I found myself forgetting fear altogether, my singular focus on fleeing with all my might. Even as I recognized the scent as eerily reminiscent of that emitted by the faceless one. As I ran, a clang of chains rang out, and a dark figure descended from above, blocking our path. Old Li abruptly halted, and I nearly collided with him. Backtrack! Old Li commanded sharply, and I instantly turned, only to be met with a wave of the foul odor, followed by the imposing figure of a zombie, its tattered form crashing down before me. Yet again, a zombie! I shouted in exasperation. Surrounded by the undead, Old Li and I found ourselves besieged, with no avenue for retreat. In that moment, fear was forgotten. My mind rendered blank for a fleeting 2 seconds. Then, with remarkable composure, I and Old Li stood back to back, offering mutual protection. Strangely, these two zombies seemed remarkably courteous, refraining from attacking us immediately after blocking our path. Even after a minute or two, they showed no inclination to advance. Old Li, I whispered, let us split up and run. Old Li nodded in understanding, and in perfect synchrony, we darted through the gap beside the zombies and fled in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, I had barely taken my second step when a hand seized my shirt and hoisted me off the ground. Before I could comprehend the situation, I was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the impact leaving me dizzy and disoriented, unable to rise for a time. Shortly thereafter, Old Li suffered a similar fate, unrelentingly cast to the ground. It was evident that this was the work of the zombies. After tossing us down, the two zombies moved in eerie unison, slowly bending at the waist with great effort, their mouths agape as they inched closer to both me and Old Li, drooling foully. The stench overwhelming. As I tugged at Old Li, signaling him to escape once more, I rolled onto the ground, convinced that this maneuver would take me far from danger. However, no sooner had I moved than the zombie reached out, grasping me and throwing me back to the earth. This sequence repeated itself, with neither of us managing to make any progress toward freedom. Instead, the two zombies seemed to revel in their game, incessantly leaning closer with their drooling mouths, yet refraining from biting us, an unmistakable display of cat-and-mouse play. How had I, Luo, descended to such a pitiful state, subject to the whims of these two zombies? A surge of blood rushed to my head, and with a shout, I sprang to my feet and kicked at the creature. Old Li cried out, Luo, don't. But it was too late. In my impulsive fury, I disregarded all caution and delivered a kick to the zombie's abdomen. To my astonishment, its belly felt surprisingly soft, akin to that of a living person. Elated, I believed I had discovered a vulnerability and kicked again with great force. Yet, as my foot moved, my vision blurred. and a sharp pain gripped my ankle. I had no idea when the zombie had ripped off my boot. This provoked the zombie, which lunged at me with alarming ferocity. I heard the clanking of chains but had no time to evade. It seized my shoulder and dragged me away. Oldly, desperate, disregarded the menacing presence of another zombie nearby and leapt forward to clutch my foot, attempting to pull me aside. The zombie's grip was immensely powerful, and my shoulder was once again wrenched violently. After several tugs, perhaps due to its inability to tear me apart, it seemed dissatisfied. Suddenly, I felt a release on my shoulder, only to have its grip shift to my clothing, firmly holding me as it began to draw me toward its drooling maw. Terror coursed through me as I struggled frantically, crying out, "Oldly! Help! Help!" My pleas echoed in the dark, and Oldly echoed my cries in desperation. In that moment, as I beheld the zombie's gaping mouth revealing its ghastly white teeth inching closer to my chest, a clarity washed over me, all sensations heightened. I could feel the zombie preparing to bite, while simultaneously pulling at my chest, the cold wind from my struggles brushing against my skin. I could smell the foul stench emanating from the creature, and even sense Old Lee's despair and panic. After several narrow escapes, I found myself resigned to my fate, gradually ceasing my resistance. Then, in a dramatic twist, just as I was about to become sustenance for the zombie, Old Lee's phone inexplicably rang within the dark confines of the cave. Everything froze in that instant. The zombie's mouth halted a mere centimeter from my chest. Its clawed grip on me paused in midair. The phone continued to ring insistently, seemingly startling Old Lee, who allowed it to persist. After a brief moment, noticing the zombie remained still, I regained my senses and swiftly extricated myself from its grasp, sprinting a considerable distance away. Old Lee, momentarily dazed, followed suit, his phone still ringing obstinately. "A call?" I inquired. "Yes," he replied. He furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar number. The faint signal indicating a call was a small mercy. Yet it was futile to answer. Regardless, we needed to move. No, first we must eliminate the zombies, as long as they remained in the cave. They would always pose a threat. It was easy to speak so lightly, but after our brush with death, both of our faces were far from cheerful. The terror had drained us of all strength. If the zombies had exerted even a modicum of force, they could have effortlessly torn me asunder. "Logistics officer, call me," I urged. Eventually, the individual who had been calling Old Lee relented and ceased his barrage, leaving the phone silent once more, restoring the cave to its eerie stillness. I assumed the quiet was bothersome, so I suggested, why not set an alarm? If that fails, play some music. My phone is waterlogged. It's utterly useless now. Old Lee retorted. But it seems that zombies have an aversion to this high-tech device. Just moments ago, I was on the brink of being bitten. Yet when my phone rang, miraculously, both zombies stood frozen as if under a spell. I found this perplexing, but I was not inclined to attribute it to the phone. Zombies should not fear a mere ringtone. What is so extraordinary about a phone's ring? It is more likely that we coincidentally triggered a specific behavior of the zombies, I posited. Old Lee pondered for a moment before conceding. True, the ringtone was merely a coincidence. As I attempted to rise, I realized that our backpacks and belongings remained near the zombies. I exchanged a wry smile with Old Lee. "Our backpacks?" Old Lee shrugged with a rueful grin. "We must retrieve them. Without our belongings, we would perish from hunger or cold in these mountains, even without the zombies' interference." Chapter 037. The Resurrection of the Undead. We stood unsteadily, preparing to retrieve our backpacks from the zombies. "Old Lee, are we not walking to our doom by going back?" After taking a few steps, I halted again, realizing there was no room for resistance. Old Lee remained silent, meticulously searching his clothing for something. After a while, he finally spoke. "Logician, you are mistaken. Did not that scripture help us vanquish a zombie earlier? Now that we have our hands free, we can replicate the method." "The scripture?" It suddenly dawned on me, but Old Lee, I left the scripture in my backpack. I lamented internally for not keeping such a vital item on my person. Now, returning for the backpack would prove to be no small feat here. Old Lee disregarded my concerns and handed me a small bundle of dried grass. "This is the incense I had you throw into the fire when Chief Wong fell ill." I took it from him, confused by his intentions, and looked at him with questioning eyes. After pondering briefly, I considered that this incense might indeed have an effect on the zombies. If it worked even slightly, I could rush over and ignite the scripture without issue. "If all else fails, call me and try the ring on," he began, his expression darkening as he sighed. "I forgot your phone is waterlogged." To be frank, I had little faith in the efficacy of a phone's ringtone against the undead. My greatest solace lay in that scripture, as Old Lee had said, once ignited. I need not fear any zombie. Following Old Lee's lead, we each grasped a lit bundle of incense and approached the zombies. As we neared, the zombies had already begun to stir, moving their bodies in a slow, mechanical manner. Old Lee swiftly snatched the incense from my hand and combined it with his. casting it at the zombie's feet. The incense emitted a slow plume of white smoke, and the zombie's movements gradually decelerated. It worked. Without waiting for Old Lee's cue, I dashed forward to retrieve the scripture from my backpack and handed it to him to ignite. The scripture disintegrated into pulp. Once lit, it produced no flames. Only a copious amount of thick smoke that was surprisingly pleasant to inhale. Observing the two zombies, they indeed ceased all movement, swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground, motionless. With the zombies down, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I patted Old Lee on the shoulder, exclaiming, had I known it would be this simple, I would have ignited the scripture long ago, sparing us all this suffering and near demise. Old Lee chuckled in relief. Initially, I was so frightened that I could hardly think of such things. The scripture continued to emit smoke. Since the zombies appeared to be lifeless, I decided not to waste it. I boldly approached, picked it up, extinguished it, and carefully brushed off the ashes, tucking away the remnants. You caused me so much trouble. I kicked the zombie several times and spat on it in frustration, feeling slightly avenged. Old Lee joined me, delivering a few kicks of his own, one of which tore the zombie's pant leg, exposing its mangled flesh. I was taken aback by Old Lee's unexpected bravery. Just as I was about to commend him, I suddenly realized that something was amiss. No matter how strong he was, he could not have possibly kicked a zombie, its flesh as vibrant and elastic as that of a living being, into such a state. It was evident that Old Lee had come to the same conclusion, as we both crouched down to examine the zombie's lower leg. Its skin charred and emitting a foul odor, with small fissures splitting the surface and the exposed flesh a startling shade of crimson. The trousers and the outer layer of the preserved Tibetan robe were singed, as if they had been scorched. Moreover, these burn marks appeared to be quite fresh, suggesting they had occurred not long before. Old Lee and I exchanged glances, then proceeded to inspect another corpse. This particular zombie bore no signs of burning, but displayed 3 distinct bullet holes in its chest, 3 from a handgun. One was near the left ventricle, another beneath the right rib, and the last nearly grazed the armpit. The arrangement was chaotic and haphazard, clearly indicating that the shooter had acted in a state of panic. Neither Director Wong nor Officer Liu possessed firearms, and even if they did, their half-mad state would render them incapable of firing a gun. Zoma Yongjin was unarmed as well. The only remaining individuals were those few Japanese scoundrels. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, it was reasonable to conclude that these zombies had encountered the Japanese directly. And judging by the evidence, it seemed they had not fared well. When I shared this thought with Old Lee, he nodded in agreement, though a flicker of fear crossed his face, suggesting that these might not be the work of the Japanese. If that were the case, the situation would become even more precarious. These zombies are already dead. What does it matter how they met their end? Old Lee expressed his concerns. Nevertheless, we must find that group of Japanese. If we delay any longer, it may become too late. Having dealt with the 3 zombies secured by iron chains, I felt a sense of relief, even as the cave remained dim and lifeless. The burden weighing on my heart had lessened, allowing me to engage in light-hearted banter with Old Lee. He, too, had relaxed considerably, joining me in jesting about trivial matters. As we traversed a short distance, I noticed that aside from a few thick iron chains along the cave walls, there was nothing out of the ordinary. In a playful mood, I halted suddenly, feigning confusion, and said, Old Lee, it seems something is amiss behind us. Without turning his head, Old Lee replied, what sort of situation? Feeling a surge of mischief, I sprinted ahead of him, pretending to be terrified, my eyes wide with feigned horror as I exclaimed, the zombies are coming back. Old Lee scoffed dismissively, casting a scornful glance in my direction, clearly unconvinced by my antics. If you don't believe me, just look behind you. The zombies are truly back, I urged, gripping his shoulder and attempting to direct his gaze behind him, all the while burying my head as if in fright, stifling laughter. After a moment of silence, I sensed a sudden tension and fear through his shoulder. Believing I had successfully tricked him, I could not help but burst into laughter, just as I raised my head. However, I found myself unable to laugh anymore. There, behind us, stood a living, breathing zombie. 3 figures were slowly advancing towards us, the sound of iron chains dragging along the ground resonating ominously. Is it a human disguise? How could the zombies still be alive? This was my initial reaction. Run. The zombies are not dead. After a moment of shock, I finally reacted, shouting as I fled. Old Lee followed closely behind me, and in my panic, I dashed forward recklessly. However, I soon realized that iron chains were everywhere, indicating that no matter how we ran, we remained within the zombies' grasp. This cannot continue. We will inevitably be caught. In my frantic escape, I searched for any side passages, but there were none. The more I ran, the more I found the terrain uneven and treacherous. Logician, the platform, I shouted. Climb up, quickly. In the midst of my words, Old Lee had already leaped past me, vaulting onto a dark little platform beside the cave wall. Hurry, give me your hand, he urged. I quickly extended my hand, and with a strong tug, he pulled me to his side. There was no time to catch my breath as Old Lee hurriedly led me along the small platform. Where are we going? I asked. Panic-stricken. I don't know. We had transformed into headless flies, utterly oblivious to where this small staircase led, never considering how such a platform had appeared on the cave wall. The three zombies were steadily drawing closer. What to do? What to do? Even if there were a cliff before me, I would leap without hesitation if it meant evading the zombies. This terrifying creature had completely shattered my courage, rendering me almost entirely devoid of reason. Climb up, logician, Old Lee exclaimed, grasping my nearly collapsing form, urgently pointing at a nearly vertical cliff beside us. Insisting I ascend, I was taken aback, bewildered by how I could possibly scale such a sheer wall. There was no time to hesitate. The zombies, seemingly moving slowly, had already reached the base of the platform in the brief moment I was lost in thought. With a mere reach, they could grab our feet. Old Lee no longer called out to me but began to climb rapidly up the cliff. My mind was blank, and I stood frozen, watching the zombies approach in sheer terror. There's a hole. You can step on it, logician. Hurry, Old Lee shouted as he continued to climb. The cliff was not entirely rock. There were patches of soft soil. Old Lee swiftly scooped up some dirt and hurled it at me. I flinched in pain, finally snapping back to reality. Indeed, there were small holes in the cliff where I could dig my toes in. I quickly scrambled to follow him upward. The zombies, seeing us escape, began to mimic our ascent. My hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. I aimed for the small holes, but every time I tried to step, I lost my footing. This only heightened my anxiety, compelling me to glance down to see if the zombies were close. It was a mistake. Upon looking, my heart sank, and my hands weakened, nearly causing me to fall. 3 zombies, their bodies stiff and mechanical, were climbing up towards the platform. It wasn't their approach that terrified me. It was the sight of one reaching out to grip the cliff, using that leverage to propel itself upward. Then, with another hand, it climbed again, appearing both agile and clumsy. I could no longer contain my fear and screamed desperately, Old Lee, Old Lee. As soon as the words fell from my lips, a hand grasped my right hand with an unwavering grip. Don't be afraid. I will pull you up, came the voice of Old Lee, who had already reached the top. I promptly seized Old Lee's hand with all my strength, and he dragged me upward with relentless determination. Below us, 3 zombies had ascended to the small platform, incessantly tugging at their chains, which clanked ominously. I collapsed to the ground, and witnessing this horrifying scene ignited a desperate urge to flee. I wished I could escape as swiftly as a bird taking flight. Yet, to my dismay, my body betrayed me, rendering me powerless. I could only watch helplessly as they, in perfect unison, thrust a hand into the sheer cliff, preparing to. I shut my eyes, resigning myself to the possibility of death. If it were to be, then perhaps it would be less tormenting to be devoured by them than to endure this ordeal. The cacophony of chains below grew louder, as if the zombies were eager to consume both Old Lee and me, not even willing to spare a moment's pause. Chapter 038. Yoshino Taro. However, the zombie remained unable to ascend for quite some time. I opened my eyes and chuckled, pondering how the clanking chains could be so loud yet yield no results in its ascent. It turned out the length of the chains was insufficient. Truly, fortune favored me, and the imminent danger was averted, allowing my taut nerves to finally relax. I prepared to pull Old Lee to rest comfortably for a while, as I felt utterly exhausted from the day's trials. Old Lee, I called out, slightly turning to my side, stretching my arms and legs in a starfish position as I lay on my back, urging him to take a moment to rest. After my first call yielded no response, I called again, only to be met with silence once more. Assuming he was utterly fatigued and lacked the strength to reply, I ceased my calls and instead focused on catching my breath while lying on my back. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced through, striking my eyes directly. Even with my eyes shut, the discomfort was palpable, especially as I desperately sought a tranquil moment to recuperate. I recognized Old Lee's mischief and raised my hand to shield my eyes, irately exclaiming, Old Lee, remove that light, do not shine it in my direction. Old Lee remained silent, and as if to escalate the situation, he continued to wave the light in front of me. Unable to contain my frustration any longer, I flipped over and sat up, glaring at him as I sternly demanded, Did you not hear me say that I need to rest? Noticing my agitation, Old Lee hastily pointed to the side, gesturing for me to look. The brightness of his spotlight rendered my vision a blinding haze of white. My anger flared further as I snapped, Have you lost your voice? What on earth is going on? Ro. Old Lee finally uttered a syllable, yet his voice quivered uncontrollably. Ro. He continued to stammer, and at this moment, my vision began to clear slightly. I observed an expression of profound terror etched across Old Lee's face, one I had never witnessed before, even amidst the numerous perils we had encountered since ascending the mountain. His visage appeared distorted with fear, and he continuously opened his mouth as if to speak, yet after repeating "row" twice, he fell silent, trembling violently. His neck seemed incapable of supporting the weight of his head, causing it to sway languidly, and the spotlight atop his head mirrored his unease, oscillating with him. It dawned upon me that he was not intentionally blinding me with the light. "What is the matter? What is wrong, Oldley?" Sensing that something was amiss, I quickly rose to support him. Oldley continued to shiver, speech eluding him, and he slowly inclined his head to one side, urging me to look. As I directed the light toward the source of his fear, I was confronted by the sight of a lifeless Japanese corpse sprawled on the ground. A large patch of congealed blood staining its chest, with its clothing tattered and hanging. This was indeed a good sign, indicating that the enemy had been vanquished. There was nothing to fear. "Oldley," I turned to him with a smile, patting his shoulder, "a deceased enemy. Merely the beast that had pushed me into the bloodied waters. His demise brings me joy. Why are you so terrified?" It seemed that only then did Oldley regain his composure. He reached up to touch his own face, then mine, as if still in shock. His hand as cold as ice. I was seized by a shiver when he froze me with his demeanor, but fortunately, he immediately relaxed, smoothing his clothing across his chest with a sigh of relief. He then stammered, "Row, Logitech." His voice trembled still, yet he managed to string together a complete thought. "That Japanese man. Look at his chest." The scene before us revealed a solid mass of coagulated blood across the chest of that Japanese fellow, a sight that seemed all too customary. I was perplexed as to why Oldley was so terrified. I gazed at him in confusion and remarked, "This is from Yamamoto's gang. I cannot discern their faces to ascertain who they are." I had clearly seen the large stain of blood on his chest, his clothing torn asunder. You should take a closer look." Oldley trembled, urging me toward that grim sight. I was not particularly fearful of corpses, so I approached. Oldley turned the spotlight to its maximum intensity, standing at a distance to illuminate the scene for me. As I leaned in, I recognized him as Yoshida Taro, the short, beady-eyed man burdened with an odd, large backpack. He was agile and taciturn, seldom speaking as Yamamoto made all the decisions. I had assumed he was merely a loyal subordinate, paying him little mind. Now, however, as I beheld him up close, his features were grotesquely distorted. His tattered clothing was stained with blood, but what struck me most was the exposed cavity of his chest. As if something had attempted to rend him asunder from both sides, leaving a gruesome side of his insides partially visible. A chilling sensation surged up my spine, swiftly enveloping my entire being. A fleeting thought crossed my mind, yet I dared not ponder it again. Oldley was already in a state of utter fear. I could not voice my thoughts, for I must not allow him to lose his composure. I took 2 steps back and feigned calmness as I spoke to Oldley. "This is Yoshida Taro, one of those Japanese devils. He is dead now. We must depart swiftly." I believed I had articulated this with clarity, yet upon speaking, I realized I too was trembling, struggling to convey the words. Let us go." I reached out to grasp Oldley's arm. In despair, Oldley lamented, "Go? Below us lies an abyss. How can we escape?" It was only then that I noticed we were surrounded on 3 sides by unfathomable depths, with the only other side being the cave wall. Below, zombies were still tugging at chains, attempting to ascend. What to do? Oldley was in disarray. And if I lost my composure as well, all hope of survival would vanish. Sometimes, overwhelming fear can paradoxically lead one to a state of numbness. Solely focused on the escape, I forced myself to regain my composure swiftly. Though my limbs remained cold and weak, and my voice still quaked, my mind began to clear. First, I steadied Oldley, urging him to remain unafraid, and then I removed the spotlight from his head to survey our surroundings. The ground was marked with unmistakable footprints. Chaotic and overlapping, still relatively fresh, although it was impossible to determine how many had passed through. 3 sides were bordered by the abyss, its depth shrouded in mist, leaving one to feel that a fall would surely result in a shattered demise. Then, I noticed the chains, 6 robust chains, as thick as those binding the zombies within the cave, spanned the abyss, reaching toward the opposite side. The scene across was shrouded in obscurity, allowing only a vague impression of what appeared to be a dark cavern. The iron chains bore fresh rust, evidence of wear, suggesting that perhaps someone had slipped from this side to the cavern opposite. Yet, this theory seemed implausible, as the earth at the chain's anchoring point appeared exceedingly loose, with soil and stones precariously positioned, as if a mere tug could uproot them entirely. Hesitant, I refrained from making any impulsive decisions. I reached out and tugged at one of the chains. With a gentle pull, the surrounding earth and stones began to bulge, but as I released my grip, they settled back down. After another forceful tug, the soil again swelled, yet remained intact, seemingly on the verge of being uprooted. In truth, I exerted all my strength but could not dislodge it even slightly. "How about it, logician?" Oldley, regaining his composure, approached and mimicked my actions, testing the chain's sturdiness. The chain on this end was indeed secure. Yet the mystery of what lay at the other end remained. What if it was tethered to a zombie? I shared my concern with Oldley, who frowned in contemplation before responding. It should not be a zombie. Look, there's wood debris caught in the chain. It must be a suspension bridge. His voice trembled slightly, lacking confidence, yet his ability to regain composure in such a brief moment was commendable. Feeling somewhat reassured by his recovery, I was abruptly startled by a sudden sound behind us, a gasp. Turning swiftly, I saw Yoshino Taro, lying on the ground, moving his limbs. Ugh, he mumbled indistinctly. Could it be that he was still alive? I gazed at Oldley in confusion, asking him. He returned my look of bewilderment, uncertain, replying, perhaps. Yoshino struggled to rise, pushing himself up with great effort, attempting to stand, but failing repeatedly. With each struggle, the wound on his chest gaped wider, threatening to expose his innards. Yoshino was no longer a living being. No one could survive in such a condition. Oldley. The wound on Yoshino's chest resembles the injuries of those desiccated corpses we encountered earlier. I finally voiced my earlier fears, realizing he now bore the semblance of a cadaver. A chill coursed through me, my mind clouded with dread. Then, we must flee, Oldley pondered briefly before stammering. Flee, I echoed mechanically, bewildered. How? Just then, I noticed Yoshino slowly rising to his feet, still uttering incoherent sounds, his chest wound large yet no longer bleeding. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Yoshino truly stood, albeit with an agonizing slowness, his insides shifting with the movement as if he were approaching us. Zombification, Oldley exclaimed, and without hesitation. He grasped one of the chains and leaped down, his body suspended in midair. Quick, he urged, gesturing forward. As I shivered, I hastily grasped a cold iron chain, emulating Oldley's actions as I leapt down. The frigid metal swiftly transmitted its chill from my palms throughout my body. My limbs turned to jelly, suspended in midair. Yet I lacked the strength to shift my grip. The distinct sound of Yoshino's slow footsteps echoed in my ears, each step measured, each pause deliberate. Thump, thump, thump. My heart raced, threatening to burst from my chest. I repeatedly urged myself to remain steady, to swiftly reach the other side of the chain. But my efforts proved futile. My hands remained powerless. With immense exertion, I managed to inch forward a single step. This small advance felt as arduous as traversing countless mountains and rivers. Yoshino had already approached the edge of the chain, her head turning slightly as she extended her hands and moved her feet. Chapter 039. Beneath the glacier, my body trembled incessantly as I watched Yoshino reach out, almost within grasp. In a flurry of desperation, I attempted to move forward, but my limbs felt feeble and heavy. As I observed Yoshino's inclination to climb closer, I cursed my own lack of agility, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety without any means to alleviate it. I could only sluggishly maneuver my body along the iron chain. After only a few hesitant steps, Yoshino, with an expressionless gaze, looked at me before leaping toward the iron chain I clung to. My scream of terror erupted. Ah, help! As Yoshino landed a foot upon the chain, it began to sway violently. My body followed suit, swaying precariously as I clung desperately to the chain, fearing to let go. Just as the chain quaked violently for a few moments, my scream still echoing, I widened my eyes in horror as I witnessed Yoshino's rigid form plummet downward. It wasn't until I heard the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground below that I regained my senses. With Yoshino's threat eliminated, my body ceased its trembling, and my grip on the chain became steadier. Logistics officer, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and climb over, Oldley urged, having nearly reached the chain. Pondering why the sound of Yoshino's fall was so clear, as if the abyss had a limited depth, I felt compelled to heed Oldley's call and moved forward without delay. As I approached the middle of the chain, Oldley frequently glanced back at me with a bright spotlight that dazzled my vision. When I distinctly noticed a familiar red climbing suit beneath my feet, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. How could I possibly see a garment in such a profound chasm? Surely, it must be an illusion, I reassured myself. Oldley reached the end first, and after a short while, I followed. The iron chain indeed served as a suspension bridge, securely anchored into the rugged stones. Taking 2 steps down the stony path, I discovered yet another cave. I had grown quite averse to caves. Merely seeing the darkened entrance sent chills down my spine. Oldley, I truly can't go on. Let us rest. There is another cave ahead. We can plan our next steps afterward, I said weakly. Leaning against a boulder, Oldley, utterly spent, collapsed between 2 stones, gasping for breath, lacking the strength to respond. Exhausted, I could hardly muster the energy to open my eyes, instead opting to breathe deeply with closed lids. After a considerable time, I finally regained some strength and glanced at Oldley, who seemed to have steadied his breathing as well. Yet, a nagging unease lingered within me, prompting me to inquire whether he had seen a red garment at the bottom of the abyss. A red garment? Oldley pondered for a moment, I believe I caught a glimpse of something red, but I didn't pay attention to whether it was clothing. I thought I might have imagined it. Initially, I entertained that notion, but hearing Oldley's words assured me that something red indeed lay there. I asked to borrow the spotlight to illuminate the depths of the abyss, hoping to discern whether that red object was truly a climbing suit. At this moment, I have gained clarity. Not only do I discern that the object in question is a red women's mountaineering jacket, but I also realize that what we presume to be an abyss is merely a pit approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. At the bottom, Yoshino is desperately attempting to scale the nearly vertical walls of this pit, clearly exerting himself in vain. Oldley, noticing the peculiarities, approaches and stands beside me. His brow furrowed in confusion. When we were on the opposite side, this pit appeared shrouded in mist, seemingly bottomless. How is it that now it is so clearly defined? I shake my head, unable to fathom the mystery, my thoughts consumed by the matter of the red jacket. Wondering if the enemy might resort to heinous acts against its owner, Zhoma Yangjin. We watch with a sense of grim amusement as Yoshino continues to jump futilely, unable to ascend even a fraction. Had it not been for the sudden crack of gunfire, we might have observed him for an extended period. The gunshot was abrupt. Oldley and I had assumed that the only two individuals in this vicinity were he and I. To our surprise, however, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from just a couple of steps behind us. Oldley quickly readied his rifle, urging me to remain vigilant for potential ambushes. My previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, and I hastily concealed myself behind a rock, scanning the surroundings. After that initial chaotic volley, silence ensued, which only heightened our unease. My heart raced with apprehension, and I noticed an unsettling chill creeping into my feet. Upon glancing down, I discovered scattered, translucent crystalline fragments at my feet. Could they be shards of ice? How could there be ice in such a cave? I chastised myself for my ignorance, hesitant to pick them up for confirmation. As the cold sensation intensified, it seemed we had been too fatigued earlier to notice the temperature drop. The area was cluttered with jagged stones, some dark and murky, resembling yellow quartz, making it all too easy for someone to conceal themselves and launch a surprise attack. The lack of safety was palpable, and the cold was unbearable. After a while, sensing no further disturbances, we hastily retreated towards a cave situated just a few steps behind us, though navigating the uneven terrain took considerable time, as the ground was littered with sharp, protruding stones. As we approached the cave's entrance, an increasingly potent scent of gunpowder assaulted our senses. The translucent fragments became more numerous, and my curiosity piqued. Believing I had stumbled upon a crystal deposit, I picked up one piece for closer inspection. Although it was indeed clear and beautiful, it was chilling to the touch, and I noticed it was subtly melting, releasing droplets of water. Damn it, it really is ice, I muttered under my breath. Oldley, who had been leading with his weapon raised, shot me a stern glance, signaling me to remain silent. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, a sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder enveloped us. Suddenly, memories of the enemy blasting open the locked iron doors at the communication station on the mountainside flashed through my mind. If indeed the enemies have arrived here, then, what shall we do? Moreover, are there not some disordered, fresh footprints over there? I grasped Lao Li's arm and whispered, Lao Li, I fear there may be Japanese soldiers inside. Without turning his head, Lao Li crouched low and began to crawl into the cave, murmuring, there are likely bigger fish here. Did you not notice the ground is strewn with stones and ice? Even if we encounter zombies or faceless demons, we must proceed, let alone mere Japanese soldiers. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating that retreating would only lead us to more zombies where life and death were uncertain. Thus, I had no choice but to follow Lao Li into the cave. This cavern was nothing like the previous ones. It was uneven, with varying heights and depressions. Beneath my feet, I stepped on something that squeaked incessantly, and the coldness froze my soles to near numbness, while a pungent scent of gunpowder lingered closely behind us. After taking a few dozen steps, the cave was flanked by piles of gleaming white objects. Whether they were ice blocks or something else, I could not tell, as they only allowed for one person to pass at a time, bending sideways. Lao Li pulled me along, scrambling toward the passage ahead. The light on his head swayed back and forth, causing my head to spin even more. It is worth noting that we were at an altitude exceeding 5,000 to 6,000 meters, and after that brief sprint, my strength was nearly depleted, and my head throbbed incessantly as if it might explode at any moment. After running a few steps, Lao Li suddenly stopped. He looked up at the ceiling and then down at our feet, exclaiming in astonishment, there is ice here. My head was still pounding fiercely upon hearing him mention ice. I lacked the energy to respond, merely seizing the opportunity to catch my breath. However, Lao Li, despite his own breathlessness, had more stamina than I did. Although he too was panting, he still had the strength to survey our surroundings. This inspection elicited an involuntary gasp from even the seasoned Lao Li. He pulled me, still on the ground, and said, we are beneath a glacier. We must hurry. The Japanese have destabilized these ice formations. Upon hearing Lao Li's words, I looked up as well, and indeed, above us were shattered ice blocks. As I regained my composure and inhaled deeply, I discerned a heavy scent of gunpowder in the air. Those treacherous little men dared to blast their way through in such a cavern, unafraid of being buried alive. Lao Li, we must leave quickly. This place could collapse at any moment. He tugged at me to move forward, and as I listened to him, a thought suddenly flashed in my mind. If we could cause this cave to collapse, the monsters behind us would not be able to pursue. In retrospect, this notion was nothing but self-inflicted hardship, as we had no idea what lay ahead and recklessly sealed off our route of retreat. It was merely that we were so terrified by those indestructible beings that even Lao Li immediately concurred with my suggestion. The ice blocks above had been compromised by the Japanese explosions, and cautiously, we crawled past, turning back to scrutinize our surroundings once more. Ultimately, it was Old Li who took the lead. He struck the ice block beside him with the butt of his rifle, while I wielded his engineer shovel to smash the ice on my side. Nearly half of the ice shards were supported by these two pieces of ice, each nearly half a meter in size. After striking for a while, just as Old Li had predicted, the underlying ice could no longer bear the weight above it. With a disconcerting rumble that sent shivers down our spines, the entire structure of ice suddenly collapsed, sealing the narrow passage completely. Once this task was accomplished, I felt utterly drained. To be frank, that earlier chase had sapped all my strength, and now that the danger had passed, my body succumbed to exhaustion, leaving me unwilling to move even a finger. Old Li was not faring much better. He gasped for breath as he said, "Engineer Luo, let us take a moment to rest. We must conserve our energy for whatever lies ahead, whatever ghastly thing it may be." I suspect I didn't utter a single word, too fatigued to respond. Thus, the two of us lay in the icy debris of the cave, gasping for air, our minds too weary to function. After a period of silence, my mind began to clear slightly. At that moment, I thought I heard a sound. I quieted my breathing and listened intently, but the noise had vanished. Old Li then leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "Engineer Luo, there are gunshots." Chapter 040. The coffins of late Qing dynasty soldiers. Aside from exhaustion, I found myself in a state of complete numbness. The gunfire was merely gunfire, after all. What horrifying sights had we not witnessed by now? I lazily refrained from even glancing at Old Li, merely uttering a dismissive "oh." Old Li, however, grew increasingly agitated. With swift motions, he loaded his rifle and urged me to follow him to the front to ascertain the situation. I thought to myself that if I couldn't even evade the chaos of bizarre creatures, Old Li seemed all too eager to leap into any hint of abnormality, disregarding my feelings and neglecting to seek my opinion. Reluctantly, I followed him towards the source of the gunfire. We could not afford to turn against each other, as infighting would spell our doom. The gunfire emanated from ahead, no longer as dense as it had been at first, with intermittent shots suggesting that both sides had reached a stalemate, each wary of taking reckless action. We exchanged no words, hastening our pace while attempting to minimize our footfalls. After approximately 10 minutes of careful advancement, the sounds of combat became distinctly audible, and a flicker of hope ignited within me as I recognized the shouts of the enemy soldiers. "Old Li, the Japanese are engaged in battle with someone," I whispered, suggesting we observe from a distance before making our move. Old Li merely grunted in acknowledgement and continued onward. With no choice, I trailed behind him. However, just a few steps further, the scene before us rendered me utterly at a loss regarding how to process it. I had thought myself numb. Yet the sight before me stirred my heart back to life with a jolt of fear. Although we remained in an unknown cavern, this area opened up into a vast, flat expanse, crowded with countless wooden coffins suspended from the ceiling by iron chains, while others lay neatly lined up on the ground. The view seemed endless, and I could not fathom how many there were. Each coffin bore intricate carvings of pavilions and landscapes, signifying that each contained a soul. The sheer number of deceased was staggering. A chill swept through me, and I glanced at Old Li, who was furrowing his brow, clearly deep in thought. I moved closer to him, seeking some psychological comfort. His possession of a peachwood sword offered a glimmer of hope for protection, should the need arise. Suddenly, shots rang out again from the direction of the coffins ahead. I was inclined to rush forward to uncover the truth. After all, confronting living adversaries was preferable to facing an array of lifeless corpses. Yet, Old Li seemed unhurried, approaching one of the coffins to crouch down and scrutinize its material and patterns. He then beckoned me over. "Logistics officer, come help me lift the coffin lid," he said nonchalantly. I was taken aback. "Lift the coffin lid?" Old Li nodded, his expression serious. "There is something amiss here. Come help me, but take your time. I will explain." I already sensed the peculiarity of the situation. So many coffins, especially those suspended in midair by iron chains, were indeed suspicious. Despite my trepidation, I slowly approached Old Li's side. Perhaps sensing my fear, he spoke gently. No need to be afraid. It's nothing. Logistics officer, don't completely lift it. Just create a small gap from the side so I can see inside. My palms were drenched in cold sweat. The mere thought of a zombie suddenly springing forth from the coffin sent shivers down my spine. Although I harbored such fears, I was unwilling to appear cowardly before Old Lee, and thus I steeled myself to carefully shift the coffin lid aside with him, creating a narrow opening. I closed my eyes, covering my ears as a means of bolstering my courage. After a brief moment of silence, Old Lee suddenly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this attire?" I understood he referred to the shroud adorning the corpse within the coffin. Given Old Lee's extensive experience, I knew that his expression of bewilderment signified the matter was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, I lacked the courage to ascertain the nature of this peculiarity. "What is it?" I inquired, turning my face away and not daring to glance into the coffin. "This is not a shroud," Old Lee muttered to himself. "A perpetual lamp, a pot." I was familiar with both the perpetual lamp and the pot, as they are often placed in graves during traditional Han burials. However, the Tibetan people practice sky burial, rendering such items unnecessary. A sudden realization struck me. Could it be that all the individuals within these coffins were Han Chinese? Logistics officer, close the coffin. Let's open a few more to investigate. Old Lee's complexion was unusually flushed, exhibiting a fervent excitement. I acquiesced and assisted him in moving aside several coffins for his inspection. No matter how curious I felt, I lacked the fortitude to gaze upon the deceased. The most I dared was to cast a sidelong glance and observe that extinguished perpetual lamps and ceramic pots lay before all the coffins. After unveiling 7 or 8 coffins, Old Lee queried, "Logistics officer, what are your thoughts?" Having not looked inside, I was at a loss and simply shook my head. Old Lee sighed, his brow furrowed with concern as he remarked, "They are soldiers, you know? Just like those uniforms depicted on television. The kind with a character for soldier emblazoned on the front and back." I nodded, though I was perplexed by his reference. He continued, "They must be soldiers from the late Qing dynasty. One coffin even contains an original German Model 88 Mauser rifle." A Mauser rifle? I pondered. If these individuals were indeed from the late Qing dynasty and possessed such a weapon, their status must have been quite elevated. An original Mauser rifle was not something every soldier could possess during that period. The average soldier would only have had access to a Hanyang rifle at best. At that moment, a gunshot echoed from the front. Old Lee remained unfazed, his frown deepening as he inquired, "Logistics officer, are you familiar with Qing dynasty history? Is there any record of at least 100 soldiers mysteriously vanishing in Tibet?" I glanced at the coffins, estimating there to be at least 100. While I was not entirely ignorant of Qing history, I recalled that during the late Qing dynasty, the government had reduced the number of stationed soldiers in Tibet. If 100 Han soldiers had suddenly disappeared, such a significant occurrence would surely have been documented. Yet, as I rapidly searched through my mental archives, I found no relevant records. "Are you certain these are soldiers from the late Qing dynasty?" I asked uncertainly. Old Lee nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Moreover, the few I have seen are still young and robust. Their attire remains intact. If you doubt me, you may look for yourself." Of course, I lacked the courage to take a second glance. According to Old Lee's assertion, this location harbored at least 100 soldiers from the late Qing dynasty, accompanied by burial weapons. This was no ordinary enigma. Old Lee was originally a disciple of Taoism, well-versed in the funerary customs of various regions. The figures and pavilions adorning the coffins reflected the virtues of the 24 filial exemplars, while the perpetual lamps and urns were emblematic of typical northern burial practices. This suggested that these individuals were indeed northern Han people. Consequently, the situation grew more perplexing. An astonishing number of ordinary soldiers from the north were interred in their military uniforms, defying the conventions of wearing black funeral garb. Their coffins were not sealed, nor were they buried beneath the earth but rather concealed within the depths of the mountains in Tibet. I gazed at Old Lee in confusion, hoping he would provide me with a reasonable explanation. Old Lee's expression became increasingly grave. He instructed me to stand aside while he inspected each coffin, lifting the lids to verify that none were sealed. Without divulging any rationale, he urged me to follow him quickly in search of the Japanese. The enemy was easy to locate, as gunfire echoed from ahead. With trepidation, Old Lee and I navigated through the dense array of coffins. The sporadic gunfire grew closer until we finally spotted the Japanese soldiers along with Zhuoma Yanjin. However, a few figures stood between us and them. Individuals clad similarly to the late Qing soldiers Old Lee had mentioned, though their garments appeared somewhat weathered. They moved sluggishly, attempting to ambush the Japanese. Upon noticing these figures approach, the Japanese hastily opened fire, seemingly low on ammunition. Once they repelled the attackers, they ceased firing to conserve their bullets, resulting in a standoff. Upon our arrival, the expressions of the Japanese soldiers shifted dramatically, though Zhoma Yangjin remained composed, nodding at us in greeting. Since I had first seen her in that red mountaineering outfit at the bottom of the pit, I had harbored concerns for her safety. Now, witnessing her unscathed invoked a complex array of emotions within me. A sense of disappointment that she had not perished, juxtaposed with relief at her survival. Although my feelings towards Zhoma Yangjin fluctuated rapidly, there was no justification for me to respond to her with feigned indifference, smiling and nodding as though nothing had transpired. I could not simply forget her complicity with the Japanese in pushing me into the blood spring. Thus, I ignored her greeting and turned to Old Li, inquiring whether those clad in Qing attire were zombies. Old Li pondered briefly before responding. Based on their attire, they resemble the individuals within the coffins. Moreover, I noted that there were several empty coffins nearby. If I am not mistaken, these individuals must have emerged from them. Just as Old Li spoke, a cacophony of rustling noises erupted behind us. The assailants confronting the Japanese, with their backs turned to us, suddenly began to pivot in unison, their gazes fixed upon us. Upon seeing their appearance, I was instantly horrified and clutched Old Li tightly, retreating several steps. Their faces were withered, resembling mere parchment stretched over skeletal frames. Their eyes hollow black voids, and their teeth starkly white against the darkness. Determined not to lose face before the Japanese, I summoned my courage to maintain a facade of calm, attempting a semblance of a smile in their direction while whispering to Old Li, "What should we do?" Old Li remained silent, intently listening to the rustling sounds. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. "Logician, this is bad." I hastily inquired about the cause of his alarm. Old Li informed me that the rattling sounds were reminiscent of the creaking of a coffin lid. Upon closer inspection, I found that they indeed closely resembled the sounds we made while shifting the coffin lid earlier. Could it be that nearly 100 coffins had undergone a transformation, becoming these entities before us, neither fully ghosts nor entirely zombies? If that were the case, it goes without saying that we, the living, would all meet our demise. With no one spared. Turning back, I discovered that the opening created by the explosion had been sealed by Old Li and myself. Even if it had not been blocked, there were still several indestructible zombies lurking on the opposite side, poised to take our lives at any moment.